Welcome to the Off Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity in an insane world with bonus episodes. Look, Wednesday and Thursday, I kind of took off from these hearings and everything because I spent 2 days making a little 1 hour video here. It's a really important one, and it kind of deals. Hold on. It kind of delves into why I actually support Anna Paulina Luna in this proxy voting thing for new mothers. I'm going to go ahead and play that. I'm going to be in chat. I'm going to bring it up full screen. I'm going to play that, and then we'll get into these hearings. It's going to be a long day for me today, ladies and gentlemen, but I got to do my job, and if I'm doing that, might as well bring it to you.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you can get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Well, this is going to upset some people, but it needs to be said. Recently, Representative Anna Paulina Luna has come under some attack because of the timing of H.R. 23, proxy voting for new parents resolution. And I'm going to be honest with you. I have to stand with her on this one. Here's why. Arguably, Mrs. Luna has one of the most explosive starts to any junior member of office that I have ever seen. She decided to run for office in 2018. She didn't actually make it when she ran for office in 2020. She actually lost out to Democrat incumbent, I think it was Charlie Crist at the time. But she ran again for 13th Congressional District of Florida in 2022, and she won that seat when the Democratic nominee Eric Lynn actually was on record threatening to have her eliminated. He said he had access to the Ukrainian and Russian hit squads. She ordered an injunction against him, a temporary restraining injunction. She won that case. She tried to make it permanent, but the judge said, hey, you only have one instance of harassment right here. The law says you need two, so it cannot be a permanent injunction. It's just temporary. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Bannon ignored a congressional subpoena and he went to prison for it. But Hunter Biden, no, Hunter Biden can ignore. I will admit this. There was one thing in here that I did hit, or that I forgot to add in here. So this part really kind of flips out wrong and it doesn't kind of make sense for it. But there was one clip I did miss. Ignore a congressional subpoena twice, publicly twice, in your face, and Jim Jordan and James Comer gave him a way out. Let's not forget that. In May of 2023, Ms. Luna co-sponsored resolutions to actually impeach Attorney General Merrick Garland, FBI Director Christopher Wray, Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, and U.S. Attorney General for D.C. Matthew Graves. Now, every single one of those did fail, But looking at everything that did happen at that point in time, up to and including the fact that Republicans were too stupid to understand the argument Democrats were bringing in the case of my Alejandro Mayorkas, whatever the fuck his name is, who cares anyway. The argument to them was high crimes and misdemeanors. You can only impeach for that. High crimes would be something like genocide, correct? Cool. Misdemeanors would be something like jaywalking, correct? Cool. So if high crimes is genocide and misdemeanors is jaywalking, you can only impeach for high crimes and misdemeanors. Anything in between, well, you just can't impeach for that because it does not say felony. Stupidest argument, I know, but it walked past several committees and not a single Republican, not even Thomas Massie, who's good at calling the shit out. Not even Thomas Massie listened and heard that argument to refute that point. So that way, when the bill passed the House and went to Chuck Schumer took all 11 fucking Democrats in the Senate and said this is unconstitutional because it does not rise to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors because he did not commit genocide, nor did he jaywalk. That's the argument that passed the House. I promise you, I can follow through several committee hearings and show you the exact moments when all those arguments were made. It's the dumbest thing, yet your Republican Party let it slide. Also in May of 2023, Miss Luna sponsored a resolution that would have Adam Schiff removed from Congress and fined $16 million because of his actions taken during the House Intelligence Committee looking into the Russian collusion between Trump and Vladimir Putin. And he said he had irrefutable absolute proof that it existed, ladies and gentlemen. He lied. He lied to you. He lied to everybody. Just to drum up impeachment resolution. That failed. But a censure happened not 1 month later, brought forth by Miss Luna herself. Finger wag, a public shame. That's all a censure is. But they failed to remove him from Congress for his actions and wanted to impeach him, or they wanted to censure him for his actions. They refused. Republicans refused to hold Adam Schiff accountable for his actions, but agreed to do nothing more than a public finger wag to shame Adam Schiff for his actions. That is your Republican Party. The measure failed on a 204 to 210 vote. Again, the man who started all the lawfare against Trump because he was pissy that he was not made the Supreme Court Justice under Trump. The man who started all of this because Joe Biden told him to get up off his ass and do something. Your Republican Party refused to hold him to account. Again, your Republican Party. Also, being a member of the 118th Congress, she co-sponsored 2 different resolutions meant to expunge the record of Trump for his impeachment trials. The impeachment trials that were completely 100% bunk, made up, and meant to remove somebody for offices for crimes they never committed. Those bills have not yet to reach anywhere past how should this be worded. Again, your Republican Party doesn't want to clean up the record. In January 2025, this year, she introduced a bill proposing that Trump's face be put on Mount Rushmore. Now look, I get it, a bit trolly, never would happen. I don't even agree with that. That sounds incredibly stupid to waste our taxpayer money just to try to carve out another face onto Mount Rushmore, especially seeing as how all the trouble we had getting those faces on Mount Rushmore as it is. But I will say this, kind of proves a little bit of a point that the American people actually do like Trump. They may hate him for everything that he is personally, but he does like what he did or they do like what he did with this country. That went nowhere. Again, stupid to even talk about, a bit trolly to even try to put that into a bill so that we can carve into stone while we got the country burning down around us. I agree with you there. But here's where we come into the real crux of the argument, ladies and gentlemen. This bill that she put forward to allow new mothers to be able to proxy vote, those that have given birth, those that are too close to birth to be able to travel safely, and those that have a serious medical condition. We will touch on that very, very soon here, ladies and gentlemen, but let's get real deep into why this is such an issue. This bill actually did pass the House, but it stops everything else because now they have to solidify the rule for this to be a thing to carry forward for everything else. Let me ask you a question. Why is it when they didn't get their way, the Republican Party, Mike Johnson, the Republicans, when they didn't get their way, threw a fit, decided, I'm just going to go home and not do a damn thing for the rest of the week because I lost? That's right. Instead of immediately going to work to solidify these rules and pushing it on through the process so we can continue, Mike Johnson got his little Fifi hurt and sent everybody home for a week. That had nothing to do with Miss Luna and everything to do with Mike Johnson. Remember that. But let's go ahead and take a look at the bill here through Congress's own website. This is HRES 23 from the 119th Congress, Proxy Voting for New Parents Resolution. This resolution authorizes proxy voting in the House of Representatives for a member who has given birth or whose spouse has given birth, and pregnant members who are unable to travel safely or have a serious medical condition. With that right there, that serious medical condition, I do see how it can be abused. We need to change the wording on that. I agree. I will touch on that later. Under the resolution, a qualifying member may designate a proxy to cast a vote in a committee, the committee of the whole, or the House floor. However, proxies will not be counted for purposes of establishing a quorum. The proxy designation is valid for up to 12 weeks. So up to 12 weeks, you have recovery time for giving birth. Actually, now that I think about it, let's go ahead and touch on that serious medical condition part right now. Go ahead and get that out of the way before we really tick off anybody and you don't listen to this part. First off, I understand the point of that. Because as a serious medical condition as I were to have been in the House of Representatives when I developed a blood clot in the lower left lobe of my lung that put me out for over a month. That would be a serious medical condition for me because it was literally killing my lung and letting my lung rot inside my body and causing maybe death if allowed to continue. If I were a member of the House of Representatives at that point in time and I was down for a month for a blood clot in my lung, I'm sorry. It's not something that was known. It's something that shouldn't have actually happened, being under 40 years old. I turned 40 this year. It's a freak medical thing. These things happen. Would I say because you developed a blood clot in your lung, you can no longer hold office or be able to vote for me, to represent me? No. I know some of you actually would, but I couldn't do that. For something that happens? For something that was a freak thing? Why would I remove you from Congress? Now, if it was something in the case of Dianne Feinstein, who was actually in I believe it was a nursing home while she was still voting, somehow, some way, I could understand the argument, 100% agree with every bit of that. The serious medical condition could be something like Jamie Raskin, who I believe actually faked having cancer because he had a botched hair plug job to put pubes on his head. You cannot convince me any different. You look at the video, the pictures of his hair beforehand. Now you look at the pictures of his hair now. His hair now looks like pubic hair. But I digress. Serious medical condition, I would change to life-threatening. Because a serious medical condition would be a life-threatening situation if it were something to where you couldn't travel for any situation for a certain amount of time. It would be considered life-threatening if I couldn't get in a car and drive around, or I couldn't get in a pressurized tube and thrown across the country in the form of a plane. I would change serious to life-threatening. That way, you close the loophole for somebody like Dianne Feinstein. Now that we're getting to the meat and potatoes of the argument, Anna Paulina Luna took office January 3rd of 2023. She gave birth in August of 2023. 8 months. Whether she knew she was pregnant or not by the time she took office, debatable, arguable, doesn't even matter. What does matter is the fact that she was elected into office before the miracle of life of taking two single solitary cells, joining them together to create another human being happened. It's kind of important. Conservatives and the Republican Party as a whole has always said, you need to take accountability for your own actions. We have a declining birth rate. We need to actually have more children. You need to have family values. You need to keep the values that you find near and dear to your heart within your family. You can't take these children and just jump them off in daycare and expect them to be just like you and believe the things that you believe. This was the Republican Party. And now the Republican Party is actually arguing if you get pregnant while you were in office, you need to resign. Not a good look for the Republican Party. Not a good message. At all. Especially seeing as how you have the left who was always yelling about the Handmaid's Tale and this is going to be that, this is going to be, why are you playing into that? Because that is the message you are actually sending at this point in time. Because she did something to fix an issue for her where she was not able to represent her constituents because she gave birth and was recovering from birth. You want her to resign from office for trying to fix a problem that, yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene did cause. And for good reason. Again, Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to end the proxy voting that Nancy Pelosi had brought forward, so these people don't even have to be there unless a quorum is needed. They could just not talk to each other, not debate, just vote however they want to. So they don't have to be there. They don't have to do their job, but they can still get the money. He was calling for recorded votes so that people actually have to be in these committees. You actually have to be present to vote so that everybody is on record. I agree with her. Marjorie Taylor Greene did this correctly. But so did Anna Paulina Luna, who gave birth and was refused the ability to still represent her constituents because she gave birth. This is where it gets fun, ladies and gentlemen. Follow me.
You did know Republicans have been against proxy voting, and I know that this does predate your time in Congress, but at the height of the pandemic, over 100 GOP members of the House signed a lawsuit saying, hey, this is proxy voting is unconstitutional. So did your carve out there change a lot of minds?
So my carve out does allow for people that had issues with it being a constitutional concern, because it does not violate the Constitution. It should make that vote easier for them, yes. And also, too, just so you know, we have a list of over 100 GOP members that did vote by proxy and over 200 Democrats. So there are people that voted by proxy, which is interesting because if they're going to not vote for this, but then they themselves voted by proxy, that's not to be accepted.
Are any of those members who voted by proxy not supporting this now?
So as of right now, depending on the numbers of members that actually voted by proxy, we haven't brought in the resolution to the floor yet. But in March, when we call it up, we'll see who decides to get onto it and who doesn't. And we'll know that answer.
So you mean to tell me that people who are against proxy voting voted by proxy to try to stop this resolution from hitting the House floor?
I know that this legislation's focused on women who have given birth specifically, but would you be open to expanding it to moms who adopt, or perhaps dads who are supporting the mothers who have given birth?
As of right now, the legislation is written very narrow. We did that because we want to ensure that it's successful, being that the members that we're addressing are literally 0.1% of the entire congressional body as a whole. But I do think that moving forward into the 119th Congress, that is something that legislators are going to have to decide, is whether or not they are going to consider different, I think, proxy voting rules for if you are, for example, experiencing a death in the family, et cetera. But again, I mean, what members, at least on my side of on the aisle, on the Republican side, felt is that during 2020, during COVID, some of this proxy voting was abused. So it's really important that, one, we're not violating the Constitution, but also that these people are taking this vote seriously. And as you saw at the press conference today, Representative Tim Burchett, who never voted by proxy, said that, look, you can't fake a pregnancy. I've been able to see with my own eyes what Representative Luna has been able to do, and we need to make these exceptions for members that give birth.
All right, Luna, hold up. You're starting to lose me a bit here. I understand the sentiment, ma'am, but that is very, very, very easy to abuse. You have the ability to take two single fucking cells, add them together, and create life. That is a special ability, a special privilege a woman has. I'm sorry. For that reason, it does take a lot out of a woman, especially during childbirth, to bring a new human into this world. The next generation, the ones that will come after you, the ones that will inherit what you leave for them. It takes a lot out of a woman to do that. I can grant you the special privilege to be able to recover from that. And again, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was pissed about Massey taking a few days off when his wife died. That was talked about. Nobody complained about Thomas Massey not voting when his wife died. So why are you crying about somebody who wanted to vote and help save your country for bringing a child into this world? Very hypocritical. Oh, and as far as the adoption goes, I'm sorry, unless you're adopting a newborn baby child, I don't think you need that time off. Maybe a few days to get adjusted and acclimated, but for an adopted child who's old enough to not be so reliant on a parent for sustainability, I don't think you need that time off, that proxy vote, just because you adopted. You didn't go through the childbirthing pains. You didn't go through the process of literally putting your life on the line to bring a new child into this world. I would not grant you that privilege just because you decided to adopt. It's not fair. But I don't care. You didn't go through the problem of actually giving birth to this child for whatever reason, so you don't get the privilege of giving birth to this child for whatever reason. That would be fair. Now, the spouses, for a few days, I'd agree. Take some time off. Go ahead. You got a new child. But I need you to get back to work. 3 days? Cool. After that, get your ass back to work. Sorry, you need to be held to a higher standard than I as an American citizen should be held to. You are the highest of the highest among us in our government. You should be held to the highest standard. Get back to fucking work.
I do want to ask about another exception. Representative Sarah Jacobs, who you're working on, also supported another amendment last year Congressman Jamie Raskin supported it as well. And I want to read part of his press release talking about the amendment. He wrote this, him and his team, quote, "This amendment would allow proxy voting in narrow medical circumstances to prevent the abuse of proxy voting that occurred in the 117th Congress. The amendment allows members to vote by proxy due to a serious medical condition, including any pregnancy-related condition, or if they are the primary caretaker of a spouse or dependent with a serious medical condition, if a doctor has recommended that they not travel." Is that something you would support too down the road? I know this is super narrow right now.
I think down the road, as long as it doesn't establish a quorum and thus doesn't go against the Constitution, I would consider supporting something like that, yes.
Luna, you were playing into their hands. Again, the serious medical condition to you and me would be something like my example of having a blood clot in my lung. That would be a serious medical condition to us. The serious medical condition to them is I'm too tired to get up to go to work. And that would be abused time and time and time again. Change it from serious medical condition to life-threatening, and then there's no issue with that. Rat Foreskin is trying to play games to get into this serious medical condition because you may have something like Tourette's. That's a serious medical condition. You may have a child who has Tourette's. That's a serious medical condition. You may have, cancer because you got a botched hair plug job to put pubes on your head. That's a serious medical condition. Mr. Connolly actually does have esophageal cancer. I would consider that a serious medical condition down the road. He's still in Congress. It does belabor him to argue. I hear it. I feel bad for him. But it's not serious as of right now. There's the difference. They will use and abuse it so that somebody who just has diarrhea one day, that's a serious medical condition, so now they get to vote. What you consider serious, what I consider serious, is correct. Things that actually do put a threat to life. What they consider serious is whatever the hell they want it to consider to be. Take your protesters, your climate protesters, for example. As soon as you touch them, they act like they're dying. All those Karens who sit in front of a car and then lay down and scream, who act like they're dying. That is serious medical conditions to these people. Change it from serious to life-threatening, and you have yourself a deal.
The U.S. is the only high-income country that doesn't mandate any type of paid parental leave. Do you think, in general, the entire country has work to do in this department? Has this experience really opened your eyes to that?
This experience has absolutely opened my eyes to some of the struggles that working parents, but also to single parents face. And I think what we need to do is take this into perspective. What can we do as legislators in order to encourage businesses to not just offer some of these resources, but also to how can we use our platforms to educate the masses on these topics? And so it's a big issue to tackle. I think we can get it done, but we're starting small mainly because this hasn't been done before. And so I'm hoping that at least at the end of the 118th Congress or the 119th Congress, we can together work and show that, moms also have a voice in legislation.
You noted in this conversation that the Republican Party is a pro-life party. They are family first. And I'm of reproductive age too. So a lot of conversations in my friend group are about affordable childcare, things like that. So do you think 6 weeks paid maternity leave is something that you could support as well?
As of right now, if I were an employer, I'd absolutely be giving that as an option to my employees. I think not only does it make your employee more productive long-term, but also to encourages a family environment. And I think right now in this country, a lot of people aren't talking about it, but we're facing a massive population decline. And so in an effort to, I think, encourage that and also to get those numbers up, I think that people should be offering that. Yes.
As far as the population decline goes, look, Miss Luna is absolutely 100% correct on that, but it's kind of a skewed kind of situation because the numbers that everybody refers to as that goes come from roughly around 1995, where there were 5.28 children entering the workforce for every one person leaving the workforce at that time. That comes from right after the baby boomer generation. The baby boomer generation was having more kids than the baby boomers' parents were at that point in time. So we did have an incredible population boom for the people coming back from the war who literally just reproduced like rabbits to the point to where their children came into the world and kind of did the same thing. Not to the same extent, but kind of did the same thing to where we were having roughly around 2-3 kids for every family out there. Now it's, 1.8 on average? But we were between what was it, actually 2.3 or something like that, 2.3 kids per household in the mid-1990s, where these numbers come from. So because people are having less kids, because it is now financially a burden to have children, multiple children, it is now a financial burden, the birth rate declines. Weren't they yelling about the birth rate before? Like we were overpopulating, we would run out of resources. They were telling you not to have kids, and we've tracked that several times on this channel. I'm not going to go back into it here. If you want to, I can make something else on that completely, entirely 100% different from this. But my point being, we do have a population crisis going on here in this country. And I have documentation to prove that the Great Replacement Theory is true. And it's not about race, it's about economics. But still, I digress. She is correct. So to punish a woman who wants to actually try to help reverse a declining birth rate by saying you need to resign over this problem that you caused because you gave birth, you are literally telling young women that if you even think about having a child, you are not to hold office. Sorry. Even my wife says that. My wife is more Republican than I'll ever be in my life. And that's what she's telling me. That's what she's saying. It sounds like this is what they are telling me. So for any woman to ever be in office, you must be either A, unable to have kids, B, postmenopausal, or C, a crazy deranged fucking leftist that would never have kids anyway, or would have an abortion just because it's a burden to their lifestyle. Those are the only women allowed in office now? Bad messaging, Republicans.
And aside from just employers, depending on who your employer is, you get this. Do you think it should be a federal mandate?
I'm the first person that says I'm always for limited government. So I'd have to look into that more and talk about the implications with my teams about long term on how that would impact financially these businesses and corporations. But what I can say is, having gone through this experience, it has opened my eyes. And I definitely think that as a whole, if you are trying to say that you are pro-life, pro-family, that you should be embracing this.
She is right. You speak all the time about how family is so important. Get your kids away from these schools so you can raise them up right, because they're indoctrinating them. Hell, the federal government even told you your children are our children. Yet you want to punish a woman who's having a child and being forced to come to DC to fight for you. And now your message to her is resign from office because you caused a problem for having a child. This messaging is way off. Now let's switch gears a little bit, and we'll go into take a look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has come out and viciously attacked Miss Luna for bringing this bill to the floor here. And while I agree with why she did what she did with proxy voting, again, messaging way off.
What we just voted on, this rule, Luna's bill, is extremely unfortunate. You know, being in Congress is a privilege. You don't have to be here. And there's plenty of people in her district that could serve in Congress if she chose for time to be home and be a mother.
You see what I mean? Because you gave birth to another human being, you shouldn't be in office.
I'm very much against the bill that she's trying to force to the floor and the way she's going about it, and I think it's wrong. And it's really going to open up the door to proxy voting, which is already unconstitutional. and we shouldn't be doing it. And I think members of Congress need to basically leave their egos at the door and realize that this is an important job. In the same way that soldiers go off and they're deployed overseas, they come home and actually meet their babies for the first time, and their babies are several months old. Members of Congress don't have to be here. They don't have to be here.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene's messaging right here is either you have a baby and leave Consuela.
We need more lemon pledge.
To raise your baby while you are here in D.C. working your member of Congress job. Meanwhile, everything you do is not really there in the member of Congress because there's a lot you do while you were at home taking care of your family, talking to other representatives about this issue while you were doing all of that in your own time. You can't do that if you have a child.
No.
Ma'am, what? For somebody who says family values, pull your kids from these institutions because they're making them crazy, take care of your kids, do homeschooling, but if you have a child, you shouldn't be a member of Congress. Either that or Consuela raise your child.
Yes.
Because just like the soldiers that come home and meet their children for the first time, so should you.
Being a member of Congress is a privilege. You're serving your district. There's lots of seasons of life. I'm a mother. I've raised 3 children. And when my children were babies and were young, I prioritized them in that season of life. Now I serve in Congress because I'm not raising children. And I think that's a really important point to make.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the reason for her argument. Because her children are grown, she can serve in Congress. Yeah, she prioritized them in that point of life. You put them ahead of your business, but did you resign your business? Did you close it down? Did you close down shop? End it all? Because you had children? No? Oh, but being a member of Congress, you should close down shop. Call it a day. Because you had a child. Again, you can't have kids, you're postmenopausal, or you're going to kill your kids. That's the only women who can be in Congress right now, right?
And if any member of Congress, for any reason whatsoever, finds them in a situation where they're not able to do the job here, the important job we're elected to do, they should step down because someone else can serve in their place. They're not required to be here. They're not more important than anyone. They're not more important than people in their district. And they shouldn't go across the aisle and work with Democrats while Democrats use a baby propped up around the floor trying to prove their point. But instead, they're holding a baby proving the point you can be a mother and serve in Congress. So,
wait a minute. So you're saying you can have existing kids, take care of them, and you can even have a baby on your hip while you're in Congress voting, but how dare you give birth while you were in Congress? You must resign because you're not here to vote with us, because we won't allow the special privilege of giving a new mother the ability to recover from birth or the special privilege of being able to create life. You're retarded.
I think today, I think this is unfortunate and it's distracting and it's off message and it's not the agenda. It's not serving the American people.
I agree. It is off message to tell young women you cannot serve in Congress unless you cannot have kids, you are postmenopausal, or you will just abort your child if you wind up being pregnant while you were in office. It is a bad message to send to Republicans, especially when you're saying that abortion is murder. You must take care of your kids. You are the sole arbiter of that child. Therefore, that child's raising must be on you in every bit of that way. You must take accountability for that. But fuck you if you have a child while you were in Congress. I'm going to go ahead and bring up at this point in time one of the talking heads who popped off in this situation that is, can easily be shown how ridiculous this argument is, especially from this talking head. And we're going to take it to a little bit of a Tim Pool situation, who recently got married and had a kid. And I'm not going to go into any details about any of that. I just want to bring it to his level for him to understand. And I don't want to hear the apples to oranges comparison about any of this. I am bringing it to a level that anybody could understand, because not every single one of us has or will ever be a member of Congress. So you can't relevate your situation to their situation because the plot line may be the same, but the details are different. I don't want to hear any of that dumb shit. I will bring it to this level for everybody to understand. Plain, simple, and clear.
Speaker Johnson suffers defeat as GOP rebels tank effort to block remote voting for new parents. The story, of course, that 9 Republicans have sided with Democrats. They want a vote on proxy voting for new mothers. Speaker Johnson says we need to be voting on shutting down these corrupt judges that are blocking Trump, to be voting on the SAVE Act, to be fixing this country, not giving individuals the right to stay home, not to mention a bill which violates the Civil Rights Act. The idea that women would be given special provisions allowing them to vote remotely and not do their job in Congress is shockingly insane, in my opinion. But my friends, this story is oh so fascinating.
To vote remotely and not do their job in Congress. You mean a woman who has given birth, much like your wife? A woman who has given birth cannot do the same thing that she does when she's in Congress? Call these people up and have these conversations? She cannot. Recovering from birth, get on a Zoom call or a group meeting after giving birth, just like your wife. She cannot do that and vote for the special privilege of bringing a child into this world. Is that your argument? Never mind. Again, like I said, this is the same dude that was telling you to pull your kids out of schools because they're indoctrinating. You need to take care of them. But if you're a member of Congress and you have a child, get the fuck out.
Not only is it the Republicans, 9 of them, obstructing the Trump agenda so they don't have to do their jobs, but this brings up insane questions. Well, no, not insane, but actually quite reasonable questions as it pertains to the differences between men and women and why there are different laws. So I'll just say right off the bat, I do not believe members of Congress should be allowed to not do their jobs. You signed up. You know the rules. You do your job.
Now, I will say this. I actually agree with what he said here, but the way it is framed, you are telling me you signed up to be a member of Congress. You knew the rules about, what? Giving birth while being a member of Congress? You know, like 13 other people have done? But you knew the rules. You can't have a child while being a young woman as a member of Congress because you wouldn't be there because you're recovering from childbirth. Much like that week you took off your show for your child. Did you pop that baby out your asshole? No, that was your wife that popped that baby out, right? Then why the fuck did you take a week off when your child was born? But a mother who gives birth as a member of Congress cannot sit at home while she is recovering, talking on a phone to people, getting these things done, and putting in a vote to help fight for you, to help you fix your country. What the actual fuck? And again, do not give me, but he's not a member of Congress, bullshit. He's one of the biggest fucking talking heads in the independent fucking media space. This bitch-made motherfucker took a week off of work for him for getting this information out to you in his show because he had a newborn child. But yet a woman cannot recover, if she's in Congress, from giving birth to a newborn child. He took a week off from getting information out to you, ladies and gentlemen, because his wife gave birth. But he is saying no woman, Congress at all, should be able to serve office and give birth at the same time. But he can take off a week from getting information out to the masses because he had a kid. Why? Because he's not a member of Congress? Fuck off with that goddamn stupidity.
Pete Hegseth recently said the standards for everyone in the armed forces will be the same. We should not be lowering standards for women. If women want to do the job, they're entitled to. It is their right, but the standards are the same across the board. You show up for work or you quit.
You didn't show up for work. You didn't quit. Even though you threatened to at one point in time, because nobody would throw a graphics card into a computer. Double standard here a little bit too much, isn't it, Tim? Taking a week off because your wife had a baby. Not you. It's your child. I understand taking that week off, and I actually do 100% agree. You should have. Spend some time with your child. But because you're a member of Congress, you can't do that as a new mother? Oh. Okay, now this is going to get a little bit deeper here. Let's fast forward a little bit.
Now, this all begins with Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, who I know, I've had on the show, who recently had a child and has been pushing for proxy voting. I find this to be reprehensible. The choice to have a child is your choice. And it is true that men and women are affected differently. But you cannot allow anyone, I mean, this just does not work, okay? Perhaps the issue should be, it is 2 years you are serving in Congress. If you'd like to have a family, maybe you should not be serving in Congress. Imagine if we hired a firefighter, a woman, and then with limited budget, she decides to have a child and says, I shouldn't have to do my job anymore.
Hold on. That is not what she is saying, and you 100% know this. You were just raging the fuck out at this point right now. For what? Clickbait bullshit? Because you know full well that's not the argument. The argument is she still wants to be a mother recovering from childbirth and still fighting for the bills that will help you in your everyday life to have a better lifestyle. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, it can be abused. I get you 100% under fucking stand. But doesn't that mean their own constituents need to hold them to account? And by doing so, that means us need to hold our constituents to account so they can hold their constituents to account. Makes sense, right? That's the actual fucking process. Not sitting there saying that a woman who gives birth can never serve office until she can no longer have a child. It's fucking dumb. And the fact that they have the ability to give birth, to take two single fucking cells, mold them together, and create another human fucking being, I will give them the ability to recover. Maybe not 12 weeks. Maybe that may be too long. Maybe the time frame can be shortened. The wording of the bill does need to be changed a little bit, but go fuck yourself if you sit there and think that a woman should just pop out a kid and immediately stand on the House floor and sit there and argue. You know what your wife went through. You were right there. You took a week off after your child was born. But they can't. What's the difference, Tim? You're not in Congress? Just shut the fuck up with that goddamn dumb shit. You have a duty to the people that actually prop up your company to give them information. You are the face of that fucking company. You took a week off from being a face of your company to give information to the fucking masses because you had a kid. But a woman who gives birth must immediately pop that kid out, cut the umbilical cord, and get back to fucking work. Did your wife do that? And I don't want to hear this, oh, it's so bad to bring his wife and his family into this. No, it is not. Because it relates to him personally, just like it relates to every single one of you personally. Relate this situation to something in your life where you wouldn't be able to go to DC to put in a vote because, as some of our viewers have problems with their kids' health, guess what? Eh, you can't be in Congress. It's either your kid's life or Congress. You can't do both. I do not think, in any shape or form, that it is uncouth of me to bring it to a level that somebody like this can understand. You are framing this in a bad light, Tim, and you fucking know it. And it's so easy to bring it back. You can be pissy all you want about me talking about your family. Not saying anything bad about them, but I am bringing this into the equation for you to understand, for you to get it. You're not practicing what you preach.
Push to allow proxy voting in Congress for parents of newborns, an effort that she began after she gave birth last year and was unable to vote for weeks. But the institutionalist Republican speaker has fiercely rejected the push, forcing Luna to choose the more contentious approach of working with Democrats. How miserably offensive. How miserably offensive. Let me show you this first.
It is miserably offensive to have the special privilege of being able to recover from childbirth because you have the special privilege of being able to create life. And God help you if you do this as a member of Congress. Because everybody else, it's fine. It's fine if they take their time. It's fine if my wife was pregnant, had a child, and took some time off of her job. That's fine. But we live by the same standards and rules, though, right? So if she cannot give birth and take some time off while she is still working, while she still talks to these people, while she still votes for the bills to help you, she can't do that if she has a child. You can't take off work the next time your tooth bothers you. You can't take off work the next time you have a tickle in your throat. You can't take off work the next time your wife has a child. We live by the same rules and standards, right?
Give you some look. This one riles me up because I'm so sick of this argument that certain class of people are warranted special privileges over others. Everybody's dealt a different set of cards in life, and we all abide by the same rules. This is equity BS leftist garbage. No, I get special access because otherwise I can't see the baseball game. No.
You know, for somebody who sits there and says women should have their own bathrooms, women should have their own changing rooms, women should have their own separate spaces free of men, or men who want to dress and act like women, to sit there and say that a woman cannot recover from birth simply because she's a member of Congress? I am so sick of this fucking stupidity and retardation. That's what I'm sick of.
Let me stress that right there. Only 13 people have ever had children while serving in Congress, and they want to open the door to unconstitutional voting practices for this special privileged class. It is deeply offensive.
13 people have ever given birth while being a member of Congress because women haven't served in office for that long. Now, if she's popping out kids left and right, she pops one out and immediately gets pregnant again, then you have an argument. But you can't sit there and complain about the declining birth rate and then tell women, if you want to do something about solving this fucking country, don't have kids. That is fucking ridiculous. You are right. There is a little bit of an unconstitutional argument there. But for somebody who has the special privilege of bringing life into this world, I would make a special exception for. Until you can pop a newborn baby out of your asshole, sit in that seat the very next day, and do what you do, I will give them that special privilege to be able to recover.
To make this place accessible for young families like mine. When I was pregnant, I couldn't fly towards the end of my due date because it was unsafe for Sam, and you're unable to board a plane, and I was unable to actually have my vote.
We are such a deeply unserious nation, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to tell you. The idea that we would be playing this ridiculous game, we are going to be crushed by our foreign adversaries who mock and belittle us and would never allow something like this.
We are an unserious nation because we are talking about the differences between men and women. We are solidifying that as a nation because it has been rocked by the trans community. You're trying to tell me that because of people that would beat your wife to death in the streets, that we as a nation can solidify that a woman can recover after birth. The fuck?
Decision.
I gotta pause. I am so deeply offended by this woman carrying a 9-week-old to Congress to use as a prop. First of all, now, largely I'd say it's probably fine at this point. But again, new father myself, doctors said maybe you should hold off for a month or two before your child has exposure to large groups of people because you don't want your baby to get sick. Now, I'm not going to pretend to be a doctor for this lady, but here she is 9 weeks on bringing her newborn into Congress to use as a prop so she can advocate for special privileges only bestowed upon her and 12 other people ever.
You're right. She did use it as a prop. She used it as a prop to advocate for the fact of everything that you were thinking simply because that's the way they want to do it. However, again, they should be beholden. They should hold their constituents to account. And the only way they do that is we hold our representatives to account. So they hold their constituents to account. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this isn't a real big fucking issue for somebody who's saying, hey, go out there, have families, have kids, be fruitful and multiply. Just don't run for Congress because you have to recover from childbirth. And you can't pick up a phone and talk to people. You can't send somebody to vote in your favor. Because other people might take advantage of that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to tell a woman she can't do something simply because she has the ability to give birth. Wrong messaging, especially if you want women who just kind of said Democrats are crazy to kind of see your favor a little bit. That's not going to work. You remember how crazy they went about killing babies? Now you're going to sit there and say, you can't save this country and have a child at the same time. Take a seat back. But men, well, hey, you can have a baby. You can take a week off and then you can sit right back down in your seat. It's fine. But women can't do that.
Getting sick, let alone taking them to an airport, on a plane, and coming across the country to make sure that you're able to vote and represent your constituents.
Quit.
I was terrified that no matter what choice I made, that I would have deep regrets for the consequences. So Sam and I made the trip out, and this is our third time now coming to the floor for this vote. I want to thank all the people who have...
Third time, huh? So you mean to tell me that you were able to bring your child every time you voted so you can do that? What's the issue?
Yeah. What is the issue about taking a woman who has just given birth and in a precarious state with a newborn child, put him in a pressurized tube, and throw him in the sky? What's wrong with that? Well, if that's the problem, then why don't you just quit? You can't serve if you have a child because you can't travel. You can't pick up a phone. You can't talk just like you do if you don't have a child. You can't do any of that because you have this special ability to give birth.
On this issue. And while Sam is the best baby.
The baby is very cute. Your baby Sam is very cute. I'll give you that one. This is nothing disparaged to the baby. I like kids. Have more.
There you go. That's the right messaging. There you go. But to tell her to have more children and leave fucking Congress, that's not the messaging you want to give out there for anything of that. And yes, the baby's adorable.
I like the kid.
I apologize for the noises here, but I want to thank Representative Luna for being...
Okay, with all due respect, look at that little guy. Okay, ma'am, raise your child. You have a great little kid there. He's very cute. I am shockingly offended at those who would argue for special privileges, but I also would stress that you owe it to the child, not to whatever it is you think you're supposed to be doing. And there's anybody else who could represent your district. I don't understand this at all.
I understand it. I completely 100% understand it. And if you actually put this kind of situation with you and your wife, you would understand it as well. When your wife gave birth, was she immediately up doing everything else? Was she doing the same thing immediately after giving birth? No, she was down for a minute, wasn't she? I don't know if she went through postpartum depression or not, but women do. And that is very, very mind-fucking. It's a thing. But to sit there and say, ma'am, have as many babies as you want to, but you can't have that special ability and represent me in my district for exercising that special ability. I refuse to say that. I refuse to put down that line. Because that is the new generation. That is what will take over after we have left. And if you want to contribute to the new generation, while you contribute to the furtherance of this country in whatever way you see fit, because your constituents elected you to do so, don't abuse it. I'm okay with it. If you abuse it, then we have a problem. If you are caught abusing it, you should be held to a higher standard than we are. Here in America, we have what's known as FMLA, Family Medical Leave of Absence. If you abuse that, if you commit fraud under FMLA, you could go to prison for it. How about this? They should be held to a higher standard. If they're caught violating something that equates to something like FMLA for us as citizens, if they're caught violating that, it's a minimum 5 years. No special privileges, no way out. And even a pardon cannot save you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see how the baby is making faces and how she has to lift it up? I know that most of you who watch this probably had kids way before me, so I assume that most of you get it. It's a lot of work. You see how she started getting out of breath trying to hold the baby? The idea that she decided to do both at the same time, it's an absurdity. It's an absurdity largely pushed by childless liberal women, and she says she's only the 13th person to ever have a child while serving in Congress. You do not get special privileges. My friends,
if Congress were full of pregnant women, I would agree. Only 13 have ever given birth while serving office. Only 13 had the special privilege of giving birth while in office. So therefore, they shouldn't have the time to recover. And as he pointed out, it takes a lot out of a woman. He's talking about how she's struggling to hold the child and the heavy breathing. Maybe they should recover before sticking them in a pressurized tube and themselves and throwing them in the sky. Or
we need more lemon pledge.
I don't know, just a thought.
Any individual that voted on this provision to give special privileges to women, expelled. Expelled outright. Expelled. Well, no. To be fair, you have a kid. I say this. Here are your options. Maternity leave. Take care of your kid. I think that's fair, long as you need to. What's that? You can't vote then? Too bad. Let your constituents complain about that. Now, this is not a job you can do remotely, and it's not a job you can just leave. There are many jobs where you can take maternity leave. Why? Well, because if somebody works here, for instance, at Timcast, and they're, let's say they, what do you got? Janitor. You're a janitor, and you get pregnant. And you're just like, you clean up and you organize and you have a kid. I say, take as much time as you need. Literally, just don't even worry about it. Your paychecks will be regular. You want for nothing. Raise your child, because I believe it's important for people to have kids. And I respect that. I am a bit of a liberal as it comes to these things. I know people on the right may more say, like, you choose to have a kid, you don't get paid anymore. No. I'll even keep paying you. I think it's a good thing you're having a kid. I will hire another person to fill in for your job to clean while you're having that kid.
But you cannot vote on the bills that I'd like that would actually help me in my life to further my situation as an American citizen because you had a kid.
Don't even worry about it. That's my mentality. You can't do that with Congress. Congress is an elected position that affects the entirety of the country and all peoples, and you have to be able to vote.
Yeah, because it's not like they sit at home talking to other representatives about these bills, figuring these things out while they actually take care of their families and do the husbandly or wife duties that people would do to support their families. Now, they can't be doing that because they had a kid.
So here's an idea. Resign. No special privileges for a specific class. I'm offended that Rep. Luna decided to team up with Democrats on what is an overtly DEI move.
And there it is. From somebody who hates the tribalism from the left that just walks lockstep in this zombie-like culture that you talk about a lot, for somebody who actually doesn't like the fact that people walk in lockstep and just do the same messaging over and over and over again. It's offensive for her to work with Democrats to get something to say a woman who gives birth can recover and still help you save the country. Whether they're allowed to vote or not, that's a different argument for a different time. I do think that if that is the case, there is an argument to be made about refusing the vote because you are not there, and it is unconstitutional. Argument to be made. However, when the Constitution was written, women couldn't do shit. And it was unheard of at that point in time for them to think that women would be able to do shit. But here we are. At this point in time.
You know, times are changing. Ladies can do stuff now. And you're going to have to learn how to deal with that.
You got men pretending to be women, and you're crazy about that. You're sitting here talking about how there are more conservative people having babies, and you love babies. You want those babies. Just don't do it while you're in Congress. Again, the messaging to women: either don't have a baby or don't serve this country. Wrong messaging. Now, he goes on a little bit further, and other things he talks about how his wife gave birth, and his wife still helps his company, right? But he also talks about if you give birth while working your job, then you're half-assing one of them. Okay, last point I want to make for you personally, Tim, and for everybody else to bring it down to that level. If you think having a child and doing a job at the same time, you are half-assing one of them, which one is your wife half-assing? Helping you with your company or your child? I'll leave it with that. This has been a long one, but it needs to be done. I will not draw that line in that sand to tell a young woman she cannot represent this country and do what she can to help save this country and bring it back to some kind of, for the lack of a better word, normalcy, just because she had a child. I refuse to do that. I do not want Congress to be full of childless people who will kill their baby. I do not want Congress to be full of postmenopausal women. And I damn sure don't want Congress to be full of women who let their children be raised by Consuela, because we definitely don't need more lemon pledge. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I did use that. Like I said, I wanted that to be out there and be heard a little bit more. I did use that kind of to finish things up in the background. My apologies. I woke up a little bit late this morning, but We got a lot to do. We got a lot to listen to, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, I'm going to stand firm on that. There's no changing it. I will say, though, as far as not letting them vote, Ella brought it up. They can zoom in. That's actually called remote. But by their definition of it, that is proxy voting because they're not there at that point in time. Yes, and I saw you, Jennifer. I saw you saying you don't want to agree with me, but yes. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to lay down that line. I do agree with Miss Luna on that whole aspect as far as that's concerned. And I will stand with that one because until everybody can pop out a kid and get back to work the next day, I'll give you the ability to recover. Unless you're doing a bag baby situation, that just gets weird. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to it here. First up on the plate. Oh, let's rewind it to the very start. Screen. We have the House Committee on the Judiciary inside the Biden FBI, waste, fraud, and abuse, and a Bureau of Leadership in decline. Let's begin.
The subcommittee will come to order without
their definition gets spoiled because that's how they define it, Shane. I'm serious.
At any time.
That was one of the arguments that were made
here today on this hearing on waste, fraud, and abuse at the FBI. I now recognize the gentleman, who should I pick on, from Missouri, to lead us in the flag salute, and we will stay standing for a moment of silence. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll stay standing for a moment. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. First of all, I want to welcome everyone to the second hearing of the Subcommittee on Oversight. Today, we are continuing the important work we began in our first hearing, exposing the weaponization and politicizing of federal law enforcement agency against the American public. This time, we'll be focusing squarely on the Federal Bureau of Investigation under the Biden administration. A bureau bloated by bureaucracy, a bureau that burned through billions, not millions, but billions of dollars in taxpayers' dollars to chase political enemies, a bureau that silenced dissent and trampled on our constitutional rights. All while real threats to our safety were ignored. This wasn't just a leadership failure, it was a betrayal of the American people and of the American trust. This hearing is more than oversight. This is about restoring trust. This is about standing up for every American who believes that government should protect them, not target them. Let me be clear. The FBI should be a shield for the American people. Instead, under the Biden-Harris administration, it became a sword to use against them. Let's start with parents who spoke up for their kids, parents who voiced concerns about radical school agendas. What did they get in return? A surveillance file, a federal investigation for just trying to be a good parent. That's law enforcement. In my book, and in most Americans' books, that's intimidation. Let's talk about people of faith. The Biden FBI branded certain Catholic Americans as, quote, radical traditionalists and potential domestic terrorists. They even discussed infiltrating churches by having parishioners spy on their own people, by their own fellow parishioners. And it wasn't just Catholic churches. In 2021, the FBI raided a Hindu temple in the state of New Jersey. Using overwhelming force, agents stormed sacred grounds. And listen to this. They held guns to the faces of the holy men. They disrupted religious life, all based on loose, untrue allegations, which are now thankfully unraveling in court. Our sacred places, our churches, our synagogues, our temples, our mosques, they should be sanctuaries, not scenes of government surveillance. Let's talk about free speech. The FBI knew Hunter Biden's laptop was real. They knew it. They colluded with big tech to frame it as Russian disinformation. They tried to bury the story from the American people. That wasn't law enforcement. That was raw political election interference. And all of this, the worst part of all, it wasn't free. It came with a price tag. In fiscal year 2024, and listen to this, the FBI spent over $6 billion, not million, billion dollars on intelligence, counterintelligence, and counterterrorism, all on American soil, more than half of its entire budget. But instead of using those billions to fight violent crime or keep our communities safe, the money was funneled into politically driven investigations and abuses of power. The waste did not stop there. $220,000 paid to Igor Danchenko, a key source behind the discredited Steele dossier. Plus another $300,000 to that planned before the FBI can finally close him as a source. Up to $1 million offered to Christopher Steele to try and corroborate, which he couldn't do, his own baseless claims. $200 million more secured for a new FBI headquarters, a reward in Greenbelt, Maryland, despite widespread public distrust and concern and strong opposition from the Judiciary Committee. And that is only scratching the surface. The FBI couldn't give us enough real numbers, and we're going to continue to pursue that and just find out how much this really cost us. For 4 long years under the Biden administration, Americans had to suffer through this. Groceries got more expensive, rent kept rising, families struggled to make ends meet, some working 2 or even 3 jobs just to stay afloat. And while they were scraping by, Americans working hard, trying to survive, the federal government was using their hard-earned tax dollars not to help them, not to protect them, not to make things better, but to surveil them and fund political hit jobs. People, and I'll use the vernacular, they're pissed off. They're tired. They're tired of it, and they have every right to be. They want the FBI focused on real threats, the southern border, cyber attacks, violent crimes in our neighborhoods and our cities, foreign adversaries that are hacking our elections, not on chasing down somebody you don't agree with, not on chasing down a political opponent. All of this pointed to a clear conclusion. The Biden FBI picks and chooses its priorities based on politics, not on public safety. And ladies and gentlemen, that is wrong. And if it weren't enough, whistleblowers tell us about a corrupt bonus structure, just to make it even worse. Bonuses for opening more cases, bonuses for inflating the numbers, bonuses for manipulating timesheets. Imagine being rewarded not for catching criminals, but for cooking the books. You couldn't make it up. But it's true. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's not a Republican talking point. It's not a political talking point. This isn't speculation. This is documented, well-documented abuse, verified by brave whistleblowers and confirmed by this Judiciary Committee. Some may say, and good question, well, what are you doing about it? I'm going to tell you. We're working to fundamentally reform the FBI from the ground up. We are drafting legislation to rein in abuse, cut waste, and refocus the Bureau on real threats to public safety. We are investigating every single dollar spent and every abuse of power uncovered. We are demanding accountability from those responsible and pressing for transparency at every single level. And yes, we are exposing the truth. Because as they say, the truth shall set you free. The first step to real change is making sure the American people know exactly what's going on, what was done to them with their own money. That's the cruel part of it. By their own government, the cruelest part of it. Director Kash Patel is leading a new FBI, one that returns to its roots, one that Americans can be proud of. He moved agents out of Washington, D.C., back into communities, back to fighting violent crimes as they should be. Attorney General Pam Bondi took swift and decisive action to dismantle the most politicized units within the Department of Justice. She redirected resources towards real law enforcement priorities, scaled back abusive practices, and made clear the DOJ's mission is to uphold the law, not to serve any political agenda. Any political agenda. And you know, it's the old saying, if it happened to us, it can happen to you. This isn't Republican. This isn't Democrat. This is just doing the right thing. Together, they are rebuilding the Bureau from the ground up. They're doing it the right way, with transparency, with accountability, and with a focus on the Constitution of the United States of America. This is the FBI that the American people deserve. So today, we're going to hear from those who know the truth. Former agents, former insiders, people who saw firsthand what went wrong and what we can do to fix it. Because, you know, this isn't just about the past. It's about a better future. It's about restoring our faith in American institutions. It's about protecting our freedoms. It's about demanding that taxpayer dollars go to protecting Americans, not targeting them. The only way that we will understand where we are and where we want to go is by understanding where we were. It's about doing the right thing. I thank you, and I look forward to this testimony. I now will recognize the ranking member, Ms. Crockett, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and as I'm sure you can assume, we see this a little bit differently. Here we go again, talking about Biden, and more Biden. Today is nothing more than a dog and pony show for Republicans to avoid facing the American people for their trash policies that are killing the economy and our democracy. Despite Republicans' claim of backing the blue and being the party of law and order, we're here today because Republicans are willing to throw our country's top law enforcement agents under the bus to appease Trump and execute his political vengeance. Now, I know remembering things is hard for some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, like remembering not to add reporters into a Signal chat discussing military war plans. But let me remind my colleagues that it was Trump who decided to store national secrets and classified documents next to his oversized bathtub and toilet at Mar-a-Lago. It was Trump who took the documents out of the boxes and shared them with his guests. It was Trump who told his staff to move the boxes when the FBI was coming. And it was Trump.
Shared them with, you mean that story that turned out to be completely false? Yeah. Yeah, that story where he was supposedly showing, what was it? I think it was a reporter or something. He was supposedly showing them the classified information, which turned out to be just a fucking copy of an article. Is that what you're talking about, Crockett?
Who appointed Director Christopher Wray as head of the FBI, the same director that allowed the investigation to move forward. As much as Trump and Republicans hate to accept it, we are still a country with laws. And when you break them, there are consequences.
I've only heard her stay on topic
make
about
no
3 or 4
mistake,
times.
we should all be concerned about the FBI. But my concerns as ranking member of this subcommittee, as a member of Congress, and as an attorney, as well as a citizen, are based on things called facts. And when I say facts, I mean clear, indisputable facts, not those alternative facts my Republican colleagues continue pushing onto the American people. So let's talk about facts. Fact. Even prior to being confirmed by the Senate, Kash Patel was directing officials within the FBI to fire members within the Bureau simply because they worked on the lawful investigations into Trump. Fact.
The lawful investigations into Trump that were brought up because of Hillary Clinton, the Russian dossier, or the the Russian collusion story, the Steele dossier that was paid for by Hillary Clinton. That has just recently come out to be everything that was a complete fucking lie, 100% made up, the 51 spies who lied kind of deal. All that situation. And you say these were lawful investigations? Huh. So if I fabricate all kinds of evidence to investigate you for, say, murder, they would be lawful investigations into your life then, right? No? Well, why not, Miss Crotchet? Why would that not be a thing, Miss Jasmine Crockashit? Representative Ratchet, why the fuck would me fabricating evidence to make it look like you committed murder make any investigation into you lawful? Oh. But you can do it for Orange Man, right? It's lawful if you do it to Orange Man. How long till you do it to Asperger's Man? Oh, wait, didn't you guys try to sue him for not employing illegals into government contracts?
Patel failed to disclose his previous work and financial ties with the country of Qatar, a country that, had you had read the Mazars report, released last year by the House Oversight Committee, you would know paid close to $500,000 to Trump while he was president of the United States. Unsurprisingly, the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force was recently disbanded, and the DOJ also cut back on its Foreign Agents Registration Act enforcement. Our enemies are jumping up and down now that we're doing their work for them. Another fact, Patel has never even been an FBI agent and is now leading the Bureau. Even one of today's Republican witnesses organizations, the Bureau, has advocated having an FBI agent lead the Bureau. But rather than confirm a director with credible, dedicated experience, the Republicans confirmed a political loyalist with no Quantico or FBI training. Talk about DEI. Didn't earn it higher.
Kash Patel didn't earn it. You mean somebody who was on the inside of all that shit didn't earn the ability to be the FBI director? He didn't earn it? The only one I can maybe say would be Pam Bondi, but she was chosen after Matt Gaetz. I've got a lot of questions about that situation. But Kash Patel is a DEI hire because he didn't earn it. Just like you said, Pete Hegseth was a Fox News contributor. You didn't talk about his time in the military. You didn't talk about his time serving our government in the first place. You didn't talk about any of that. You just said he was a Fox News contributor. Y'all are fucking dumb.
Another fact, Patel, who rails against telework, what he calls lazy agents, was working part-time in and out of Las Vegas, commuting back and forth between there and DC, while also living in the home of a GOP mega donor. Think about that for a second. Could you imagine what Republicans would have done had, say, James Comey?
Hold up. What?
Las Vegas commuting. Another fact, Patel, who rails against telework, what he calls lazy agents, was working part-time in and out of Las Vegas, commuting back and forth between there and DC, while also living in the home of a GOP mega donor.
He was working part-time in Las Vegas and traveling between there and DC while living in the home of a GOP mega donor? Bitch, he was physically fucking working. He was there. What are you talking about?
Think about that for a second. Could you imagine what Republicans would have done had, say, James Comey had been living in New York part-time as the FBI director, and if his New York home was owned by, say, George Soros. Speaker Johnson would...
I'm sorry, if that Republican mega donor was actually funding all of the shit that pretty much burns our country to the ground, I would agree with you. But what the fuck does that have to make a point for? You could just go and bring up George Soros, like this Republican mega donor is like the right-wing version of George Soros? I mean, I'm sorry. What fucking Republican fucking riot has burnt a city to the fucking ground? None? But George Soros was actually funding all that shit back then, back in the summer of love. That's comparing apples to oranges, ladies and gentlemen.
Would have forced a floor vote on articles of impeachment within days of this news coming out. But nevertheless, my Republican colleagues are willing to sacrifice safety for stupidity as long as it's loyal. Another fact, Patel and Trump-backed FBI leadership have redirected FBI agents who are working on investigations involving violent crimes against children and child exploitation and transferred them to work on anti-Tesla attacks and redacting Jeffrey Epstein files. Talk about FBI waste and abuse. You simply can't make this stuff up. To be clear, Director Wray testified before Congress last year, noting that, quote, if each one of the FBI's cyber agents and intelligence analysts focus exclusively on the China threat, China's hackers would still outnumber FBI cyber personnel by at least 50-1. Yet rather than hire more agents to protect against these cybersecurity threats, Director Patel is reassigning agents to redact Epstein files. Someone please tell me how this makes America safe. It's almost as ridiculous and...
Ma'am, the cybersecurity field? Yeah, I kind of agree. It's a shitty move. The Epstein files? I'm sorry. I would crawl over every single one of your dead corpses to get a hold of that. Until you release them. That's where we stand.
And wasteful as Patel's idea to contract the Bureau with UFC fighters. And while I have very real concerns about the current state of the FBI today,
trying to stack the Bureau with UFC fighters, you mean the most disciplined motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life? I'm sorry, they are. Even out in public, people try to test these motherfuckers, knowing full fucking well, or maybe not even knowing full well that they are UFC fighters. They will try and test them to get into a fight with them. And damn near most times, they will back down. They're more disciplined than the cops you have on the force right the fuck now, bitch. What are you talking about? I'm okay with it. Because I know full fucking well, when shit hits the fan, worst comes to worst, they're going to throw hands. They don't need a gun. They're going to throw fucking hands if needed. That's more of an FBI that I would fear myself. Even if I had a gun in my hand and they had none, I'd still be afraid for my life. Are you kidding me? That's a retarded ass statement now, isn't it, bitch?
I want to be very clear. My concerns aren't with career agents, the men and women dedicating their lives to protect our country and communities. It's with the irresponsible leadership and reckless decisions coming from Patel, Trump, and Doge staff within the FBI. Our Bureau needs resources to do its job effectively. What it doesn't need is 20-something-year-old Doge bags reviewing materials without having undergone proper
What up, Granny 51 and Jody 121?
The American people have a right to be worried, but these worries shouldn't be based on Republican baseless conspiracy theories. Our country is already on a dangerous path, pushing closer to causing irreparable harm. Republican members need to wake up and put Trump loyalties aside to engage in real oversight of the current FBI before it's too late. Congress deserves it. The brave men and women at the Bureau deserve it, and the American people deserve it. I want to add one more point. As a civil rights attorney, I have had to sue law enforcement. There have been times that I can truly say that law enforcement has crossed the line. And I truly believe that there can be one or two in a bunch that can ruin everyone. The problem that I have right now, though, is that we have decided to focus in on something that my Republican colleagues have decided to term as being political. What is political is when somebody says that they are going to come back and seek retribution. What is political is firing people because they simply were following the evidence and doing their jobs as law enforcement has been trained to do. And ultimately, regardless of whether or not anyone believes that it was right to indict the president, not once, not twice, not three, but 4 times he was indicted, ultimately, each of you knows enough to know that at the end of the day, it is citizens that sit on a grand jury that are the ones that decide whether or not evidence exists to go forward with an indictment. And ultimately, when this president was convicted by a jury on the state level, it was a jury of his peers. And so I want to say thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your commitment. And thank you so much for the testimony that you will provide. With that, I will yield back.
I'm now going to recognize the chairman of the full committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous speaker talked about facts. Here's one fact I know.
He just cut his ass off. He's like, I'm done.
Dealing with the Bondi Patel Justice Department versus the Garland Ray Justice Department. Under the Pam Bondi as Attorney General, the Foreign Influence Task Force, that group that was responsible for censoring Americans, has been disbanded. The school board's memorandum has been rescinded. We sent 7 subpoenas to Kash Patel 5 weeks ago. The response we've gotten is unbelievable compared to what we got under the previous Justice Department. He's actually given us thousands of documents already, new information that we tried to get from Director Wray that he wouldn't give us. We've already received. We'll be talking about some of that. So that is the fact. Complete change from where we were with the previous Justice Department. The previous Justice Department, of course, that couldn't tell us who planted the pipe bombs, who leaked the Dobbs opinion, who put cocaine at the White House, couldn't tell us answers to those questions. But they had plenty of time to put together the memo to say we're going to investigate moms and dads at a school board meeting, as the chairman pointed out. They put together a memorandum. We've now learned it wasn't just in the Richmond field office, but in other field offices where they were equating pro-life Catholics to extremists. We know they raided the president's home. We know they retaliated against whistleblowers. They even put together, the previous speaker talked about politics. Politics, the FBI created a questionnaire where they asked their employees about other employees who were maybe giving information to us as whistleblowers. Did that person support Trump? That is as political as you can get. So the real thing here is it's literally night and day, the difference between the kind of information that we're able to receive, the help that we're getting, and the focus on going after traditional bad guys, not having half your agents and half your budgets focused on surveilling the American people. Let's go get the traditional bad guys. That's what Kash Patel is doing at the FBI, getting the FBI back to the mission they've had before, which I know some of our witnesses who served there are going to talk about. So I thank the chairman for putting this together, and I thank our witnesses for being here, and I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thanks to Ms. Crockett for calling us together. We are already 10 weeks into the Trump administration, and still the Republicans are recycling the most tiresome, vacuous, and debunked stories, conspiracy theories about the Biden administration, while demurely declining to conduct any oversight at all of the current administration. And I agree with the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Jordan. It is day and night, but I think he's seeing day and night backwards. Donald Trump is turning our country into a gangster state where agencies like the Federal Trade Commission, the FBI, and the Department of Justice act as presidential enforcers, conducting political deals with elected officials like New York City Mayor Adams, corporate shake.
First of all, Biden was doing all of that, except for the Mayor Adams thing. But you're going to sit there and tell me that a dude who says these immigrants are going to destroy this city because we're getting 10,000 a week in, a month later, the fucking FBI raids him because the country of Turkey got him elected as mayor of New York City because they gave him upgrades anytime he used a Turkish flight. Now he's making backroom deals. You tried to throw the man in prison because he stepped off the plantation. The fuck?
Takedowns against ABC, CBS, and other media entities and law firms like Paul Weiss,
Look at that.
Ripken,
Tell me that's not
Wilmer
pubic
Hill,
hair.
and Jenner and Block.
Tell me that's
demanding
not pubic
pledges
hair.
of loyalty from citizens, and in some cases, demanding cold, hard cash in lawsuits brought directly by the president against private businesses. Meanwhile, they're offering mass pardons, immunity, and protection to violent insurrectionists, convicted drug beaters, cop beaters, drug traffickers, corrupt politicians, as long as they're willing to kiss the ring and do the president's bidding. Let's look at how this administration is treating the honest men and women of the FBI. In his first days in office, Trump targeted thousands of FBI agents simply for doing their jobs after the mob violence of January 6, 2021, and holding the cop beaters and insurrectionist rioters accountable. FBI agents had to sue to stop this purge and block them from publicly releasing their names to the violent militias like Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, whom President Trump had already given pardons to. And those pardons, by the way, this Department of Justice are extending to other crimes these people have committed, including cocaine trafficking and gun charges.
Oh, they got cocaine trafficking and gun charges. Bitch, you were complicit in human trafficking and child smuggling. You were complicit in child fucking rape. You allowed it to happen, Raskin. You fucking argued to keep that shit happening, Raskin. You are complicit in child rape. I don't see what cocaine has anything to do with that kind of scale. I don't see why gun charges are that big of a deal compared to being a complicit in child rape to a mass fucking degree. Last time I heard, there's over 400,000 kids missing in this country. CBP agents knew that they were actually giving them to fucking human traffickers. I don't think you need to be making this fucking argument, you dumb piece of shit. It's retarded for you to do so, especially when you advocated and defended human trafficking brought on by our own federal government.
This administration isn't opposing corruption. It's opening the door wide open to corruption every single day for his friends. Donald Trump ordered the FBI to stop conducting back.
Stories like how they would fight back when Antifa would attack them, and then Antifa would run away when cops were being called, and they'd sit there and be arrested by the police for fighting because Proud Boys because Antifa ran away. They couldn't catch Antifa because they didn't know who the fuck they were. But the Proud Boys were stupid enough to stay. That's what they're talking about. That's how they try to make it sound like the Proud Boys were this violent mob just going around beating people. Because they were getting attacked first, but they would stay on the scene instead of leaving.
Background investigations of top White House officials. Why? He disbanded the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, charged with identifying and combating malign foreign influence operations targeting the United States. Why? He suspended enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and reduced enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act just 2 days after it was reported that Director Kash Patel had engaged in lucrative consulting work for Qatar and for a Vladimir Putin-connected foreign arms conglomerate. The current FBI leadership is diverting the FBI's resources away from public safety and national security and towards mega conspiracy fixations and obsessions. According to press reports, hundreds of agents ordinarily assigned to defending the national security of the United States have been pulled into a mind-boggling effort where they were pulling all-nighters and working around the clock to review the Epstein files after Attorney General Bondi botched the first attempt at what she said was going to be a complete release.
That's because the FBI wasn't giving her anything. They said, go fuck yourself. She released what she had. Was it a major fucking fumble? Absolutely. But that was a major fumble brought on by an FBI who is hostile against the American people. First off. Secondly, to make it okay, all she had to do was say, hey, look, this is the only thing we've gotten so far. There is more that's coming out. The FBI won't give it to me. Give me some time to get everything together, and I'll give you everything. But here's what I got right now. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing that proved is everything they told you was a conspiracy theory about that. All those leaks that we had that are less redacted than what we actually got from them, all those leaks, 100% fucking real. You already had that information. You already knew that was a thing, but they played it down. They told you it was a conspiracy theory. They told you people were just making shit up. No, that was real. Yet again, just like the Biden laptop.
Of the Epstein files. So it's important to consider what the FBI is not investigating in the frenzy of all these Back to the Future wild goose chases.
Rogaine,
they're not investigating Signalgate, the extraordinary decision by a group of America's highest national security officials, including one who was in Moscow at the Kremlin
How much do you think that
at
board
the time, to compromise the safety of our service members and intelligence officers by using Signal, a non-secure commercial application to reveal specific confidential and classified details about an impending military airstrike, complete with timestamps for when F-18 aircraft would launch and arrive at their targets and when Tomahawk missiles would be fired at buildings controlled by Houthi members.
I still think that was a setup.
What are DOJ and FBI doing to investigate
either that or
this
Michael Walsh
stunning,
was the one that actually
dangerous episode
tried to fucking
of incompetence or recklessness at the...
I would say this. Either that was intentional or Mike Walls was the one that intentionally brought that dude into that Signal chat to leak that information. Whether it was intentionally done or not. And if it was intentionally done by Mike Walls, who brought him into that, maybe we need to start looking at him as to why that happened. Just a thought.
At the very least, that undoubtedly violates all kinds of federal, criminal, and civil laws. Nothing. In fact, when asked about the Signal chat, Attorney General Bondi changed the subject to Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. Sound familiar? That's what we're doing today. Just a week after the story broke about this tremendous security breach, she said, case closed. No further investigation, no lessons learned, no hearings. That's the end. Can you imagine what they would be doing if that had happened under President Biden? If his top national security team had been talking about a military strike on Signal, there would be 8 special committees and subcommittees investigation, and they'd all be demanding impeachment, the way they're demanding impeachment of judges who blow the whistle on the illegalities of this administration. Well, what else is the FBI not investigating? Elon Musk, his startling ties to the Communist Party of China, the CCP. Musk is bulldozing our federal government while accessing the people's most sensitive databases. And he's traveled to China multiple times in the last several years and met with the highest level Communist Party officials. He's continued to open.
Elon Musk went to China, ladies and gentlemen. He's been there several times. Hunter Biden has businesses that are still under Chinese Communist Party control. But Elon Musk went to China several times.
Open factories in China where he does half of his business. even as he works as a, quote, special government employee to dismantle and destroy our federal government. Can you imagine if President Biden had done that, what our colleagues would be saying? Well, look.
His son did it. And what were your colleagues saying? You allowed it to happen, Raskin. You can't sit there and punch somebody in the face and then cry about it like a little bitch when you get punched back. It's pathetic, Raskin. But go ahead and keep botting that judiciary account there with your little videos. It works so damn well, right?
In this new state that we're in, the FBI is not here to enforce the law. It exists to allow the president to shake down businesses and individuals, offering them protection and immunity if they comply and persecution if they don't. The administration installed as the head of the FBI Kash Patel, known for being the man who will do anything for Trump. They also installed as deputy director Dan Bongino, a far-right podcaster and conspiracy theorist who boasted in 2018 that his entire life right now is about owning the libs. His appointment was a particular betrayal of Patel's promise that he would appoint a deputy director who would be an on-board active special agent, as has been the case for 117 years. Already.
So you're pissed because he chose Bongino, who is a retired Secret Service agent, because he's not on board active duty at this point? Like they've done for 117 years? How many precedents have you motherfuckers broken over the years? How many precedents, Raskin? But you want to sit there and talk about precedent now? You want to talk about what we have done while you continuously and systematically destroy what we have done? But you're going to sit there and try to use what we have done as ammo? Dude, this is beyond fucking retarded. You need to fire your staffers if they make this kind of fucking argument that is so easily fucking refuted by anybody. What the actual fuck are you doing? Your fucking staffers are dog shit.
These stories of intimidation and pressure in this DOJ and this FBI are trickling out. 7 veteran prosecutors were forced to resign rather than take part in a corrupt bargain to dismiss charges that were brought by a grand jury in New York against the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. The U.S.
Again, FBI went after him 1 month after he said these immigrants are destroying our city because the country of Turkey got the motherfucker elected to mayor somehow by giving him upgraded flights on Turkish flights. Sounds very, very fucking fishy, but fine. Let's put a black man in prison because he actually stepped off the plantation. But somehow, we're the racist ones?
Attorney for the Southern District, Daniel Sassoon, who clerked on the Supreme Court for Justice Scalia and was active in the Federalist Society, resigned, saying nothing had changed in the facts of the case, nothing had changed in the law of the case, nothing had changed in the evidence. It was simply this political deal that Donald Trump had cooked up with the mayor of New York, who traveled down to Mar-a-Lago. The longtime criminal chief in the DC U.S. Attorney's Office was forced to resign rather than open the current bogus investigation into Biden-era clean energy projects. So what we see at the Trump FBI and DOJ is part of a broad pattern. They're targeting lawyers who took up causes or clients that Donald Trump doesn't like, and they've issued illegal executive orders intended as threats against them. The president and his friends are threatening federal judges that ruled against them to halt their blatantly illegal executive actions, calling for impeachment of the judges. And there have been threats against their families made online. The president and his friends are threatening journalists and deporting legal immigrants for exercising their First Amendment rights, sending a clear message to anyone thinking of speaking up against the administration. The FBI's leadership are threatening to take the FBI down a very dangerous path today, one that's entirely incompatible with the values of the men and women of the FBI and the best traditions of the agency. Once again, with today's hearing, my colleagues are turning a blind eye to what's going on right now choosing instead to regurgitate and recycle debunked and discredited lies about the Biden administration and somebody having an investigation into parents and school board that's been debunked a million times. That was an investigation into people making violent death threats against school board members. Nobody was ever arrested. Nobody was ever charged with anything. And yet they.
But yet a man who gets pissy because his daughter was anally raped in a bathroom by a boy in a skirt who had anally raped another child in another school that was covered up. He's a domestic terrorist. Yeah, the Loudoun County father. Y'all remember that story, right? His little girl was raped in a bathroom by a boy in a skirt. Turns out he did that shit before in another fucking school, and they tried to cover it up just like they tried to cover up his daughter's rape. But he's a domestic terrorist, ladies and gentlemen.
They've been dining out on that. I think it's for 5 years now, talking about something that led nowhere, and there was nothing wrong with it in the first place. So the men and women of the FBI deserve to know that Congress is watching, and we've got your back. We're not going to stand idly by while this administration tries to turn the FBI into an arm of a pay-to-play gangster state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
That's exactly what the fuck we're trying to stop, you asshole.
The gentleman said that these aren't facts. They're debunked theories. They are facts, and we have it on video. We have the Attorney General apologizing for what happened and what they did. We have the director of the FBI finally having to apologize for what they did. We have Mark Zuckerberg apologizing for what was done, and that's only scratching the surface. I can't go into all of it. I will now, without objection, all the other opening statements will be included in the record, and I'm going to talk about the smart people that we have here to testify. Mr. Stuart Whitson. Mr. Whitson is the Senior Director of the Federal Affairs at the Foundation for Government Accountability. Prior to joining the FGA, he served with the FBI, including as Supervisory Special Agent in the Directorate of Intelligence. Mr. Richard Stout. Mr. Stout is the Director of Reform, the Bureau.
Hold up. Who was that? Mr. Whitson. Which witness is the shill? Let's do this. Add option. We got Mr. Whitson.
Accountability. Prior to joining the FGA, he served with the FBI, including as Supervisory Special Agent in the Directorate of Intelligence. Mr. Richard Stout. Mr. Stout is the Director of Reform, the Bureau, an organization comprised of former FBI special agents that advocate for returning the Bureau to its core mission. He served with the FBI for more than 2 decades, working on cases involving drug trafficking, terrorism, financial crimes, and other matters. Ms. Nicole Parker. Ms. Parker is a former FBI special agent, having spent more than 10 years with the Bureau. She specialized in cases involving securities fraud before being transferred to a team focused on violent crime, where she focused on cases involving murder for hire, murder in general, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Dr. Luke Hunt. Dr. Hunt is an associate professor at the University.
Dude, that is a horrible name. Luke Hunt. Dr. Luke Hunt? That's a bad name. I would have said Dr. Lucas Hunt. How to use my full first name? Or Lewis Hunt, whatever it is. Luke Hunt. Come on, man. All right, Mr. Hunt. Let's start the poll. How this works, ladies and gentlemen, once it actually kicks in, if it does. Did I just break something? Hello, chat. Why is my thing not working? Let's start a poll. Let's see if I can do this again. Okay, so. Is the Sorry. Apparently, it's not letting me do it. What were they again? Who were they? Whitson? Mr. Stout, Parker. To start the poll. Go through this time. Yay! Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the chat off here. What was it? Pop out chat. Take that one. Control C. I didn't think about doing this beforehand, so we're going to keep this on deck here. I should zoom in a little bit more on that, but I will change that. Let's take the chat off screen because that poll is just going to bring everything to the front of it. I would leave this throughout the opening remarks of every single one of them, and the first line of questioning. After that, we'll end the poll.
Referred to a team focused on violent crime, where she focused on cases involving murder for hire, murder in general, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Dr. Luke Hunt. Dr. Hunt is associate professor of the University of Alabama, where he is a member of the philosophy faculty. He previously served as an FBI agent for 6 years. We will begin by swearing you all in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? So help you God. Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Mr. Whitson, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Elections have consequences. And in just 4 years, the Biden administration managed to politicize and weaponize the FBI in ways never seen.
Sorry,
whether targeting then candidate Trump,
do, polls and
parents
stuff to get you
at school
involved
board
as well,
meetings,
but
or Catholics
this comes from
doing
a
nothing
YouTube
more
side.
than practicing their faith, the Biden administration hijacked the FBI to promote the left's political objectives. But it gets worse. While the full investigative resources of the FBI focused on the January 6 protesters and other perceived political enemies, the Biden administration manufactured the worst border crisis in our nation's history, allowing criminals, terrorists, and drugs to flood into our country at unimaginable levels. The result was predictable: an explosion of human trafficking, violent crime, and drug-related deaths. And with more than 2 million known gotaways on Biden's watch, the threat of a terrorist attack on the homeland is greater than it's ever been. But there's another big problem. Not only did the Biden administration's actions undermine public safety, but they also caused a majority of Americans to lose trust in the FBI. And this loss of trust is a crisis, not only for the FBI, but for the country. But there's good news. Again, elections have consequences. And with President Trump back in office, the FBI now has a new director working aggressively to right the ship. But it's not going to happen overnight, and regaining the trust of Americans is going to require significant and sweeping changes. And here's 7 such changes. First, clean house. With new leadership poised to get the FBI back on track, one big hurdle stands in the way: entrenched bureaucrats. We've already seen this play out in dramatic fashion with the now former FBI leader in New York, who tried to coerce his subordinates to, quote, dig in against the administration. This was a clear act of insubordination that deeply embarrassed the FBI and only further undermined public trust. And there are surely other FBI employees still entrenched in the Bureau that will resist meaningful change in less obvious but equally harmful ways. Look, it's simple. While the vast majority of FBI employees are incredible, hardworking people who will faithfully execute their duties, the few who undermine the new leadership cannot be allowed to do so. And those who have engaged in past behavior warranting dismissal or who refuse to come to work when ordered to do so must be fired, period. Number 2, drain the swamp. Director Patel should drastically reduce the size of the FBI headquarters, keeping a small footprint in D.C. to promote accountability while shifting more staff and resources to the field offices and other locations outside the Beltway. Relocating the FBI outside of D.C. would save money and reduce political influence by allowing the FGI to hire professional staff from outside the D.C. bubble. Number 3, moving the bulk of FBI headquarters out of D.C. will present a natural opportunity to consolidate and reorganize existing units that perform duplicative or outdated missions. Director Patel should seize this opportunity to promote efficiency and save taxpayer dollars. Number 4, get DEI out of the FBI. Under former Director Comey, the FBI moved away from merit-based hiring and instead toward race-based hiring. Moving forward, Director Patel should ensure that all hiring decisions are based purely on merit and talent. Number 5, the FBI should be refocused back to a law enforcement agency that uses intelligence to advance its law enforcement mission, rather than an intelligence agency that also engages in law enforcement. Patel could start by eliminating the intelligence branch and merging its personnel and mission into the FBI's other operational units. Intelligence in the FBI should be a tool to advance investigations, not its own standalone department. Number 6, we need more oversight and accountability within the FBI. But to earn back the trust of the American people, Congress must get involved. Besides conducting your own oversight, Congress should also consider creating new criminal penalties for FBI employees who knowingly abuse the FBI's investigative powers. And finally, to get the FBI back on track, Director Patel should execute his own DOGE effort to identify waste, fraud, and abuse within the FBI. At the end of the day, America deserves and needs a world-class law enforcement agency it can trust. With the current leadership in place, the FBI is well on its way to becoming that agency once again, because after all, elections have consequences. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify in today's hearing, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitson. Mr. Stout, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. It is an honor to share my perspective drawn from nearly 4 decades of public service in law enforcement, national security, and counterintelligence. My name is Richard Stout. I'm a 35-year veteran of law enforcement and currently serve as director of Reform the Bureau, a nationwide group of former and retired FBI special agents committed to restoring the FBI to its core mission, protecting the public, fighting crime, and upholding the rule of law. I took on this position with Reform the Bureau as a private citizen because I was frustrated and disheartened to see the FBI, the world's most renowned and iconic law enforcement agency, fall into such disarray over the past few years. When I was 19 years old, I became a deputy sheriff while attending college in Southwest Virginia. Driven by a strong sense of duty and commitment to community safety, I went on to become a Virginia State Trooper and later State Police Special Agent. These are early roles grounded me in the foundational principles of public trust, discipline, and ethical responsibility. In 1997, I joined the FBI as a special agent and was assigned to the Miami field office. There, I was assigned to a Colombian drug trafficking squad where I initiated multi-jurisdictional complex investigations and was responsible for overseeing federal wiretap operations known as Title III's targeting significant DTOs. Following 9/11, I became part of a specialized team tasked with tracking the hijackers' movements before their attack. Our work proved critical in tracing connections and providing timely intelligence to our federal and military partners supporting the broader counterterrorism effort in the aftermath of the attacks. Throughout my tenure with the FBI, I served as a case agent in several high-impact criminal investigations. Notably, I led the public corruption investigation into the Scott Rothstein Ponzi scheme, then the 3rd largest of its kind in U.S. history. In 2005, I was deployed to Haiti as part of a team of FBI SWAT and hostage negotiators to assist in the rescue of a kidnapped 9-year-old American girl. She had been abducted from her home and was found in a remote mountainside shack being held for ransom. This operation demonstrated the Bureau's global reach and our unwavering commitment to safeguarding American lives abroad. Between 2017 and 2018, I responded to 2 active shooter events. The first was the attack at Fort Lauderdale International Airport, where I assisted Special Agent Nicole Parker in gathering evidence. The second was far more personal. My daughter was a student at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, and was inside one of the classrooms hardest hit during the shooting. The memory of that tragedy has deeply influenced my perspective on public safety, the importance of preparedness, and the deep concern I carry over the FBI's failure to act on 2 prior reports regarding the shooter's intent. In 2018, I was part of a small team that apprehended Cesar Sayoc, who targeted high-profile Democrats and media figures with mail bombs. Internationally, I represented the FBI in coordinating with foreign partners on reintegrating deportees formerly radicalized by extremist groups. I've lectured at the International Law Enforcement Academies in Hungary and Botswana, and proudly graduated from the FBI National Academy Session 272. Since retiring, I've continued to serve the public through Reform the Bureau. We at Reform the Bureau support Director Patel, AG Bondi, President Trump, and their reform-minded approach to the FBI. Our intent is to not harm the Bureau, but to restore it. The stories and data we've brought forward represent deeply ingrained issues, repeatedly experienced by dedicated professionals. Our goal is not retribution, but responsibility. We must rebuild the Bureau's integrity and reorient to serve the American people, not internal politics. One of the areas we've been most focused on is Bureau decentralization, getting more resources and agents out of Washington and back into the field. The Director has been vocal in his support for this approach. We applaud his efforts. Another area is proper resource allocation. We at Reform the Bureau believe the criminal investigations have been deprioritized over the past few years in favor of those more political in nature. That must end, and we trust the Director will properly allocate the resources needed to pursue, capture, and deter criminals who wish us harm. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, our nation is at a crossroads in how we approach law enforcement, national security, and the trust placed in our federal institutions. I look forward to contributing to this important discussion and happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stout. Ms. Parker, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the subcommittee, I would like to thank you for inviting me to come and respectfully speak with you today. It was my privilege and honor to serve America as an FBI special agent for over a dozen years under 3 administrations. While extremely demanding, my pursuit of justice for all never once gave me reason for pause until I witnessed social, cultural, and political agendas enter the FBI mission to the point it impacted our ability to effectively do the job the public and our responsibilities demand. During my career, I observed an organizational change that I labeled the emergence of 2 FBIs. FBI 1 understands the Constitution and honors its oath to uphold and defend it. It is indifferent to partisanship, places the public's interests first, and aggressively seeks out the truth. FBI 1 keeps its head down, stays under the radar, works tirelessly, and produces outcomes all Americans can be proud of. On the other hand, FBI 2 is the antithesis of FBI 1 and serves at the convenience of itself and is willing to use their law enforcement power to push their own personal, political, and social agendas without consideration to its oath of office. Under the Biden administration's Justice Department, it became increasingly difficult for special agents to do their jobs as Americans lost trust and confidence in the FBI. In a June 2023 NBC News poll, only 37% of registered voters surveyed said they had a positive view of the FBI. Lady Justice was no longer blind. It seemed that equal protection and justice under the law might not mean the equal application of law. DOJ and FBI 2 targeted President Trump's 2024 campaign and the January 6 subjects in a way that I had never witnessed before. And I say that as someone who investigated the most violent and dangerous offenders in South Florida. They treated Trump in particular as if he were at the top of the FBI's most wanted list. Love him or hate him, it is entirely irrelevant. FBI 2 abused its discretion and authority in both cases, while other judicial remedies remained reasonably available and dismissed legitimate concerns raised by FBI 1. Yet the FBI seemed to turn a blind eye to crimes committed by those on the opposite end of the political spectrum. On February 2nd of 2021, FBI Miami Special Agent Laura Schwarzenberger and Daniel Alphen were shot and killed in the line of duty while executing a search warrant on a child predator. It is disturbing to me that during the same time frame, we regularly heard of FBI SWAT resources liberally being dispatched for the arrest of first-time, nonviolent January 6 offenders. The widespread use of SWAT appeared to be for political intimidation. Yet in contrast, there was no SWAT presence when FBI agents Schwarzenberger and Alphen were murdered. Child predators are known to be the most dangerous and violent offenders. If SWAT had been there that morning, they would still be alive. And to add to the pain of their deaths, the FBI did not even pick up the tab for their memorial services. A private donor was asked by the FBI if they'd be willing to pay for them, since the FBI did not have the funds to do so. Yet the FBI was spending exorbitant amounts of money on non-mission-based projects, such as moving to electrical vehicles, January 6 investigations, and diversity initiatives. The FBI became laser-focused on its Office of Diversity and Inclusion Programs. There were 19 different diversity committees, clubs, and groups. Focusing on anything other than the FBI's mission is a dangerous distraction. I've never once consoled a grieving family that requested I ensure the most diverse agent brings justice to their loved one. The Bureau must hire and promote solely based on meritocracy, and the FBI should focus on what unites us, not what divides us. It is one mission to protect all Americans and uphold the Constitution. When my colleagues were murdered in the line of duty, it was highly troubling to me that there was never an FBI-wide after-action review by Director Wray, not even an email outlining what transpired and lessons learned to mitigate risks going forward. Yet during the same time frame, FBI2 flooded my email inbox with diversity promotions, celebrations, cultural committee activities, climate change messaging, and several requests to go to Washington, D.C. for temporary duty assignments for January 6 investigations. Unconscionable. I left the FBI close to 2 years after their deaths, and still radio silence from leadership regarding what transpired that horrific morning. Further, the DOJ changed its deadly force policy in July of 2022 for the first time in 18 years on the heels of the 2 FBI agents being murdered in the line of duty. Tone deaf. When agents should have been given more support and protection by the policy, many interpreted it that we were given less protection and more legal scrutiny with an additional de-escalation section. This can be fatal when decision-making is measured in fractions of a second, action versus reaction, and many believe the changes were a result of social justice pandering. The list of issues and concerns myself and others had with the FBI was growing long. No one felt that their voices mattered or that any changes were possible, as Director Wray and AG Garland believed that all was well, while many at the FBI were deeply troubled by what was transpiring. After much prayer and reflection, it was time for me to walk away. It is remarkable that several fugitives from the FBI's most wanted list have already been taken into custody since President Trump took office January 20th. I am hopeful and confident that under this new administration with AG Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel at the helm, that with time, effort, and serious reform, the FBI will regain Americans and FBI's employees' trust again, dismantling the political and social weaponization and return to its greatness. That is what our current, retired, and fallen FBI heroes' legacies deserve, and most of all, it is what Americans deserve.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Dr. Hunt, you may begin.
My goal is to briefly share my understanding of the FBI's important mission in a way that I hope is free from partisanship. I had the good fortune of serving my country as an FBI agent in a variety of settings, in a small office where I worked whatever criminal case that walked through the door, from bank robberies to crimes against children, at Washington Field Office on violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and finally at FBI headquarters where I focused on national security policy. Now, as a professor, I draw on these experiences in teaching and research related to legal and philosophical issues in policing. But I'm not interested in the ivory tower today. One of the academic questions in my work is directly related to this committee's work. Is the FBI a liberal or illiberal institution? By liberal, I'm not referring to politics or whether you're a liberal or conservative member of Congress. I instead mean the
What?
My goal.
What the fuck happened here? Why did it jump back? What the hell happened? My bad. I didn't hit nothing or anything. It just happened.
In a small office where I worked whatever criminal case that walked
I don't think I hit anything.
From bank robberies to crimes against children, at Washington Field Office on violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and finally at FBI headquarters where I focused on national security policy. Now, as a professor, I draw on these experiences in teaching and research related to legal and philosophical issues in policing.
You know what? I at least got to give it the respect to go all the way back.
My goal is to briefly share my understanding of the FBI's important mission in a way that I hope is free from partisanship. I had the good fortune of serving my country as an FBI agent in a variety of settings, in a small office where I worked whatever criminal case that walked through the door, from bank robberies to crimes against children, at Washington field office on violations of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, and finally at FBI headquarters, where I focused on national security policy. Now, as a professor, I draw on these experiences in teaching and research related to legal and philosophical issues in policing. But I'm not interested in the ivory tower today. One of the academic questions in my work is directly related to this committee's work. Is the FBI a liberal or illiberal institution? By liberal, I'm not referring to politics or whether you're a liberal or conservative member of Congress. I instead mean the philosophical tradition with which I assume everyone in this room agrees. The philosophical tradition going back to John Locke, on which this country was founded. At its core, the political morality of liberalism tells us that all persons are free and equal and should be governed by the state in accordance with the rule of law. What is the alternative? Illiberal regimes governed not by the rule of law, but by arbitrary power and the official whim of state agents who are above the law. The FBI can and should be an agency that promotes the rule of law. However, I want to raise 3 concerns about the current state of affairs that could lead to the erosion of the rule of law. First, lack of predication. Predication is the basis of an investigation, the information or allegation that justifies a case. While most FBI investigations require predication, so-called assessments do not. In other words, the FBI has the discretion to investigate almost anything without any factual basis to do so. Investigation without predication is contrary to the rule of law because it may be based not on fact, but whim or arbitrary discretion. It is thus crucial for Bureau leadership to avoid any appearance of impropriety and partisanship in both actions and rhetoric. The second worry I raise is the selective enforcement of corruption. Corruption includes the use of entrusted authority for unethical benefits. This is, of course, an issue in politics, but corruption also arises in social and economic domains such as business. It should go without saying that corruption is contrary to the rule of law. It undermines institutional reputation, circumvents fair processes of economic development, and denigrates democracy and justice. Recent developments suggest that the decision to investigate corruption may be based in part on political and business expedience. Prominent cases of political corruption have been dropped suddenly for reasons unrelated to the legal merits of the case. Investigation of corruption under the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act has been paused. The FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, DOJ's kleptocracy team have been disbanded. A lack of transparency into this sort of selective enforcement of corruption could politicize the FBI, undermining the rule of law. Predication suggests a righteous investigation, regardless of whether the target is a regular citizen or a powerful politician or corporation. If we don't want to slide towards illiberalism, then no one should be above the law. Finally, I raise a concern about the selective enforcement of national security threats. We are all familiar with the horrific pattern of political and ideological mass killings in recent years. The 2015 killing of 9 black people in a Charleston church by a white supremacist hoping to spark a race war. The 2018 killing of 11 in the Pittsburgh Jewish community. The 2019 killing of 23 people in El Paso, motivated by claims of a Hispanic invasion. The 2022 killing of 10 black people in Buffalo based on a manifesto on racial purity. We should add the assassination attempt of President Trump, a very heinous act that occurred in 2024. Now listen, I have no personal information about the FBI's plan to stop politically motivated violence. On one hand, I've read reports that the disgusting vandalism and arson directed at Tesla will be prioritized as domestic terrorism. On the other hand, I've read reports that the FBI's new reorganization will move resources away from the investigation and analysis of other domestic terrorism threats. My only point is that we should not prioritize domestic terrorism investigations based on whether they're motivated by the left or the right. Investigations should be based on predication and follow the evidence, wherever it leads. That is the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hunt. Thank you all for being here.
I'm leaving
we
it
appreciate
active
your time, which is a
the
precious
next line of
resource
questioning,
in itself.
and that's it.
I'm now going to recognize the gentleman from Alabama for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
You got
Chairman.
5 more
I
minutes.
certainly appreciate all the witnesses being here today. First, let's make it clear we're not here to harm the FBI in any kind of way, but I think restoring credibility in the justice system within America is very, very important. one of the top issues when I was touring the district in 21 was, and that was shortly after the Biden administration, was the weaponization of government agencies against certain political opponents. Certainly President Trump, certainly some of the January 6th defendants, and we've heard from Ms. Parker that there was a mobilization to go and locate those people and arrest them when those resources could have been used elsewhere. So I guess we want to get to the general point of this hearing is how do we restore credibility in these agencies? I mean, we saw the Durham report where, in fact, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Loretta Lynch, the Attorney General at the time, and James Comey were sitting in the Oval Office when Clapper, the CIA director, walked in and said, hey, by the way, this Russian collusion narrative, we know that's being driven by the DNC and Hillary Clinton, and yet within a few hours, the FBI started the FISA situation and spying on General Flynn. And those kind of stories, as the reports come out after the fact, that we know now that Russian collusion was made up, and the time and resources spent on the Mueller report, and even the people in leadership in the Democratic Party driving those narratives were very dangerous for this country. And so as the American people look back and go, wow, this system does seem to be weaponized against political opponents, and that's certainly a concern. So, Mr. Whitson, I'll start with you. What steps do you think the FBI should take today to reform the agency and regain trust of the American people? What would be one of the couple of steps you think we need to look into?
Thank you for that question. I think first and foremost, the most important thing to understand is that Director Patel has two missions here. One, he has to fix the FBI, and the other, as you're alluding to, is he has to restore trust. And so to fix the FBI, you have to do a bunch of things, make sweeping changes, but to restore trust, you have to do even more. You have to go beyond actually what is necessary to fix the FBI, because that's not going to be enough to get the rest of the American population back on board. And so how does he do it? It's one word: transparency.
I was going to ask you, where does transparency come in, and how much transparency do we need at this point?
We need as much as we can get. And you heard Chairman Jordan mentioning that. You're already seeing that out of Director Patel. So it's very simple. Congress has an important oversight role. When Congress asks for documents that the law requires the FBI to provide to Congress, then the FBI needs to do that. And I think Director Patel has already shown that he gets that and that he's delivering.
Are there any other mistakes that you think Director Wray made as opposed to that Director Patel needs to avoid?
I mean, it'd be that right there. So I think Director Wray had a tendency to shield information, to drag out responses. I think towards the end of his tenure, he kind of became a little smug and kind of put out to be here to be asked questions. And I think that's the entirely wrong approach. The FBI director or whoever's designees that he sends here needs to be highly responsive to you because you have a job to do, and they need to provide you all of the information that the law requires them to provide you right away, no delay.
And I think initially, Mr. Whitson, that transparency may be a little painful for the FBI, but I think in the long term, that's what it's going to take to restore the credibility of that agency. Mr. Stout, what do you believe the role of the FBI is?
Very simply, I think we need to eliminate the bloat. There's too many senior executive service members in roles with limited utility. They need to eliminate or demote non-essential roles and align headquarters with more field-based leadership models. So the more emphasis we put in the field will be will have a greater output, greater response to crime and anything that involves the American citizens.
Do you believe it's possible for the FBI to return to those roots?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Men and women of the FBI are some of the best people that I've ever worked with. They're honest people, they have families. They can transition well, and with enthusiasm.
Got you. Ms. Parker, you said in your previous testimony, over a course of the 12-plus years of service, the FBI's trajectory kind of transformed. What do you mean by that?
I joined the FBI. I was a witness to the 9/11 terrorist attacks in New York City when that occurred, and I went on to join the FBI because I wanted to give back to our country. I wanted to serve America, and when I joined the FBI, that's really what we were doing. There was very little talk about politics. You just went in, you did your job. I was originally focusing on white-collar crime. I then transferred over to violent crime. But as I mentioned, there really did become two FBIs, and the weaponization and the politicization started seeping into the agency, and it was a common topic of discussion, and you were bombarded with requests to work certain investigations, and it just became overwhelming. It was only one side of the political spectrum that was ever being held accountable. And so FBI agents were thinking, why are we doing this? Lady Justice is supposed to be blind. Lady Justice is no longer blind. And for me, I just started seeing over and over examples of politicization. And that's not what I signed up for. You know, when I witnessed the 9/11 terrorist attacks and I wanted to serve, that's not what I signed up for. I wanted to stop violent criminals and terrorists.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm out of time. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and now.
All right. Let's close this poll and see how it happened here. Let's see what you guys got. Who is the witness shill? Let me turn poll off. Go back to the YouTube side on that one. Who is the witness shill? We have Mr. Hunt at 55% and Miss Parker at 44% out of 9 votes. So that was almost 50-50 with that one. But it does look like maybe the Mr. Hunt crew was right on that one.
I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Georgia.
Guam's going to tip over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Parker, Ms. Parker, after serving your country as a special agent for the FBI, you landed in a soft, cushy position as a paid contributor at none other than Fox News. Isn't that correct?
Actually, that was not correct. When I initially left the FBI,
you're not a contributor.
I am at this point, but when I left the FBI, I was not initially a paid contributor for Fox.
But you are a paid contributor now.
Today I am, but when I left the FBI, I was not.
And you get paid to create content at Fox News. Isn't that correct?
I get paid to speak the truth.
So you create content at Fox News, don't you? Giving your view on things? That's content creation, isn't it?
What I do is I speak the facts and I speak the truth based on my experience at the FBI.
Are you seriously trying to pull the Pete Hegseth move here? This is what? This motherfucker's been in since 2007, motherfuckers. He was the one that said Guam was going to tip over if you put 12,000 troops on one side of the island for relief. And now he's arguing. You work at Fox News, right? Yeah. You left the FBI and you work at Fox News, right?
You get paid to do that.
I get paid to speak facts and I get
And are you on
paid
the
to speak
clock?
the truth.
Are you on the clock right now?
Am I on the clock right now?
Yeah.
No.
You're not getting paid right now for being a lobbyist?
A lobbyist?
No, sir. I'm not getting
Or for
paid to
any
be a
other
lobbyist.
purpose?
Excuse me?
You're not getting paid as you sit here right now to be here?
I am not getting paid to be here. No, I am not,
All right,
sir.
fair enough. Mr. Whitson, you also served as an FBI agent before falling into a very lucrative position as the legal director at the Foundation for Government Accountability, correct?
That was my former position, yes.
And well, what is your current position now?
So I currently serve as the Senior Director of Federal Affairs.
And it's a pretty lucrative upgrade from where you first started.
The position I'm in now?
Yeah, you're making more money now than you were when you first started.
Is this motherfucker actually sitting here trying to argue the fact that these motherfuckers have actually taken a upwards position in another company after leaving the FBI, that's somehow criminal? What is the point? You making more money than you used to from the FBI, right? So if you get hired by the FBI, ladies and gentlemen, and you leave the FBI, you can no longer make any more money than what you were making with the FBI, or it's criminal. What?
Right?
Yes.
And would it surprise you to know that your funding between 2013 and 2022,
Tragedy is that he's being paid to be there. Correct.
6 conservative foundations tied to billionaire donors sunk $44 million into your organization, correct?
I don't know the precise numbers.
You don't know that? It wouldn't surprise you, though.
But that wouldn't surprise me at all.
And your largest known source of funding between 2013 and 2022 was a foundation controlled by Illinois billionaire Dick Uihlein. who invested over $18 million into your operation. And another source of your funding was the 85 Fund, which gave you $2 million between 2013 and 2022. It is among the network that is controlled.
Hey, Johnson. Shall we talk about Act Blue? Oh, no. No, because you get your funding from them too, right? Ooh. Ooh, something more shady, something that actually is criminal. You're going to sit there and say that somebody that donates like that could be criminal. It would be worth taking a look at. But I'm more inclined to believe that you're just making shit up just to assassinate his character than you are uncovering something corrupt. Simply because you are one of the dumbest sons of bitches in there and you can't even cover up your own fucking corruption and shit. And you just think it's okay because you're a member of the House of Representatives. You are one of the dumbest sons of bitches that I have ever seen in office so far. How the fuck you're still there since 2007, I will never understand. Maybe some shady shit's going on there, just like Mr. Van Drew did in 2022 when he switched from a Democrat to a Republican and got elected again. Yeah, we all went through that story. Yeah, that's a major fucking one. A city councilman was literally paying people to bring them empty ballots with nothing but a signature. His crew would fill them out and then pay other people to go ballot stuffing. Mr. Van Drew won in 2022 using Craig Calloway.
By Leonard Leo, who received over $1 billion in contributions from a single billionaire to fund his continued takeover of our court system. And so you get paid to promote an agenda which includes rolling back child labor laws and stripping child workplace protections. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
And your organization has also worked to stop Medicaid expansion and
It
to
would be
slash
nice,
food
Jody,
stamps.
but you're never going to get that.
Correct?
What do you mean by slash food stamps?
Well, that means cut food stamps, cut the money. And y'all have been advocating for that. And you also were among the organizations that wrote the notorious Project 2025, which is the radical right-wing agenda, the blueprint that President Trump is implementing along with co-president Musk, correct?
I'm not aware of us writing
What the fuck are y'all doing?
anything
Get Johnson
in
out of
Project
goddamn
2025.
office.
Mr. Stout, your organization must be brand new because I haven't been able to come up with
A fucking
anything
vegetable
on
in a
Reform the
hospital is
Bureau,
more
which is the
intelligent
name
than
of
this
your
shit.
outfit, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You just started it?
I started in December.
And have you been successful at recruiting any billionaire donors for your efforts?
No, sir, I haven't. It's a grassroots level.
So if I had more time, I would ask Dr. Hunt a question because he's the only non-paid individual up here not promoting a right-wing agenda, but I've run out of time. So, gosh, I yield back.
Oh, gosh.
I thank the gentleman, and
I'd ask more questions, but gosh, I spent five minutes trying to assassinate a character of these witnesses, and all I did was just destroy my own credibility. Because Guam's about to tip over, ladies and gentlemen. Since 2007.
I will now recognize, just a word before that, probably most of the people who appear before us have to make a living somehow. That's okay. We all get paid salaries or whatever. Not unusual, not scary. With that being said, I will recognize the gentleman from Missouri for 5 minutes.
You work for the FBI.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the witnesses for coming here to testify today. Ms. Parker, thank you for your testimony. In your testimony, you relate the misuse by the FBI of SWAT resources. And you give the example of a nonviolent first-time January 6th offenders, one SWAT team spending overnight in a hotel 4.5 hours away to arrest grandparents in their late 70s. Sound like some dangerous hombres to me. On September 23rd, 2022, we're all familiar with the case of a pro-life activist and homeschool father of 7, Mark Houck's. No criminal record. He was arrested in a SWAT raid, guns drawn in front of his family. Then there's 73-year-old pro-life activist Chester Gallagher, who was arrested for nonviolent violation of the FACE Act. And then there was pro-life activist Paul Vaughn, arrested in an early morning raid by the FBI, guns drawn in front of his 7 children. Sound like some really dangerous offenders to me. But pro-lifers aren't the only ones who have been targeted by the Biden FBI. Vanessa Sivage, a nurse at Texas Children's Hospital, read the story of whistleblower Ethan Heim, who we're familiar with, who exposed gender transition procedures being done at Texas Children's Hospital, despite the hospital having proclaimed that they were no longer doing those procedures because the Attorney General of Texas was investigating that clinic
That depends on your
child
definition
abuse.
of worse.
Vanessa stepped forward and basically confirmed Dr. Heim's story. She was then visited 2 months later by the FBI. And then, of course, the anti-Catholic memorandum that we're familiar with. I have that here in my hand right now. Just some simple questions. First of all, this is labeled as a domain perspective. Ms. Parker, what is a domain perspective?
That's a document that, from my understanding, was distributed within the FBI as intelligence. Someone formulated that document, and it was published internally, and it had a stamp of intelligence on it that was signed off by multiple individuals within the Richmond field office.
And part of that memorandum, first page, says, quote, FBI Richmond makes this assessment with high confidence based on FBI investigations, local law enforcement agency reporting, and liaison reporting with various degrees of corroboration and access. I mean, what does the term, high confidence mean to you, Ms. Parker?
When I hear high confidence, I want to believe that it's trustworthy, that I can count on that is factual, that is truth. And my understanding of that memorandum is that they use sources that would not typically be used to gather intelligence. And what was happening at the FBI quite frequently and was disturbing to many is that there were individuals taking their personal views, packaging it up, and creating a document and then stamping intelligence on it and distributing as if it was truth, as if it was almost the Bible. And that is an example of, abuse of your law enforcement power. You're allowed to have your own personal and political opinions, but when you go to work, you've got to leave those at the front door, and you have to exercise in an unbiased and fair manner and be truthful. And when you're getting an intelligence document, you want to hope that it is factually correct and it is true. And unfortunately, that was a document that Christopher Wray had to have rescinded because it was not accurate, and he found it mind-boggling and disgusting that it had ever been published.
Well, one thing I find mind-boggling, first of all, I am Catholic myself. I'm not a traditional Latin Mass Catholic. Often such people who prefer to go to the Latin Mass are referred to as traditionalist Catholics. And then so-called rad-trad or radical traditionalist Catholics are those who only go to Catholic Mass, who some of them believe that the regular English Mass is invalid or reject Vatican II or what have you. But not a single one of them I know even own guns, much less are they radicals or whatever. And then when I look at this memorandum, I see they're quoting the Southern Poverty Law Center, a viciously political defamatory group. I've worked a lot on immigration issues.
Just like APEC.
I think Southern Poverty Law Center has declared every immigration reform group to be a racist or white supremacist group. They're just a walking defamation factory. Have you seen the Southern Poverty Law Center quoted in other FBI memos over the years?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not. But again, that was entirely inappropriate and never should have happened. And The FBI had to walk that back. But again, that is an example of weaponization. That is social weaponization at the FBI. It's entirely inappropriate, and it never should have happened.
The FBI not going after bad guys, but going after enemies of the political regime. Third world stuff. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman.
Can we talk about the political assassinations that happened in Mexico for the last election? Was somehow for the whole election season, over 120 people have been linked to political assassinations for Mexico in their last election, and somehow this woman that is their president now survived through it all. Can we talk about that?
And by the way, the director of the FBI had to apologize for that. It's not a debunked theory. With that being said, I will recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. One of our colleagues referred to the weaponization of the DOJ and specifically focused on the January 6th defendants. That startled me because 140 American police officers were violently assaulted on that day, wounded, hospitalized, some of them disfigured, disabled, forced to leave police work. But he said that there would have been a better use of FBI and prosecutorial and investigative resources, and I wonder what he was referring to. And in any event, Dr. Hunt, do you agree with that assessment?
Thank you for that question. January 6th shocked and horrified me. That was a shameful day, not least because of the many attacks on our law enforcement officers. So any suggestion that is a low priority and should not be investigated is shocking to me. I can't imagine a more important.
It's shocking to you that your police officers got their ass beat for agitating a crowd that was just standing around talking? It's shocking to you that officers who started violence first by shooting rubber balls and pepper spray balls and rubber ball grenades into a crowd so much so that one of the people in my state had a rubber ball lodged in his cheek from one of those grenades. Meanwhile, they were doing absolutely nothing but standing around talking. Because when they came up, the fences were already down. There was nothing saying that, hey, this is not permitted to be here. They gassed a peaceful fucking crowd. They shot rubber bullets and tear gas into a peaceful fucking crowd, agitating the shit out of them. There are some videos that we've seen where the police were saying, hey, you see those people up on that scaffolding? Shoot the fuck out of them. Maybe they might fall. And it's disgusting to you that they got their ass handed to them from a crowd that you attacked. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Number one. Number two, your people were on the inside of that. As a matter of fact, who was it? Who was that? The director of the U.S. Capitol Police at that time that was in the command room that did nothing. She now is literally the chief of police in the district right next to Nancy Pelosi. I forget her name. God, what was it? That bitch. That bitch who at that point in time had a lieutenant asking, hey, can I get these fucking Congress people out of there? And she never fucking answered. So he broke regulations and got him out anyway. You talking about that shit? Dude, our fucking government set that shit up and we know it. So for you to sit there and cry like a little bitch because your people got their asses handed to them for attacking a fucking peaceful crowd, that is horribly fucking disgusting.
Important devotion of resources by the FBI to anyone who would attack our nation's capital.
Some of our colleagues have again been going back to the idea that the Biden FBI was converted into some kind of political instrument. When I look at the prosecutions that come out of it, I'm thinking about the one of Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey, who's a Democrat, of Henry Cuellar, who's a Democrat, lots of other Democrats. Other than Donald Trump, I really can't think of any others on the Republican side. And I'm just getting the feeling that they think Donald Trump really should be above and beyond the law. And that's what this whole weaponization thing is about, other than setting the conditions.
You're full of shit, Raskin. This whole weaponization thing is about you using lawfare, trying to lock up somebody that you can't beat at the polls, who's literally telling the American people what our fucking government is actually doing. You want to lock this motherfucker up for the rest of his natural born fucking life just because he said, hey, your federal government's fucked, ladies and gentlemen. You might want to figure out how to do something about that.
To turn it into an instrument of revenge and retribution, as Donald Trump has promised. Do you think the FBI was acting as an instrument of partisanship in the last administration?
Fuck yes. Over so.
I can only speak from my personal experience, and I can say this. When I was an FBI agent,
you were a
I
bitch.
felt the men and women that I worked with, they based their investigations on facts and law.
Oh, did they?
They based their investigations on predication. The worry I have is with...
You mean the facts and law and predication, like how y'all motherfuckers went into Mar-a-Lago back in February, February of that year, whatever it was. I think it was like 2022 or something like that, 2023. Y'all went in there to get fucking documents. Left some in there, told him to put it under lock and key. He told you to lock the shit up, and then right after Hunter Biden admitted the laptop was his, you fucking raided Mar-a-Lago for the documents you knew were there in the first goddamn place that you didn't want to grab the first fucking go around. I think it's about time you shut the fuck up, dude. Because you are literally implicating yourself in this shit.
With respect to corruption today, when there's selective enforcement, and just as a regular American citizen, I'm not an insider now, when I see a high-level politician and charges are dropped.
Doesn't matter. You're safe from the crimes you
I, as an
committed.
American citizen, don't understand why that's the case.
You're referring to Mayor Adams.
That's correct.
But there was a reason, which was he agreed to play on Donald Trump's political team, and the...
There you go. Mayor Adams is goddamn not guilty in any fucking way. The reason the FBI raided Mayor Adams is because he agreed to play on Donald Trump's political fucking team. He just said it. Roll it the fuck back.
I see a high level of selective enforcement, and just as a regular American citizen, I'm not an insider now. When I see a high level politician and charges are dropped, and there's no reason, I, as an American citizen, don't understand why that's the case.
You're referring to Mayor Adams.
That's correct.
But there was a reason, which was he agreed to play on Donald Trump's political team, and the very Republican, conservative U.S. attorney for the Southern District said nothing had changed in terms of the facts of the case, nothing had changed in terms of the law, nothing changed in terms of the evidence.
And then immediately resigned. I wonder fucking why, Raskin. She decided, hey, I'm not going to drop these cases because anything about what he just said. Hey, they're only going after him because he decided to play ball with Trump politically. There's nothing changing about the facts of this case, so I'm not going to drop the case, but I do resign. Well, fuck? Like, that's not shady at all, though, Raskin, right?
All that had changed was that he'd made this political alignment with Donald Trump. She resigned rather than participate in that corrupt bargain, as did her deputy, who said it would take a fool or a coward to accept that deal. He also clerked for a conservative Supreme Court justice and was active in the Federalist Society. And 5 other lawyers dropped out rather than do it until finally they had to force somebody to do it from D.C. who said he'd be willing to do it because he was about to leave his job. You say, let's base it on the facts. And I'm really curious about this Signal group chat thing because the country's in an uproar about the fact that this
motherfucker just said they targeted Adams because he played ball with fucking Trump politically.
Was shared on a Signal group chat where a journalist was actually invited in accidentally by somebody to participate. And some of my colleagues seem to say, well, it was a one-shot deal. Let's just let it go. And it's no big deal. The FBI director's already said, no, nothing to see there. If this were a standard practice, just yes or no, do you think it would be a problem?
That would be a problem, yes.
Ms. Parker, do you agree it would be a problem if it were a standard practice?
My understanding, I was not on the Signal chat. I just know it.
Just yes or no,
Probably
because
similar to
I've got
you.
little time. If you can't answer.
A mistake was made, and
Okay,
people have
Mr.
taken
Stout,
ownership.
can you say, would it be
As far as this goes, sorry, Justy, as far as that goes, I will say Connolly has esophageal cancer. I'm going to be completely honest with you, because I've heard that dude, like, when he was in committees before then, he'd yell and scream, and he'd be all blusterous as fuck. And then after that, it belabored him to even try to talk. Like the dude, it looked like the dude was literally going to die if he kept talking. And it still kind of looks like that, too. His voice is doing this, and he's breathing so heavy every time he tries. I think he does. I'm going to be honest with you. I think he actually does.
a problem for it to be standard practice to conduct sensitive foreign policy?
As far as
on a
this dude,
Signal
no, he
chat
got a
group?
botched hair
Yes,
job
I
or
will.
hair
Okay,
plug
Mr.
job
Whitson,
to
do you
put
agree?
pubes on his head
Yes.
and called it
Okay.
cancer.
Well, it just came out like 10 minutes ago. Waltz's team set up at least 20 Signal group chats for crises across the world. So it was, as one might expect, a very standard practice with Mr. Waltz. And I'm sure this will raise the question of whether or not he really should continue in that position. But do you think that the FBI should investigate what the national security implications and what the public safety implications are of his having done that, Dr. Hunt?
So this comes back to the rule of law. As an FBI agent, there were strict rules about sensitive material. We had to be in a skiff. We had to take the utmost caution. So to treat other people that are more...
No. No. The sensitive material is not treated like classified. The sensitive material is not supposed to leave an area, but it is not treated like classified information. That is not true. I've dealt with classified information, I've dealt with sensitive information, and I've dealt with just public knowledge information. What he just said is not true.
more powerful differently definitely suggests to me a deviation from the rule of law.
All right, thank you, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. You know, there's a difference between a mistake and purposeful, perpetrated policies
Chair.
are wrong.
Just point out, okay.
I beat you to it. I recognize the chairman of the whole committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitson, before you got what Mr. Johnson described as high-paying job as Senior Director of Federal Affairs Foundation for Government Accountability, you worked in the FBI, is that right?
Yes.
Connolly's
10 years in
looking
the
sickly.
FBI?
Yes.
And prior to that, you were in the United States Army?
Connolly's looking sickly. He really is. Connolly, he used to be like this, like, you can see his clothing fit. He was a portly kind of guy. Now you look at him, he looks like that dude from Beetlejuice, the shrunken head guy. The suit, the body looks so damn big, but his head is shrunken down. He looks like that when he sits in his suits. I think the dude is literally sick, but yes.
Yes, sir.
300 combat missions in Iraq, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your time at the FBI, you were special agent in the directorate, supervisory special agent in the Directorate of Intelligence. Is that accurate?
Yes, Chairman.
In your testimony, and I just want to get you familiar with this subject matter, in your testimony you said one of the ways we can eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse is including the overspending on confidential human sources. You said that in your testimony, right?
Yes, Chairman.
Are you familiar with the Inspector General's report about the confidential human sources who were there on January 6, 2021 here at the Capitol? Have you read the report?
I haven't read that closely.
Well, let me tell you a few things that they say in there, and I want to ask you a few questions. He said there were 26 confidential human sources there at the Capitol that day. Does that surprise you?
No.
Doesn't surprise you. Okay. He said 17 of those 26 confidential human sources entered restricted space they weren't allowed to go into. Does that surprise you?
No.
Doesn't surprise you. They did things they weren't allowed to do.
Well, I need more details about, so were they doing it on their own? Were they told to do it? Were they, that kind of thing?
We want to know the answers to those questions too.
Yes, sir.
4 of them went inside the Capitol, and 2 of the 4 who went inside the Capitol were specifically asked by the FBI to be there that day for this. Does that surprise you?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
But I need to know more facts.
And does it surprise you that any of them, none of these individuals, to our knowledge, were charged with anything?
No, I mean, if they were tasked to be there.
Okay.
But I would need more information.
Okay, well, in your testimony, you talked about overspending on confidential human sources. Do you believe, is it likely these 26 were being paid by the FBI at the time they were doing this?
I think that's, if they are a confidential human source that's actually on the books, then it's highly likely that they were
highly
paid,
likely they're being paid
if they were tasked to do that.
Even if they weren't specifically asked to be there that day? You think there's likely they were paid?
So if they weren't asked to be there, I think usually they're giving us like a lump payment periodically, so it wouldn't be for a specific tasking necessarily. It'd be hard to answer that.
Are you familiar with what was released here earlier this week, the text communications between FBI agents regarding October 14th, 2020 New York Post story on the Hunter Biden laptop? Have you had a chance to review those?
I haven't seen those text messages.
Well, let me just read a couple to you here. It says, nobody on the call is authorized to comment on the New York Post story. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. I just want to read something that took place earlier that day. The way this day worked is the story came out. That day, Elvis Chan, a guy with the FBI, is meeting with the tech company, something he did on a regular basis in the run-up to the 2020 presidential election. At that meeting, someone asked, hey, there's this New York Post story. Is the laptop real? And we know this took place because we deposed Mr. Brady Olson, and he gave us this information. And he said, when that question was asked, the response was, yes, the laptop is real. Then we get these text messages, which we didn't have before, we just got them this week, these text messages which relate what happens after that. So the FBI has confirmed to Twitter at a FITF meeting on October 14th that the laptop is real. And then we have these text messages back and forth where they says no one is authorized to comment further. Twitter is treating this as disinformation. You find that troubling that the FBI knew something was real, confirmed it at a meeting, then changed their story and went to no comment, no further comment, and allowed the tech companies to run with the idea that this story was disinformation?
Yeah, I do think that's problematic. And I do think the relationships that they tried to build with members of the FBI with these other organizations were problematic.
Yeah, and the ranking member said, oh, the Republicans want to say the FBI was political, and what really wasn't the case. If this is not political, I do not know what is, because this was the whole basis for the 51 former intel officials doing their letter. And the FBI knew. Now we have written evidence they knew, coupled with the deposition we took before, where they admitted this. And then later in the day, when they're meeting with other tech companies, they go with no comment. And they even admit here, Twitter is running with the disinformation story. Even before the 51 intel officials come out with their letter, which is baloney, they're running with that. And the FBI was part of fostering and promoting that story.
It's unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable.
And it shows how one bad apple, and there were probably others, but you can see how much of a problem that is. And that one bad apple behaves that way, the entire Bureau's reputation is impacted. Yeah. Trust is lost across the country. And so that's why it's so important to find folks like that, going back to the entrenched bureaucrats. You have to find them and remove them, because that's all it takes is one bad apple.
I think that was point one in your testimony, which is exactly what Ms. Bondi and Mr. Patel are doing, is getting rid of those individuals who foster this kind of political environment where you're going after your political foes, where you're telling things, saying things, allowing things to be believed that aren't accurate when you knew the truth all along.
That's right.
I yield back.
Thank the chairman. I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Jasmine Crockett.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I first just want to begin with a news alert. Guess what? Joe Biden is not the president anymore. So maybe we can move on. Maybe we can move into the present, because it seems like we are living in the past. And listen, these are not.
You can't live in the past. You can't look back and determine if anything happened in the past, ladies and gentlemen. Any weaponization, these things that we actually experienced, the things that we've seen, the things that we've actually gone through in our personal lives. No, you can't look back at that. You can't hold anybody accountable because it's in the past and move on because it's a new president. Move on to the criminal president you have in office right now. Don't worry about the criminal president that took his anger out on you because you were a Trump supporter. Don't worry about that.
Not the good old days, like you used to sit around and your grandparents would talk to you about what used to happen. What we need to be talking about is how we are going to legislate, because I think that some of my colleagues have confused what our jobs are. And I get that we're sitting in judiciary. And so it may seem as if we are here to be litigators, but we are here to be legislators, which means that we are supposed to be writing laws, not trying to have our own trials and determine whether
Bitch, I know you're retarded. But being part of a legislation means you have to ask people, hey, what do you think about this? How do you think this would impact? If this was done, what do you think would happen? That's part of being a legislator, you dumb cunt. You are doing legislation work right now, not litigation work. You can go back to Houston and represent people that you just find out their case the moment it's given to you, and then try to argue like this in court like it's something to fucking do. Go back to Houston for that shit. This is your fucking job, you dumb cunt. And to sit here and cry and whine about having to do your fucking job? Well, in that case, Tim had a point. Get the fuck out. Seriously, get the fuck out. If you don't want to do your fucking job, get the goddamn fuck out. Stop dancing around in the halls of Congress making little TikTok videos and do your fucking job.
Or not something is true or not, or whatever the case is, or who should be sued, who shouldn't be sued. All I know is that a great American hero, a good senator out of New Jersey, said something to the effect yesterday as he was shattering the record for holding the floor, a
Did
record
that
that had been
accent just not
held
flip back
by
and forth real quick?
another racist in this country. As he shattered that, he said something about the fact that this should not be about left versus right. It should be about right versus wrong. And I am going to tell you that I want us to focus on right versus wrong. The reason that we are struggling right now in this country as it relates to people not trusting agencies, honestly, a lot of it is because of elected leaders. Let me tell you, one of the things that the chairman and I actually agree upon, we don't agree on a lot, is that we both know that there has been a sharp incline as it relates to threats upon our lives. Regardless of what side of the aisle you sit on, we both...
Hey, bitch. I wonder why. I wonder fucking why. You think you can fuck with our lives, but we can't fuck with yours? You think you can tear apart our lives just because you sit up there and just want to push your own agenda, do whatever the fuck you want? You want this country made in your image and fuck us over and literally kill us? But we can't direct ire and anger towards you and tell you, if you fuck with my life, I fuck with yours? Bitch, you need to go back and look at why this country was fucking founded. You need to read the founding fucking documents. You need to understand them, bitch. We hold the fucking power, not you. You are elected to represent, not rule. You want to sit there and fuck with people's lives? It's no fucking surprising that they want to fuck with yours. We do that here in America among our own American fucking citizens. But you are of the special fucking class where you can literally put something in the law that kills people and nobody can say anything untoward about you. Why? Because you're a black woman or a member of Congress? It makes no fucking sense, bitch. If you didn't want these kind of threats, you shouldn't have fucked around with the American people, tried to cover up for all the shady shit, still doing it today, acting like a fucking cuntbag in Congress while you sit there and screamed about shit that makes no fucking point, just like you're doing right now in this fucking hearing. And you expect the American people to just be like, oh, it's fine that Jasmine Crockett just stuck a 12-inch fucking blade through my rib cage into my fucking lungs, but it's cool because she's a member of Congress. She has the right to do so. What the fuck are you thinking? Who the fuck do you think you are? We rebelled against an entire fucking kingdom and became this country simply for what you're doing right now. That is the American fucking way, you dumb cunt. You don't get special privilege because you think you sit up there in Congress. As a matter of fact, you are a bigger mark than I am. Because you affect every single person's way of life, not me. But because I'm standing up and saying something against people like you, I should die, but you shouldn't for actually doing things that could and will kill American fucking people? Am I just retarded? Or I don't know, is that the actual belief and the founding fucking thing of this country, that we have the power over you? You do as we say. We don't do as you say. I don't know. Maybe you need to go back to fucking, 5th grade? Jesus fucking Christ, you dumb bitch. Cry about it. You put people's lives on the line for the things that you advocate for the things that you pass. You've made this country and its fucking people suffer to the point that where they have to fucking figure out, am I going to pay my light bill or do I need to eat this week? And you think it's okay to do so, and you shouldn't have any kind of backlash against you because you're a member of Congress? What the actual fuck?
Know and agree that as sitting members of Congress, we both are enduring more death threats
What's up, Minnesota
than
Patriot?
anybody should in this country. And I believe that it is because of the divisive rhetoric and it is because of the selective enforcement of things. And so when we have, and I'm gonna be clear because I had remarks and I'm going a whole other way. To have the sitting Attorney General go on, and I'm gonna call it faux news. I know some of y'all love it, but it's
Either Shane
fake
censored
to me.
himself or YouTube got him twice.
To have her go on Fox News and to then decide that she wanted to send a threat to me, it was wrong. Because here it is, she is the highest law enforcement agent in this country, and people are watching and they are consuming this information and they are believing that simply because I decided that I wanted to exercise my right to free speech, which I am not abridged from doing, that she then wanted to then politicize something that should not be politicized. I don't like Elon Musk. I'm gonna say it 50,000 times. I don't like him. I don't like that he going out there and he firing people. I think that he's a crook because
That was a quick and hard fucking code switching, wasn't it? Wasn't it there? You doing this for a little clickbait shit for your social media there? You campaigning on the social media from these fucking hearings? Because every damn time you talk, it's all over your fucking page. You are campaigning in these goddamn motherfucking hearings, bitch. And you just switched hard with that fucking accent just to do this. It's time for this bitch to go.
because somehow the rest of us can't sit around and get whatever federal contracts we want. The rest of us can't sit around and get law enforcement and get them somehow ordained as federal law enforcement to protect him. The rest of us can't get our dealerships protected by the federal government.
None of that would have ever fucking happened if you weren't there screaming and raging about fucking Shadow President Musk and how he's so dangerous and everybody take down Musk for my birthday. Yay! None of that would have ever been a fucking thing had you not advocated for this. He never would have had to have that had you not advocated for it, in which your ass should be spending the rest of your fucking life in prison. Your words are linked to Tesla dealerships, Tesla charging stations being a terroristic fucking act as they go around trying to burn these places down, to the fact that they're actually attacking American citizens for buying vehicles that you told them to buy not too long ago. So because they did what you said, their lives now need to be at risk because you hate the man for going through your fucking pockets and finding all the shady little shit you've been skimming off the top. He needs to die for that, right, Crockett? I think it's about time your ass is under the fucking prison. You, Maxine Waters, Nancy Pelosi, every single one of them that were out there advocating for 2020. All the fucking, the fiery but mostly peaceful protest, the the news agencies, the anchors, the producers, everybody all the way up to the CEO that let it fucking happen. Every single one of those motherfuckers need to be in Gitmo with the fucking illegals.
That is somebody that is operating above the law.
You levied war on the
reason,
American
just because
people,
he has
bitch.
a lot of money, more money than everybody else. And yes, I am happy to see that on my birthday, which is what I said, there were peaceful protests around this world against him.
Peaceful protests around this world against him. There were fire bombings on that day, too. Fire bombings of dealerships and Tesla chargers on that day, too. Because of your words. Might not have been directly because of your words. But we can link it to that easily enough. If I were to do that, my ass would be in prison. But you're a member of Congress, so it's okay to do so? It's okay to use the people to levy war against the people? What the fuck? Are you insane, you dumb whore?
Because he is a problem. And so you never should have somebody that is sitting that high and is going to sit up here and threaten a sitting member of Congress when she knew good and well, if she watched the entire thing, that I specifically told protesters to make sure you consult with lawyers, just like I've told protesters over.
Make sure you consult with lawyers, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you consult with lawyers to know if it's okay to burn down a Tesla dealership. Make sure you consult with lawyers so you know how to get away with a terroristic act. Make sure you consult with some lawyers about it. I covered my ass by saying that. Fuck, I guess I can say, somebody kill her, and it's okay because you need to consult with your lawyers before doing that? That's fine then, right? No, that would have my door kicked the fuck in an instant. But it's okay because you're a member of Congress? Bitch, Gitmo is too good for you. You levied war against the American fucking people to get your goddamn way, using the American people as your fucking weapon. Treason is too light of a charge for you.
And over in the history of me advising people to go out and exercise their constitutional right. The fact that there are other sitting members that have received letters of threat from this new DOJ tells me that they are about retribution and they are not about following the law. The reason that our party, or I won't even say our party, our country is torn apart is because we can't even agree on right versus wrong. This should not be left versus right. The only thing that we're asking is that we have law enforcement that will show up when there is an actual crime. If somebody calls and says, hey, I need you to investigate this cyber crime, or I need you to investigate this child pornography, or I need you to investigate this robbery, then we want somebody to show up, and we don't want them to look at us and act as if just because I'm black or because I'm woman, that I am not worthy of having that case investigated, because we have an administration that is continuously railing against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or we don't need people that show up.
So you think just because your skin color is black, nobody should look into your criminal actions? Just because of the color of your skin, your criminal actions should be overlooked. I can't follow that.
Up that feel like diversity should not be valued. That is why we should have somebody that may show up and looks like me. The final thing that I'll say, because you've been gracious, is this. When I first became a public defender,
I guess what she's saying is even if she's brought up on charges, her jury should not be anybody that looks like me because of the color of her skin. I'm sorry. Isn't that discrimination of a person or persons based on the color of skin with the belief that one's own race is superior? And I take it to that point because you think black people would be superior to white people to actually hold you accountable for your crimes because you are black. You're saying that white people don't have the ability to call it down the middle because of the color of your skin. So because black people have the ability to call it down the middle because of their skin, they are superior to white people in that kind of situation. Bitch, are you fucking dumb? I mean, the answer is obvious. Your ass, treason is not a good enough charge for you. It's too low of a crime for what you do. We have to come up with an entirely new series of fucking laws and crimes with incredibly high fucking standards for what you did. For your birthday, you wanted the American people to commit acts of terror against the American fucking people simply because you don't like somebody. You use the American fucking people as a weapon to wage war against the American fucking people. Treason's not a good enough charge. That doesn't rise to that level.
Had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, let me tell you something. When I walk in, I'm going to walk in with a level of rapport and understanding that maybe some of my other colleagues will not.
And where has that
Charlie
been since
offered
you
me
walked
my
in?
job, and I worked my butt off, and I worked really, really hard for all of my clients, not just those that look like me, and that is what it looks like to serve. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady, and I recognize the gentleman for Kansas for 5.
Wait. So that's what it looks like to serve. You need to hire me. Why? Because I'm black? That's what it looks like to serve, ladies and gentlemen. Because I'm black. I'm sorry. Isn't that what the whole DEI argument is about? You got your job because you're black? The fuck?
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I do want to give the witnesses a heads up. I do intend to ask them questions over the course of this 5 minutes. I spent a dozen years as the chief law enforcement official of my state.
Not one question.
I've never claimed to
That
be a
was all
cop.
for her
I'm a
social media.
certified officer, but I had the privilege of serving as our state.
As a matter of fact, just to show you,
Just want to begin with a news alert. Guess what? Joe Biden is not the president anymore. So
today at House held a title hearing, Inside Biden FBI Fraud, Waste, and Abuse and Leadership in Decline. That was immediately put on her page. As soon as she was done with her fucking speech, that was immediately put on her page.
State Attorney General. I've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement officers all over the state of Kansas, local cops, elected local officers and sheriffs, cops that work directly for me under our supervision, cops that worked in local agencies, and all sorts of federal law enforcement officers, as well as federal prosecutors who operated in our jurisdiction. I will tell you, in the course of those 12 years, I never saw an FBI agent perform less than honorably, not once. And I never recall a single time in those rooms. Now, if I'd go down the street to the political party meetings, I'd hear conversations like we heard some today and we've heard a lot over the last 4 years. I'd hear all that all the time. If I turned on the television, I'd see it all the time. I never heard it among cops working a case. I heard folks who knew each other and liked each other and cooperated with each other, who said, how are we going to get that child molester off the streets? How are we going to solve this murder? How are we going to deal with that case of elder abuse? How are we going to deal with that crime that's in front of us? That's the FBI I know, and it's the law enforcement world that I know. And I would just ask, Mr. Whitson, you're first up here, is that consistent or inconsistent with the law enforcement community you operated in?
It's absolutely consistent. I'd say I had partners that I worked with for years on cases, and if you asked me what political party those people were in, I couldn't tell you. And they couldn't tell you the same for me when I was in the FBI. So that is the real FBI. When you go out to the field offices and you get away from headquarters, that's the real FBI, the real work. That's what they're like.
And Mr. Stout, you were
Minnesota Patriot. You want to say what Redskins followers say? No. I got to do it again, ladies and gentlemen. I got to do it again. Let's go ahead and show how this account is botted to hell and back. 1 day ago, 4.5 million views for Jamie Raskin, or 4.5 thousand views. 2 days ago, 128,000. Ranking member Jasmine Crockett. Look, those views actually make sense. She's got a big social media following. 4.9 views for Raskin. 1.5 for Nadler. 474 for Raskin. 23 for Scanlon. 21 for Johnson. 10,000. 9.3, 7.9. Notice these numbers roughly stay around the same, except for this one. Let's go ahead and take this one as an example. You can see mine right there. Stop botting your videos, Raskin. It's pathetic. Look at these empty seats and the demand to go back to work. Thank God for Jamie Raskin and every fighter in the Democrat Party. Judith Brewing, 2414.
And Elon Musk's.
Oop, I didn't mean to click on her name. I just wanted to highlight it. Philip Kopp, WM5LY. If Trump wants to stop being served to temporary restraining orders, he should stop breaking the law and abide by his oaths to uphold the Constitution. Christine Charles, 4585. Smartest man in D.C., probably of these United States. I want to know, when I leave this world to my children and their children, is a President Raskin. Thank you, Mr. Raskin. This is a heavily botted account. Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Its clarity is needed. Thank you, Representative Raskin. You go back probably 10... As a matter of fact, I'll show you. Let's go to this one right here.
Collusion against the king.
American citizens are suffering from PSD under this nightmare. Yes, I'll have to have what you're having, a tricycle, not a unicycle, 3 equal country branches. Jim Jordan did not pass the bar exam. Thank you. Thank God for Representative Raskin. Sometimes they will even call him Senator fucking Raskin in these. But it's all the same bullshit. Every bit of it. Fake ass, vague comments just saying thank you. Thank you. You're a patriot. All of these. It's a botted fucking account to make this guy right here, well, that guy, Senator Raskin, it's a botted account to make it look like everybody loves him. But the motherfucker only got, what was it? I think it was 1%. And they said, who among all of the Democratic Party actually represents your core values as a Democrat? Raskin got 1% of that. AOC got 10%. Harris got 9%. They led the fucking. Raskin got 1%. The fuck? But yet he's got a groundswell of people behind him, right?
You were a local or state officer or both before being federal. How about you? Is what I just described consistent or inconsistent with your experience?
Yes, sir, it is consistent, and I would tack on to that something earlier that Ms. Crockett said that I'm interested in about galvanizing this country. What will bring us all together? You know, something.
Please do it briefly.
You mentioned there's a special place in hell for pedophiles and child pornographers, and we have systems in place at the FBI, but we can make those systems a little bit better, a little bit tighter. I'm prepared to talk about it later today if you wish.
That sounds very good. Let me tell you a brief story, and then I have some follow-on questions. So during the course of the time I was serving in that role, we had a terrible case. It was a racist, bigoted individual from a neighboring state who crossed the line into our state with the intent of killing a group of folks because of their faith. He went to a religious institution. He shot the place up. He killed, as I recall, 3 people. He was immediately apprehended. He has since died in prison. But there was, at the moment that happened, there was a motivated federal and state through the local authorities response. A lot of folks on the scene, everybody trying to figure out how do we secure this thing, how do we fix it. And then there was a professional discussion, who's gonna go first in the prosecution, because you had a state murder and you had federal hate crimes, as well as some other federal crimes perhaps. And man, the press loved it. I mean, every day there was a headline about this dispute between the district attorney and the United States attorney and the local cops and the federal cops and who's gonna go first. And finally it was decided the state would go first, and the district attorney announced it was filing capital murder charges with a notice of intent to seek the death penalty under our state law. And in the same article where the local press reported that, they then in the next paragraph said, and next, there'll be a decision on a federal prosecution where the penalties may be stiffer. Think about that. Think about that. I offer the story up for this reason. I think...
Think about what? To say the state finds him guilty and orders him to death? And then the federal government finds him guilty and orders him to death. Think about what? The fact that the state and federal government would agree that a man must die? A man who ran up into a religious institution to kill people because of their religious beliefs? Think about what? The fact that they agree?
There may be a perception outside the cops on the beat, federal and state, who do this work in our communities every single day, that what we talk about up here is reality and that somehow the federal law enforcement officers are superior to their state counterparts. I don't think that's true.
When it becomes a federal crime, yes. Yes, state law does not supersede federal law. That is true. However, in something like that, why not let the state go first? Because if the state can't find him guilty to put him to death, maybe the federal government can. I don't know. Just a thought. You want to prosecute under state first? That's cool. Then the federal crimes come involved. They might get past you, but they damn sure ain't getting past the federal laws. Just a thought. I don't know. Is it too damn stupid to think that that would be the process in the first fucking place?
I don't think it's close to true. And I don't think what we're hearing today and heard the last 4 years reflects what really happens with the vast, vast majority of the federal and state cops on the beat. And I guess I would just ask this. Mr. Whitson, you suggested we ought to move... This is your federal
government at work. Your taxpayer dollars at work. They don't even know it. Their own fucking processes.
And the current director has already made some moves to that effect. Talk to me in my remaining time about how you think that might affect our ability to get this narrative back on track so it's the cops on the beat keeping our communities safe that drives it instead of all this political circus in this town that drives it.
Well, briefly, just right now, almost a third of all FBI employees are stationed in the DC area. The crime that's taking place across America is not all happening in the DC area. It's happening everywhere in pockets all over the country, Kansas, every member's district. And so moving the FBI out of DC and back into the field office is going to help that. But it's also cheaper. DC is an expensive area. I don't need to tell anyone that, right? Moving the headquarters to a lower cost area is not only cheaper for the federal government and the American taxpayer, but it's also cheaper for the workers, for the federal employees.
Ladies and gentlemen, the FBI do have a big-ass building very close to me. They're talking about you moving the FBI headquarters there. I do know it exists because I helped put cables in the son of a bitch. Okay, so, I don't know how I would feel about the headquarters of the same sons of bitches that want my head and throw me in jail being right there in my backyard. But it'd be kind of the best thing for you because people around this area wouldn't put up with that bullshit for that fucking long. And then you would have to hire pretty much locally or move people into the area where the people around here might change their outlook on things because it's an easier living around here. It's slower. It's more peaceful than DC, than New York, than all these other big areas where they're used to. But our people would keep them in check. Guaranteed that. But that's what you want, isn't it? A reason to go after us? Leads me down a deep fucking rabbit hole that I don't like thinking about. But yes.
That have to commute every day to the office, if it's in a place that's a better quality of living, an easier commute, that's better. And then the last reason, to be real brief, is the political makeup. And so my colleague at FGA, Hayden DuBois, did a paper on this to look at federal senior executive employees. What is the political makeup? And across the country, they lean heavily Democrat by 30. But in DC, it goes up to 40. And so that's not to say, not trying to be not Democrat or not Republican, but we really want to put it in a place.
Minnesota. It's double jeopardy if it's only the same crime. If I was charged for murder on a state level and then they charged me for murder on a federal level, that would be double jeopardy. But if I was charged for murder on a state level and then I was charged with a hate crime on a federal level, that's not double jeopardy. It's a different instance of the same situation, yes, but it's a different charge altogether.
Where it's more representative of the entire country and
Just
not
like you
just
can
one
get
side of the
multiple
country. And
charges
that's
for
why
the
we
same
see that when a
instance.
conservative comes in,
Federal
the whole
and state can be
weaponization
done as well.
rises to the issue because the headquarters is populated by people of the opposite
The
political.
gentleman's time has expired. Okay. I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the gentleman for Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this incredibly important hearing where we can better understand the systematic abuses of the Biden administration for the past 4 years. Our colleagues on the other side want to encourage us to move on from a federal government that was weaponized against the American people that they are supposed to represent and protect. Move on after our FBI was targeting parents who were concerned that their children were being indoctrinated into radical transgender ideologies in their public schools. Move on after the left weaponized the federal government to create a mass censorship industrial complex violating our First Amendment rights. We're supposed to move on after they targeted Catholic Americans, traditional Americans, and labeled them violent extremists. We're told that there's a problem that we can't agree on what's right and wrong, and I agree, that is a huge problem. It's a problem that the other side of the aisle can't recognize that censorship is wrong. It's a problem that the other side of the aisle can't recognize that it's wrong for the FBI to target parents concerned about what they're learning in their schools. It's a problem that the other side of the aisle can't recognize that it's a problem whenever our federal government goes after Christian Americans. That's a serious problem, and that's something we should be able to agree on, but unfortunately, we can't. We saw unprecedented levels of weaponization under the Biden administration against the same American people that it was supposed to be looking out for. Christopher Wray created an internal memo that slandered traditional Catholics as anti-Semites and white supremacists. It suggested that the FBI monitor traditional Catholics and even set the stage for FBI informants entering places of worship. At the same time, remember, this was happening while Joe Biden was, of course, facilitating the mass immigration of illegal criminals into our country. Not keeping us safe in that instance, that's for sure. And thankfully, and I think the American people are very thankful that we finally have a president and a head of the FBI and head of the DOJ who actually represent us and want to protect us. I want to thank all of the witnesses for being here. We really appreciate your testimony and your time here. Mr. Whitson, I'd like to start with you. The FBI utilized a so-called hate map from the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, as it was going after traditional Catholics and labeling them domestic extremists. Do you think that that's an appropriate source?
Absolutely not.
Do you know some of the other groups that the SPLC labels as hate groups or extremist groups?
No, I don't, off the top of my head.
I can name a few. They also name the Alliance Defending Freedom, the Family Research Council, and Moms for Liberty as hate groups as well. Do you find it concerning that they were using the SPLC as a source?
Yeah, I find it deeply concerning.
Do you think that Catholics who celebrate the traditional Latin Mass are a threat to the American people?
Nobody was ever
because I'm
convicted
one
of
that does that on
insurrection.
occasion.
Can you recall before
Granny 51, nobody's ever been convicted of insurrection. They were convicted of what what was it? Conspiracy to commit sedition or some shit like that. Nobody has ever been convicted of insurrection, not even Trump.
Joe Biden was in office, anytime, whenever the FBI specifically targeted a group of Americans solely because of their religious faith?
No.
Do you think there's any evidence to suggest that harassing Catholic Americans keeps Americans safe?
Not at all.
Got it. Do you think
like
that we've seen a
Patriot?
move away from this sort of flagrant weaponization since President Trump has entered office?
Absolutely.
And what do you think that this committee can do to help ensure that we don't see a return of that sort of weaponization?
Well, I think number one, it's accountability, right? That's not going to surprise you. I'm from the Foundation for Government Accountability. And so it's not enough to identify a problem and then just move on. You've got to hold people accountable. And it's going back to the earlier point. If you want to re-earn the trust of Americans in the FBI, they have to see people held accountable. But then at the same time, you need to refocus and look at what are the problems we have right now, and that's the wide open border, that's the violent crime, and so you need to press the FBI to make sure they're pushing resources where they should.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I'll yield 5 minutes to myself. I'm going to ask you all a question. What would you do if you were sitting where we sit? What legislation? In other words, every administration can come and go. The goal here is someday be sure that at the Attorney General's office, the FBI, that we do not have to worry about this anymore, the Department of Justice. Is there any legislation, I'll start with Mr. Whitson, but I'll go all the way down to Dr. Hunt, any legislation you would suggest specifically to help, or just to help in general, if you, again, were a legislator, if you were a member of Congress?
Thank you for that question. I think to start, I would codify the president's authority to fire insubordinate or unproductive employees. And so it's the Schedule F. I would extend that to all executive branch employees. I don't think it would have the kind of effect that some on the left have claimed. I think it would just give whoever the executive is, whether that's a Democrat or Republican, the ability to remove people that are, again, unproductive or insubordinate. At the end of the day, federal workers shouldn't have more protection than private sector workers. But get this, Chairman, a private employee is 5 times more likely to get fired or laid off from work than a government employee. That shouldn't be that big of a disparity. And so that's the problem with the way our government is set up, is there's no market forces on the federal government. And so when they fail to address a problem, what is their solution? It's the same every time. Just throw money at it, right? We weren't able to fix this problem, so let's just bring more personnel in. And so the people that were ineffective, that were unable to accomplish the mission, are then just transferred over to another department so that this unit can do the mission. And so that's wrong. In the private world, those people would have to be dismissed and go find another job. And so the president, and he can push that down for the FBI's case to Director Patel, he can delegate that power. But to give him the authority to remove those people more easily would be great.
Thank you. Mr. Stout.
Chairman, I think post 9/11, Director Mueller changed the organization, shifted it to more of an intelligence-based collection, and got away from facts and law enforcement. And we still had that, but the emphasis was on best guess. And I think that's what we need to return to, is back to fact-based investigations. I don't think that's going to take a lot of legislative work. I just think that's going to take internal policy changes, and working with DOJ. Shouldn't cost the taxpayers anything. It's just a shift in thinking.
I thank you, and I think you're correct. I don't think that's necessarily a legislative change, but just a change in direction and thought, whoever's in control. Ms. Parker.
Thank you. First of all, just real quick, I wanted to speak to Ranking Member Crockett. I have an appreciation for what you're saying between right and wrong. I myself received a message on X this morning wishing that I was inside of a Tesla that would explode, and so I understand what it feels like to receive a threat. It's entirely inappropriate and unacceptable, and I should not be the target of violence. And so I just wanted to tell you that is wrong, and that should be, someone needs to be held accountable for that.
I will say likewise.
Thank you.
That is wrong.
That is wrong.
And you know, just to chime in for a second, unfortunately, I'm getting used to it. You know, it's a sad commentary, but I think we all are, you know, and that is one thing that I believe there could be bipartisan agreement to just cut that out. And it's our responsibility to try not to promote it all of us in whatever position we have, and to make sure that we protect those that are in harm's way. So I thank you for that remark as well. Legislation.
So an answer legislatively, I mean, getting back to what the FBI's core mission is, and I'm not sure how you're going to legislate this, but the bottom line is there has to be transparency, there has to be accountability, and there has to be consequences. And again, it's not about what side of the political spectrum you stand on. It should be completely irrelevant. Again, when you walk into the door as an FBI agent, it shouldn't matter if you voted for this person or that person. You put your political persuasions and opinions to the side, and you do the right thing for the right reasons. And I am a very big proponent, obviously, of stopping violent crime, stopping human trafficking, and keeping all Americans safe.
Do you think there should be, for those that misuse their power in the FBI or in general, Department of Justice, Attorney, should there be enhanced penalties or penalties?
Absolutely. If you're abusing your law enforcement power to push your political and social agendas and doing the wrong thing for the wrong reasons, you must be held accountable. And again, I agree with Whitson. In the private sector, I came from a hedge fund and worked on Wall Street before this. That would not be tolerated. If you're not doing your job and you're not contributing to the mission, it is not okay to be a federal employee and just come and collect a paycheck when you're actually not contributing to the mission. And unfortunately, I saw that quite frequently at the FBI. I would say a small percentage of the agents are doing a lot of the work.
Thank you. Dr. Hunt.
I have a very concrete suggestion. I would request that Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, put into policy that no investigation can be opened without predication. That's currently not what policy is, and I think that should also be, as far as I can tell, legislated. Moreover, the second point I would request was that all FBI agents serve the Constitution, not any political agenda. But the concrete one is that assessments, investigations are based only on predication.
I thank you for that. I want to thank everybody for being here today. Like I said, time is treasure. It's a big deal. We appreciate all of you. It concludes today's hearing. Without objection, all members will have...
Oh, sorry. I have a UC.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled "No Bias Found in FBI
Without
Report
objection.
on Catholic Extremists." Thank you.
All members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
If she would just add I at the end of UT there. That was a bunch of nothing other than the fact that Crockett got a little clip. It's kind of that kind of thing. That I'm sorry. There was no point in that one. But let's go to GOP oversight. The Salt Typhoon securing America's telecommunications from state-sponsored cyber attacks. Y'all ready for this shit? Because this is about to get ugly. Well, I don't know if it is or not, but I'm going to say it's going to get ugly.
Order. This hearing of the Subcommittee on Military and Foreign Affairs will come to order. I want to welcome everyone.
Go to the bathroom
Without
real
objection,
quick.
the chair
There
may
will
declare
be
a
another
recess
poll
at
on
any
this
time.
one.
I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today as we confront one of the most pressing national security challenges of our time: cyber espionage by adversaries targeting our critical infrastructure. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today and look forward to our conversation. In recent months, sophisticated cyber attacks by groups like Salt Typhoon have not only compromised networks used by millions of Americans, but have threatened the backbone of our national security. Our nation's critical infrastructure is under attack at a staggering pace. Reports indicate that globally, cyber attacks against critical infrastructure increased by 30% last year, averaging 13 attacks per second. In the United States alone, over 420 million cyber attacks were recorded in just the last year. These incidents are not random errors. They are part of a coordinated campaign by a well-funded foreign adversary that exploits vulnerabilities. Salt Typhoon, a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group with direct ties to the CCP's intelligence apparatus, executed an extensive breach that compromised U.S. telecommunication networks. This campaign targeted essential communication networks, including those operated by industry giants like Verizon and AT&T. They were able to intercept real-time calls and messaging data from over 1 million users. Critically, these attacks focused on gathering intelligence from high-value government and political figures. It is vital to emphasize these telecommunication companies are not at fault. They are on the defensive against an enemy that employs sophisticated tactics, using vulnerabilities and sometimes outdated infrastructure and exploiting weak points in network management systems to gain unprecedented access to our critical communications. This is not a failure of the private sector. It is a clear signal that our nation must take a more proactive approach. The damage control posture of the previous administration has left us vulnerable to these state-sponsored
messing with my wife sometimes.
Instead of merely reacting after breaches occur, we must be forward-thinking and resolute. National security is paramount, and it is our government's responsibility to safeguard the American people and the critical infrastructure that we rely on every day. Now more than ever, it is imperative for Congress and federal agencies to join forces with the private sector in establishing a robust, unified cybersecurity strategy. Legislators have begun proposing measures to require annual cybersecurity certifications for telecom companies, ensuring they adhere to strict security protocols. Yet this is only part of the solution. We must also invest in a more aggressive offensive capability that deters adversaries from exploiting our vulnerabilities, sending a clear message that cyber espionage against American infrastructure will have severe consequences. Furthermore, the sheer volume of these attacks should serve as a wake-up call for strengthening our critical infrastructure. When our communication systems, integral to our national defense, emergency services, and economic vitality, are compromised, it erodes public trust and jeopardizes our collective safety. It is our duty to ensure that our government agencies, in collaboration with private industry,
How you doing, brother?
take decisive action to upgrade cybersecurity measures and hold foreign state actors accountable. In closing, let me reiterate, the threat we face is not a result of negligence from our telecom companies, but a deliberate, strategic maneuver by sophisticated and hostile state actors intent on undermining our national sovereignty. This is a call to action for every American who values freedom and security.
After this hearing and the next one,
defenses, invest
I'm
in
out,
advanced cybersecurity technology,
and I'm going to go
and
play
pursue
games for the
strong,
rest of the night.
proactive policies that secure our nation's critical infrastructure against these
Like I said,
relentless
this is
threats.
going to be a long one, though.
The time to act is now.
We've already been
before our
here for 4
adversaries
hours.
turn these vulnerabilities into tools for even more severe real-world disruption. Thank you again to our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to hearing about your experiences in the cybersecurity field and any recommendations you have regarding our strategic cyber posture. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Subramanian for his opening statement.
Who the fuck puts mint
Thank
on
you,
meat?
Chairman Timmons. Thank you for holding this hearing. And I agree with much of what you said.
Why?
We must protect our telecommunications infrastructure from our adversaries, foreign and domestic. And the future of warfare is here now. And programs like Salt Typhoon are actively infiltrating our networks and gaining access to sensitive information and credentials. And I would say Salt Typhoon is one of the worst breaches our country has ever faced in our telecom infrastructure. And we're still uncovering the full breadth and scope of its attacks. And this work to protect our telecom infrastructure is urgent, and it's bipartisan, and it must be a national priority. And so it's deeply troubling that in the midst of this massive cybersecurity espionage
Chicken and
effort we're
pine-
facing, our national
chicken
security
and
advisors
pineapple
are
with a
breaking
little bit of
basic
honey glaze
protocols
over it.
that ought to be followed by every person handling sensitive and classified information. As we saw last week, our
pineapple
national
on
security
pizza, go
advisor
fuck
added
yourself.
a journalist to a Signal group chat where top officials shared classified information about an upcoming strike. The administration has not taken responsibility and tried to deflect, saying that it isn't a big deal and the mission was a success. But this is a big deal. And the mission is not a success if the whole world now knows how we did it, how we planned these attacks, and where we got the information. We've made it much harder and more dangerous for our troops to carry out these missions in the future.
Knowing what happened, how it happened, the information about how it happened after the fact is a problem somehow. Ladies and gentlemen, we can do military things all we want to. Take military strikes. We can wage all-out war. But apparently, you knowing the details about that is somehow leaking classified information, right? All this came out after the fact. No information came out before the strike had ever happened. Now, you can argue about, could it have been a thing? Maybe. Maybe it could have. No classified information other than the fact, hey, F-18s are going to be headed that way in just a few hours. That's a big nothing fucking burger, and I swear to God, they did it to catch somebody. Whether Mike Waltz brought the dude in himself to try to make Trump and the Trump administration look bad for doing something that they said they wouldn't do in the first place, or they did it to get the right kind of messaging out there for you to understand through some kind of scandal why they did it, or it was to catch somebody to see if they would actually leak information that they know they shouldn't have in the first place just to make Trump and his administration look bad. However the thing plays out, it sounds more like a setup in any way, shape, or form than it does like an accidental leak of confidential material, which isn't confidential. It's just kind of time sensitive. Because after the fact, yeah, I would like to know where you got the information from when you made a fucking bomb drop. I would like to know why you considered people anywhere in the world had to die. I would like to know this information. But you think me not knowing is completely 100% cool. You think you can kill anybody around the fucking world, including here at home, and I shouldn't know about the reasons why. You think you have the justification to take people's lives, but you don't have the responsibility to justify it to the American people? Why the fuck are you in office? I don't understand that. I'll never understand that shit. You can justify death just by saying, don't worry, America, this person needs to die. Don't matter why. We can just kill him. And you don't need to understand the specifics of who, what, when, why, where, how. You don't need to understand that even after the fact. You don't need to understand. We can just do whatever the fuck we want. Like I said, they think they rule you, not represent you.
Future. The administration also keeps saying that the information discussed was not classified, but if our war plans right before a strike are not classified, I would like a thorough review of our classification system, but I'm pretty sure it was classified. And either way, it was highly sensitive information and put our troops at risk and the American people at risk. It also told us who and what we were targeting. So if you look at these texts here,
More
it
money
says
spent
that they
because you're an
identified
idiot.
a target walking
You're an idiot. You don't know what
into
he's
an
talking
apartment
about.
building. Those texts revealed where we received our intelligence as well. It came from our Israeli allies, who are now furious that this source has been leaked. And our allies are already hesitant to share information with us and this administration. And now the administration has proven that our current national security leaders cannot be trusted to keep sensitive.
You mean Benjamin Netanyahu has been implicated and actually brought up for charges in an international tribunal court for war crimes? They're pissed at us for that? I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck how little BB gives a shit that his Fifi's got hurt, that, hey, we're finding out the motherfucker is actually committing war crimes. I don't care if it hurts his little pussy. I don't give a shit. I, as an American citizen, want to know why the fuck you drop bombs to kill people in our name using our tax dollars. Justify that shit to me. You don't get to just fucking do it.
Information safe. They'll just take our classified information and text it to whomever shows up in their contact list. The timing of when the planes were taking off, what kinds of planes were being used, and how we generally plan and conduct strikes like this were also shared in the chat. Again, all this information was sent around using a private, third-party app on private phones that we know are targets of Salt Typhoon and other adversaries. So
why is every single communications device for the federal government preloaded with the Signal software? Why is that a thing, Supermanium? Oh, it's a bad idea? Then why the fuck do you have it on your phone?
If the objective of this mission was to lose the trust of all of our allies, well, then the mission was a success. The administration says that accidents happen, but an accident is when you text gossip to your boss instead of your work bestie. Leaking sensitive military strike information to a journalist is not an accident. This is incompetence that puts our lives in danger. We need to hold our government leaders to a very high standard. And just 2 days ago, the White House said, and I quote, "case closed." But I disagree, and some others on the Senate side, including Republicans, agree with that we have to continue to ask questions about this. And I think the
Brandy,
American
I'd say
people
you
want
got,
answers.
you got about
How
a year
prevalent
left
is their use
to
of
make
signal?
things work. Because once we start going into
will
the
we find
midterms,
out whether
shit
other
may
information
change.
has been leaked? Our phones, private phones of these national security advisors being hacked by Russia, Iran, or China, have any of these devices already been compromised? It's pretty clear that we got lucky in figuring out that this is happening because of the added journalists. And it's pretty clear that our national security leaders are using Signal all the time.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just caught what he was doing. And it's fucking stupid. The Salt Typhoon is spyware that's loaded into these programs and everything, into the phones, into even Volt Typhoon, which is a chip hardwired into things like TP-Link routers, for example, that gives them a hardline access to your system. The Salt Typhoon is literally just software on your phone. So because we all use this, and this could actually be a thing where they could attack, we've all given this away. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, you remember Signalgate? Because they purposely or accidentally did it. Yeah, it's a target now. It's a target now because Orange Man bad. It's a target now because everybody knows we use it. It's a target now because they fucked up. It wasn't a fucking problem before to you until it was realized by the American people and the world that Signal is used for government communication. It's a problem now, though, because we know.
Time for communications like this. And so I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle today will join me in trying to provide real accountability and oversight over these actions. And we're here to talk about the risk of state-sponsored cyber attacks. Let's confront this most urgent vulnerability and work together to investigate this massive security leak. This is an issue of national security and the safety of every American. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome an expert panel of witnesses for today's discussion. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Josh Steinman, is the CEO of Galvanic, a cybersecurity startup that focuses on protecting critical infrastructure. Mr. Steinman also served as a senior director of cyber policy and deputy assistant to President Trump from 2017 to 2021. Secondly, I'd like to welcome Dr. Edward Amoroso, who is the CEO of TAG Infosphere and professor at NYU. Formerly, he was a senior vice president.
Shit. Hold up. I forgot about the poll. Let me go back here. Hold on. Let's start a poll. We're going to do another.
Security Infosphere is the CEO.
We're going to do another
of
witness
Galvanic,
show.
a cybersecurity startup that focuses on.
Looks like there's only 3 there this time. Just to make sure. Steinman, Amoroso, Blaze. Yes. Mr. Steinman. Mr. Amoroso. Mr. Blaze. We're going to start the poll again. All through the witness statements, their opening statements, and the first 5 minutes, or the first round of questioning for 5 minutes. This poll will be active, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how many of you get it right. Let's go to the chat. There we go.
Of Galvanic, a cybersecurity startup that focuses on protecting critical infrastructure. Mr. Steinman also served as a senior director of cyber policy and deputy assistant to President Trump from 2017 to 2021. Secondly, I'd like to welcome Dr. Edward Amoroso, who is the CEO of TAG Infosphere and professor at NYU. Formerly, he was a senior vice president and chief information security officer at AT&T and has decades of experience as a leader in cybersecurity. Lastly, I want to welcome Professor Matt Blaze of Georgetown Law, where he focuses on security and privacy in computing and communication systems. Thank you. I now recognize Mr. I'm going to swear y'all in first. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please take your seat. I now recognize Mr. Steinman for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member and all members here for having us here today. My name is Joshua Steinman. I'm the CEO of Galvanic. We're a critical infrastructure cybersecurity company. Previously served in the White House as a senior National Security Council staffer. I have a simple message today, and that echoes some of the messaging that we've already heard, which is that cyber threats to critical infrastructure are not contained to the telecommunications industry. It is an endemic problem across any number of other critical infrastructure sectors. Those include transportation, water, power, sewer, and the defense industrial base. Executive branch leaders have for years, in open testimony here in Congress, talked about the threats from both Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and others to our critical infrastructure sectors.
I kind of think that was the point.
Now is the time for Congress to take action in concert with the executive branch, in concert with the new Trump administration, to finally get us on a footing to be able to defend these critical aspects of American life against foreign cyber actors. Thank you both for having me, and all members. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Dr. Amoroso for his opening statement.
Well, thank you. Thanks for the invite, and I'm looking forward to our discussion today. I do a few things. I run a research and advisory company called TAG in New York City that allows me to kind of keep up on an awful lot of current issues in cyber. I advise enterprise, government, and so on. I also teach at NYU in the computer science and engineering department. I also have the privilege to try to teach cybersecurity to law students, which can be quite a challenge at times, but it's something I enjoy very much. But I'm perhaps most known in this industry as someone who spent 31 years at AT&T. So I've spent a lifetime protecting critical infrastructure.
What about me?
And,
it's in the Constitution.
Last 20 years of my career
we can lie
at
straight to your face.
AT&T, I was in the
Supreme
top
Court
job
said
there. So a lot of the systems and infrastructure and tools that are likely to be referenced perhaps in some of your questions today related to Salt Typhoon, I helped to design and build and put teams in place to operate. So I really do understand how much of this works. I stepped down from that role several years ago. So I'm happy to hopefully provide some insight there. One of the themes I think you'll hear in my comments today is that we need to be thinking about the next problem. I think a metaphor comes to mind that I often think about when asked about this topic. It's as if we were driving on a road hitting a bunch of potholes, and then you ask us to come and talk about the potholes. We don't want to ignore the potholes, but it's scarier when there's gigantic sinkholes ahead of us. And I think that's the metaphor that makes the most sense here. And those sinkholes will come from an adversary that increasingly is using AI. And I think, again, you'll hear in my comments that
weird way of putting it, but I understand.
Unless we figure out a way to deal with that at a national level in a coordinated way, and yes, telecom's a big piece of that, but there's a lot of other pieces.
I understand, and I hate it too, Rhonda.
Unless we do that, then I think we'll look back on Salt Typhoon as perhaps child's play. So I look forward to our discussion, and I hope my insights today are helpful to you. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I now recognize Professor Blaze for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize that I will probably use my 5 minutes fully, unlike my co-witnesses here. So although I am in the law school as well as the computer science department, I'm here primarily with my technologist hat on. And I thought I would spend a few minutes just discussing the technical context in which Salt Typhoon was able to happen. And I trace this back to 1994. In 1994, Congress enacted something called the Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act, or CALEA, which mandated that telecommunications service providers incorporate into their infrastructure capabilities to support court-authorized wiretaps, sometimes called lawful access. CALEA was a response to concerns from law enforcement that newer digital telephony services might not be compatible with existing, at the time, wiretap technology that the government and
yes,
the
they are,
police were
Minnesota.
using. What CALEA did
They're in
was
Congress. They
shifted
get to
the
do whatever they
technical
want,
burden
remember?
for implementing wiretaps from law enforcement, where it had traditionally been for most of the 20th century, into the communications network itself. And what CALEA required was that virtually all switching equipment in the public telephone network must be designed with explicit backdoor capabilities to wiretap traffic. So every switch used to serve every customer would thereafter have to be essentially wiretap ready in case a customer served by that equipment might someday be the subject of a wiretap order. When CALEA was proposed, many technologists, myself included, raised concerns about the security implications of such a sweeping mandate, that it would expose our infrastructure to attack by malicious actors who would find ways to exploit these new universal wiretap capabilities against ordinary Americans and American companies and government officials. And unfortunately, these concerns have, over time, been proven correct several times, and most recently and most spectacularly in the Salt Typhoon attacks against high-value U.S. targets, including government officials. While the CALEA mandates introduced vulnerabilities from the beginning, those risks have been greatly amplified in practice over the more than 30 years since the law was passed, and are now much more severe than perhaps they were at the start. Telecom infrastructure has changed radically over the last 30 years. In particular, it's become increasingly automated and virtualized. In the previous century, provisioning wiretaps generally required the intervention of a technician with physical access to switching equipment that was serving the targeted customer. This effectively served as a safeguard against very large-scale unauthorized wiretapping that wasn't being permitted by court orders, because a human being was in the loop and would be expected to notice an inexplicable uptick in surveillance. Over time, these sort of architectural safeguards, because of the way the phone system worked in the 1990s, have kind of fallen by the wayside as communication infrastructure has evolved. Telecom switches are now more like data centers than they were specialized offices run by humans. They're designed to be remotely programmed, configured, and managed, often over the internet, and at the same time, the backhaul for wiretaps to law enforcement is no longer through dedicated leased lines, but rather through internet connections that anyone potentially could get access to. And there are now intermediaries that serve essentially as wiretapping clearinghouses between law enforcement and telecom providers. Effectively, all this has expanded the attack surface that has to be defended to prevent tampering with our communications infrastructure and unauthorized surveillance by foreign state actors, especially at scale. The job of the illegal eavesdropper has actually gotten significantly easier. And to put it bluntly, something like Salt Typhoon was inevitable and will likely happen again unless significant changes are made to our infrastructure and our approach to protecting it. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, just for Jennifer O'Connell out there, if you're still here, ma'am. Ariana, how dare you? How dare you want the TV while your mom is trying to listen to information to make an informed decision about your future? How dare you want that TV? There you go.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Steinman, it is widely reported that U.S. critical infrastructure undergoes thousands of cyber attacks a day. While many of these attacks are not successful, it is impossible to stop all of them from achieving their goal. To begin, can you quickly describe the significance of the Salt Typhoon breach last year and its impact on U.S. national security?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first want to ask for clarification, which I fear you may not be able to provide in terms of the language that we use
Once
here.
this round of questioning is done, we kill the
This
vote.
is a challenge that we've faced for many years. I faced it in my last job. I even face it in my current job, which is that when folks say attack, I think often they refer to activities such as probing or other things that I think don't bear the same weight that the word attack actually does. This also goes to another challenge in cyberspace, which is that, you know, many actors conduct activities that look like both intelligence collection, and then they maintain the capacity to then conduct an operation that may have an impact. That impact may be digital, that impact, especially in this context, may be physical.
So would it be fair to say that instead of using attack, you'd prefer to use words like probing, monitoring, collecting, disrupting?
I would defer to my academic colleagues here to choose the specific language. I would just caution against using the word attack.
Sure.
Because I'll certainly use that word very specifically to mean creating direct impact to
Disruption.
systems. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
Yep. So in that case, I think, just to answer your question, we do see critical infrastructure bearing an intense degree of scrutiny, I guess, from foreign actors. Those foreign actors are reported, and again, you can consult the Director of National Intelligence's annual threat assessment to Congress, which recites these types of frameworks a lot, but we see foreign threat actors deliberately, repeatedly, regularly, and high volume interrogating critical infrastructure facilities across the United States, across the world. The challenge is that many of those critical infrastructure facilities, in fact, are not well defended. We could go into the reason why. I think in closing, what I would say, Mr. Chairman, is the internet is a dark and dangerous place. It can be, certainly. And our adversaries take advantage of the fact that we've essentially built out America's critical infrastructure from a digital perspective without a sort of wartime footing. And that means that these types of activities, in many cases, are purported to have found purchase. And what that means is that we do have foreign adversaries sitting on American critical infrastructure, and that gives them the possibility of being able to, at a time and place of their choosing, conduct an attack.
Sure, thank you for that. I thought that our, I'll call it our 9/11 because that's when we kind of woke up when we were attacked. I thought our 9/11 was going to be the Colonial Pipeline attack, and we were days away from a catastrophe, and we have allowed our critical infrastructure to be basically operated by technology, and that technology has vulnerabilities. And it's funny because I was in Congress during the Colonial Pipeline attack, and they had to call all these 70 and 80-year-old retirees from all over the country to operate the pipeline with wrenches, and these guys knew how to hit it and know what to do next. And you know, IoT was operating the whole thing. Luckily, they were able to determine that the administration was actually what was breached as opposed to the operational control, so they were able to turn it back on. But you know, Dr. Amoroso, when these types of state-sponsored attacks, and I guess, you know, Salt Typhoon is state-sponsored, the Colonial Pipeline attack was likely somebody that was just trying to make some money. But do you believe that the U.S. government should retaliate against either state-sponsored actors or actors that are operating in countries that are not enforcing the rule of law to show that there's consequences for these kind of behaviors? And if so, what kind of response do you believe is justified?
Well, it's a good question. It comes up all the time. Last 30 years, should we say the best defense is a good offense, right? That comes up a lot. I think the best defense is a good defense, right? You got to play defense. I mean, whether we decide to retaliate, sort of a separate issue, but I think it shirks the responsibility we have to do a better job, right? There's no question that Salt Typhoon, I feel like we're sort of lucky in a sense, right? Because we break down problems into two types of things. One's where they're peeking at your stuff, and that's never good. You don't want anybody surveilling and pulling data. But somehow you feel like you survived that. It's not good. But if they're disrupting, if there's kinetic attacks where buildings have to be evacuated and people's lives are maybe taken, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. So in my opening comment, when I sort of drew the analogy between sort of potholes and sinkholes, sinkholes are consequential attacks where you cannot ignore what's going on. And that's my biggest fear, that I feel like we're headed toward that. And now's a good time, I think, for a whole country, for everybody to kind of wake up and say, this is something we should pull together and fix. Something in America, we're good at that. When we get pissed at something, we do pull together. And this is a really good opportunity, not just for this committee, but I think for our whole country to do something about it.
Thank you for that. I just want to let my colleagues know that we're not going to be super strict on time, given the fact that some of us have left, and we want to make sure that we get the most out of this. And we will likely be doing a second round of questions at the end. Thank you for that. And
all right, so let's close down the poll. In the poll, take that off the screen, put the chat back. Why is that poll still there when I closed it? What the hell, man? Oh, it just had to catch up. Okay. Who is the witness shill? 40 out of 5 votes. 40% was Amoroso, so that's 2. 40% was Mr. Blaze, so that's 2. And 20% was Mr. Simon, so that's 1. Kind of all over the board.
with that, I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I want to enter
You just had 5 minutes. What do you mean? You didn't vote.
to the record congressional testimony, Salt Typhoon securing America's telecommunications information from state-sponsored cyber attacks, April 2nd, by Corey Simpson, JD.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the administration has said that discussing attack plans on Signal wasn't a big deal because Signal is end-to-end encrypted. But what does that really mean? I just want to explain to people at home exactly how this encryption works and how a phone works, really. So end-to-end encryption means that after I press the send button on my phone, my message gets scrambled if you're using Signal. And that scrambled version travels to its end destination. Anyone who reads the message in the middle wouldn't know what I said, but what if the hackers aren't trying to intercept my message while it's moving? What if they had already hacked the phone itself, or hacked my friend's phone, who I'm sending the message to? So let's take a closer look at how a phone works. And you can see here there's a lot of ways a phone can get hacked. And Dr. Blaze, this is your area of expertise. Yes or no, is it true that hackers can access information on your phone if you are connected to public Wi-Fi?
Under many circumstances, yes, with personal devices.
And then can they access your phone and the messages you're sending through a Bluetooth connection or even a USB port, let's say?
All those expose the phone to vulnerabilities.
And isn't it
You mean any way out to the world is a way in? Anybody that knows anything about electronics and communication knows that shit, you dumb son of a bitch.
true that if I accidentally clicked on, let's say, a malicious ad or a link, that could download something on my phone that could also make my messages or what I'm doing on my phone vulnerable?
That's
just
actually
like
a very
computer
common way of
Yes.
attacking phones.
So there are, even if you're using an end-to-end encrypted app like Signal, there are so many ways to hack your phone itself and America's top national security officials should know this, and they're probably the #1 target for many of these types of hacks.
No shit, motherfucker, but you don't even need a hack. All you need is a keylogger, which tracks the keys that are pressed, whether it be a cell phone or whether it be a computer, tablet, whatever, doesn't matter. All you need is a keylogger. And when it connects to the internet, it will transmit that data wherever the hell it goes. And it can be hidden deep within a computer. So, your argument is kind of a moot point, because aren't you trained to not click on suspicious links? Aren't you trained to look into that before you click on anything? Aren't you trained on that as a government official? Do you not know the protocol behind that? Because Jesus Christ, we follow the same protocol as an American citizen with our own personal devices. I don't know. Maybe y'all are too retarded. But we as American citizens aren't, because we already know this.
And it's actually hard to believe that they would even be using Signal. There's a reason why we don't put secure information and classified information on Signal in the first place.
China.
And just
That's who made the
yesterday,
phones
we found
keeping.
out that Mike Waltz's team uses Gmail to communicate as well. Mr. Blaze, is Gmail vulnerable as well if you're sending information, classified or sensitive information to and from people? I would say it's probably more vulnerable than Signal, correct?
That's right. Well,
I mean, it's more vulnerable than having your own personal email server where you're sharing classified information at your fucking house. Wait, didn't that happen? Oh, yeah, that's right. Hillary Clinton.
Gmail isn't even end-to-end encrypted, so it's vulnerable to attacks on both the device and the network itself and Google's infrastructure.
And has Gmail been infiltrated in the past for national security information?
Yes.
And can you tell me,
Why are
do you
you
remember
using
any instances
Gmail
of
for
that?
national security information?
I mean, there are many, many ways to attack a Gmail user. The most common is to obtain their passwords or other access control, and essentially log in as them with full access. And this happens so often that it's almost impossible to single out a single instance. But state actors are notorious for this sort of attack.
And
K-Bean says, I thought they'd be using an intranet. They're actually supposed to be doing that. As a government contractor, we had to use an intranet for our stuff. I've also built buildings and set up networks for an intranet within government buildings. They're supposed to. So why the fuck is our federal government using Gmail? Y'all have more servers, better processing power than most companies do. But yet you use Gmail? The fuck are we doing?
I think it's pretty clear that this shouldn't have been happening. And if any regular low-level defense or intelligence staff had been involved in anything like this, they would have been fired immediately. And that's what really is concerning to me now. Speaking of firings, we have actually been laying off a lot of our top cybersecurity experts at CISA and across the government. Dr. Blaze, what do you think would be the impact of some of these firings on our ability to defend against hostile cyber attacks in the future?
Well, the battle to defend our infrastructure is fundamentally difficult. It's fundamentally a problem that the offense side has an advantage with, because computer systems, personal devices, the servers that serve them are all vulnerable to attacks, some of which have not yet been discovered and some of which have not yet even come into existence. But we don't know how to build secure systems in any top-to-bottom way. So I would say that having an active defense to identify and fix vulnerabilities from all sectors, from the private sector, government, and individual end users, is essential.
And Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent.
But we don't have any way of actually making it secure. I hope you mean that things like day zero exploits work. I hope you mean that there's always some kind of backdoor into a system that nobody even notices until it's a thing. I hope you mean that, because if you're sitting there telling me that you cannot build an infrastructure that is safe from most cyber attacks before the federal government, I know 100% you're fucking lying.
Sent to enter in the record an article dated March 13, 2025. People are scared inside CISA as it reels from Trump's purge.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear that this shouldn't have happened. We need to understand how prevalent the use of third-party apps and private phones is when talking about classified or secure or sensitive information. And so we've sent a letter to the administration. I hope that we'll get some answers. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you hosting this hearing. I appreciate you witnesses being here. I actually came to this hearing thinking that we were going to be able to have a bipartisan hearing on this, as we all agree that CCP is a tremendous threat, that our infrastructure needs protected. It's surprising, again, to come to this and to see the politicization of this hearing. It seems to be that Democrat administrations can use signal, but Republicans can't. That when we have successful attacks against the Houthis, they get overlooked, but yet when the Biden administration withdraws from Afghanistan and 13 of our servicemen get killed, that the Dems sit on their hands and don't seem to be concerned about that at all.
Yes.
We just had another successful attack against the Houthis last night, so it seems that our administration is able to proceed unabated, regardless of the chicken little pie in the sky is falling stories from our ranking member. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Steinman, could you explain or answer for me, would signal messages be susceptible to exposure by the Salt Typhoon attack?
I'd want to defer to my technical colleagues here to the left. Obviously, it's an end-to-end encrypted service. It's going to depend on a wide range of variables, including is the endpoint compromised. Again, I'd defer to the technical experts here.
Mr. Marosa.
Sure, I'm happy to provide guidance. So you're asking whether, in a sense, the Chinese, Salt Typhoon. So Salt Typhoon is a broad description of an actor.
Right.
And one of the things we've learned, like, take the end-to-end cryptography argument that was made earlier, that the transmission is secure between the endpoints. It's using a type of cryptography called public key cryptography. It's the Diffie-Hellman key exchange. It turns out that's actually something that is susceptible to quantum computers, and it's entirely possible that the PRC could have a bunch of those in the basement. So I could imagine that even Signal is vulnerable to nation-state surveillance in real time. What we've learned is, in our own intelligence community, we've always been 10 to 15 years ahead of where we all think cryptography is. So chances are, it's kind of scary, Russia, China, and so on are probably a lot further along than we think they are in crypto. That's why I think, in general,
This seems to me to fall into the, I appreciated your opening statements where you talked about kind of the potholes of yesterday, to where, in a sense, maybe this didn't fall into that category, but more in the what are the sinkholes for the future. I thought that was the whole idea, that from a security posture, whether it be in our typical DoD stance, but certainly in cybersecurity, we need to be skating to where the puck is going.
I agree with you. I mean, I know where you're going, and I agree. I think China is a better actor than I think we had ever expected at this point. I mean, if you just sort of extrapolate back, we kind of used to lampoon, they don't know what they're doing. And then they got better. And then we kind of see Salt Typhoon, and all of us go, whoa, you know, they've gotten pretty good. So I think that's a wake-up call. Whether it would be good enough to break signal, whether Salt Typhoon connects, we can sit and debate that. But I think if you push the puck forward on the ice a little bit, it gets pretty scary, where things like even signal, that's kind of my point, like where we're going is, even things you might depend on now are probably not going to be things we can depend on soon. So all of us need to think through how we fix that.
A couple of my big concerns, and I may run out of time to get both of them, but it's been said, if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. So while we need to talk about what we can do going forward to kind of build and harden our infrastructure and those kind of things, I'm also concerned about what we might be doing already that is allowing access. I wonder, we don't know the actors or the group within Salt Typhoon. I think only one has been kind of outed. The rest we don't know, so we don't know where they're getting their training, but I do wonder how many of them were trained here in the United States at our universities. I wonder about the infrastructure that we get that's, even most of our phones are made in China, for example. Could you speak to that and what we could do to kind of harden
on the
our
digging
infrastructure where
thing,
it is
one-
right now, and then we
yeah,
can talk about where we
it's a
need to go.
Great analogy. You do want to stop digging when you're in a hole. I think one of the things that I hear all the time, like in the context of telecom, Salt Typhoon, and even the broader issues, is we need to find the gaps, go find the 3, 5, 7 gaps and close them. I think that that's a fool's errand. Like, looking for the gaps and fixing them is not the way we get out of this. I think we need to design brand-new infrastructure and start finding a way to eventually transition. Like in our world, we would call that next-generation infrastructure, and I think that's something we have to do. It may sound like a big lift, but I don't see any other way.
I guess my concern is, okay, if China's still building the next-gen hardware and then importing it into the United States, do we still have that issue? I guess that's what the kind of question I'm asking.
Well, we avoid, I mean, like if you take
and if we're still training, we come up with the latest best practices, but then we continue to train their cybersecurity experts and send them back home to do damage against
I'm against that. On the hardware thing with Huawei,
that's kind of, I guess, my concern. I don't know.
it is sensible, to your point, that for things like Huawei, that we stay away from that equipment. I think that's wise, and I think we've all probably agree with that. What's interesting is in Salt Typhoon, they didn't use any Huawei backdoors, because while I was at AT&T, I don't think they've since gone and bought any Huawei equipment. So that was not either the front, side, or even one of the components of the attack. So we sort of learned that they don't need that. Now, I'm not saying we should be buying that. I'm against that. But it was not part of the attack vector, which for a lot of us is kind of
Thank you. We're going to have time for a second round of questions. I now recognize
Mr. Chair, I wanted to enter something into the record.
Sure.
Ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article dated March 27, 2025, titled "Previous Administrations Were Wary of the Messaging App Signal. Trump World Has Embraced It."
Thank you for that. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. This is a serious issue. This is a serious issue. What bothers me is that raising the issue of national security when our top national security and defense officials go on an insecure app and they talk about, they offer actionable intelligence in advance of a military operation in which our sons and daughters are at risk. And then if we raise it in the Oversight Committee on a hearing, it's politicization. It's one thing, I know a lot of my Republican colleagues, over 25 years, I've worked hand in hand with a lot of them on issues of national security. And,
Lynch,
Senator Langford, when he was over here.
Why the fuck are you so goddamn retarded? You still cannot use a mic. Every time you talk, your mic is fucked.
It's one thing.
Why are you in Congress if you can't figure out how a mic works?
I can understand if Republican members don't want to say anything about what the Trump administration did on this and what they continue to do. But to call it politicization and also to give a blessing on what they did and call it a success scares the hell out of me. If you think that was a success, going on an insecure line in advance of a military operation and discuss openly on an insecure app the operational details of the forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets,
Will the gentleman yield?
systems, and attack sequencing?
Will the gentleman
That's
yield?
okay. No, I'm not going to yield. I'm offended. I'm offended that members would say that's politicization when we're trying to protect our sons and daughters in uniform and use this forum? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That was a colossal failure. We cannot encourage that. We cannot encourage that type of activity. On this committee, classified briefings, we were informed not to use Signal. We were informed.
But it's okay to get 13 service members killed because you want to pull out of everything before anything is actually finalized, before they can protect. You want to make them defend an open fucking area instead of a goddamn valley. You want to make them an open public area, mind you. It was a public goddamn airport. Y'all cleared the fuck out to get out of fucking Afghanistan. Instead of Bagram Air Force Base, which is easily fucking defendable. That's okay. But you are offended because somebody leaked information before anything could have ever been done to stop some kind of attack? Maybe? I guess that's the way you look at it? Or leak information about an attack that somebody could have stopped like 2 hours before it fucking happens, or whatever the real time frame was? Come the fuck on, Lynch. Your goddamn outrage is too fucking pathetic. You can't even figure out how a goddamn microphone works, and you expect me to believe this is actually coming from your fucking heart? You expect me to believe that you want to turn this big actual nothing burger into something? The information was given out to the American people after the shit fucking happened in the first place. Again, you need to justify those actions to me, faggot. You're using my American taxpayer dollars to kill people. I need that justification as to why. But it's okay for you to do so, right? It's okay, because the American people don't need to know a fucking thing about what and why you choose to do what you do. Get the fuck out of office. You can't even figure out how to use a goddamn microphone. This fake outrage, ain't it, bitch?
That there are certain protocols that you have to take up.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm not yielding, no. So, and my colleague got an extra minute on top of what.
I'll give you 2.
A minute and
4. Cry, faggot.
So maybe I'll have time at the end to yield. Here's what it is. Here's what gets me. It is pointless for us to sit in this committee and try to grapple with the real issue of Salt Typhoon and other threats to our communication systems if the people at the top don't take it seriously. We can talk about all of the protocols and debate and devise the best methods and insist upon up-to-date technology and take all those steps. But if the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and National Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and Mike Walls, our National Security Advisor, and Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, go on an insecure line and talk about operational intelligence on an insecure line, then everything we do here is pointless. That's what I'm getting at. So we ought to be able to talk in a meaningful way and point that out. That's relevant. That's important. And they need to know that. And telling them that you were great and that was a success and look how great you did. That's not good. That's not good. That's not helpful to our national security. They made a mistake. Now, you don't have to say that publicly, but dear God, don't tell them that's the way to go. Nice job. Great success. That's insane. That's insane for anybody who takes national security seriously. That's what I'm getting at. And so our work here can't be just, it can't be just, advice to Democrats when they're in office. It has to be guidance as well to others. It shows that we're taking our job seriously, and it's not just for show. This is not politicization. This is national security. This is the real stuff. And there have been, and I'm happy to hear, there have been Republican colleagues who are very worried about this, and they've said that. And they try to be as respectful as they can to their Republican colleagues, and I understand that. I get that part. But that's a far cry from saying, way to go, do it again. That was successful. It's just, it does not bode well for our future and for the work of this committee. Let me just ask a quick question, Mr. Blaze.
What did your pussy hurt fucking rant have to do exactly what the fuck this hearing is about? Oh, this is Signal K. Hey, Lynch. Where the fuck were you with the Hillary Clinton email server thing, right? I mean, you might not have been in office. I don't know. But during that time, how did you feel about that? Oh, it was a big nothing burger to you, right? So information that is passed along through a third-party app, end-to-end encrypted, you're raging the fuck out about because somebody could get a hold of the actual device on either end and get that information. Yet you don't give a goddamn if an actual government official has classified information on their unsecured home server, right? Dude, it's about time you shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of office. This is pathetic. You are worse than a fucking child. A child, I could actually tolerate doing this bullshit. You are worse than a goddamn child. Pull your fucking big boy panties up, let your fucking nuts drop, and be a goddamn man for once in your pathetic ass fucking life. Stop crying like a little fucking bitch about every little thing that you could try to turn into some kind of fucking scandal just so you can get your powers back, and do your fucking job. Shut the fuck up, stop crying, and get back to fucking work.
On top of all this, the Trump administration has just laid off 130 folks at CISA, and these are some of the very best. So the private sector is covetous of getting some of our really smart cybersecurity people to work for them. So when you lay off 130 CISA personnel, does that
weren't doing their fucking jobs in the first goddamn place?
And what,
we just need to be
problems
wasting our
does
money
that,
because they're on the payroll.
present?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that CISA in both the first Trump.
Oh my God, we fired a whole bunch of people that weren't doing their jobs. They were doing nothing but just garnishing a fucking paycheck from us. What does it do if you get rid of them from your fucking company? What does it do to the federal government if you get rid of people that ain't doing a fucking thing? What does it do? What does it do? Tell me the implications of getting rid of people who ain't doing a fucking thing. Lynch, you were the biggest worthless piece of shit I've ever seen in Congress. Worse than Johnson. Johnson's the dumbest motherfucker. But you were the most worthless piece of shit ever to grace my fucking screen.
Trump administration.
By the way, there's your fucking shill.
Administration was an invaluable resource in protecting critical infrastructure. It's a small agency. Arguably it's been understaffed from the beginning, but it is essentially the only clearinghouse for threat intelligence across government and the private sector, and any diminishment of that capability will harm us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blaze. Mr. Chairman, if I have any extra time, I would yield it to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
We'll have an additional round of questions if you'd like to ask additional questions. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important hearing. Appreciate you holding it. I appreciate the witnesses being here, and you've been able to witness already the politicization of this hearing. So it's a crying shame. And Mr. Steinman, what I will tell you is I am a layman, and so I will use the term cyber attack, and I may mean probe, I may mean disruption, but I'm talking about a malignant actor, a malign actor who is trying to do something that is detrimental to some secure system that we have. That's what I'm referring to. And so, according to the Internet Security Alliance, thousands of daily attacks, cyber attacks, put the operational continuity of critical infrastructure at risk and have led to trillions of dollars in economic losses to date, meaning that cyber attacks threaten both our national and economic security. Estimates indicate that 40 to 70% of our private and public sector cybersecurity workforce and resources are spent on navigating a patchwork of overlapping, contradictory, and duplicative regulatory regimes. These contradictory schema are promulgated not only at the international, local, and federal level, but often between federal agencies themselves. Every minute spent navigating the bureaucratic morass of conflicting rules is time.
Or Lenny, here's what we do. I have a badass idea. Give me a second. Let me bring it up. Here we go. We can even crowdfund this, ladies and gentlemen. The singing bag of dicks. Let's put that background there. The singing bag of dicks. Candy dicks. They open these up. Eat a bag of dicks, motherfuckers. Peaceful way to say it. Every single member of fucking Congress. Eat a bag of dicks. Oh, we're in the Salt Typhoon one. I think that'd be fun.
Actually focused away from cyber threats.
Imagine the news cycle on that
for
one.
You, and I'll go with you, Mr. Amorosa. What steps should Congress and the Trump administration take to harmonize federal cybersecurity regulations to ensure that cybersecurity resources and the cyber workforce are focused on protecting American citizens and critical infrastructure?
Well, thank you for the question. And on behalf of every CISO on the planet, we'd sure like to see
So it was him.
frameworks and regulations. The NIST cybersecurity framework, which is in version 2, is really good.
Wait. This motherfucker's live right now talking about this. Hold up. Sorry, guys. We scrolling out for a second. This comes back from yesterday.
Roll it.
We were out in Harlem, which is pretty close to where we live. It's a pretty familiar area to me. And we're doing the Planned Parenthood efforts. You know, we want to defund Planned Parenthood. So we were asking just random people on the street, like, what do they know about Planned Parenthood? What do you think that they do? And then showing the real data from them, which is that they literally don't help women at all. And the conversation was going okay. She was obviously like a very outspoken woman from the beginning, but she came up to me and she said, "Oh my gosh, I love your dress. You look so cute," complimenting my husband on his skin tone. Then we just got to talking, and immediately I could tell that she was pro-abortion. Like I do in my videos, I'm never rude to people, but I just challenge them with simple questions. And at one point, she said to me that she thinks that we should kill all the kids in foster care. I asked her if she was serious and restated the answer that she gave to me. And she started kind of cussing
back
me
closer
out
to the beginning.
to the camera.
How far do we got to
She was
go?
facing toward the camera, and I was like, "I'm not the one. You know, you think I'm crazy, but I'm not the one who just said that we should kill all the kids in foster care." And she said, "That's not the point." And that's the last thing I remember before I had just a straight blow to the head. I'll try to show you guys. I had to get 2 stitches.
All right, let's see.
And I asked them, in all truth and all honesty, so the cops can't get mad at me or nothing. I said, if they come back, are you guys going to use force? Because you standing here and letting them beat everybody up, which we know they ain't. Y'all know me. I told you I'm not playing. or are y'all going to use force, pepper spray, anything? He said, no, we're not going to do any of that. We'll shut the event down and we'll escort you guys out. And I said, listen, sir, if they come to this booth, I'm going to protect these people that are at the booth. I'm not going to let them come in here and just beat people up. Are we on the same page? But I want y'all to watch the video because if you missed it, this is the craziness that was happening. Is this the collage one, the one with most of them, or this is the first one?
The fact that the tattoos are missing, maybe like an overexposure to the light. I don't know, but like I said, y'all have me questioning. I thought right then, because I've seen this man in person. He's intimidating as fuck, and I know that walk. But he had me questioning because the tattoos weren't there.
The compilation. I say collage, compilation. So this is get a little, and I'll walk you through the context of what you're looking at because it's not very clear if you wasn't there.
I'm going to brag to Davey.
What I'm looking at now, if it plays from here, this is the second time this group of nut jobs showed up on campus and they hit this lady in the head. The one that's right here. We got a video of them coming and hitting her in the back of the head in front of the cops. And then you're going to see me walk over to the cops and be like, bro, they just hit her in the head. And y'all not going to do anything? And then I had to step up because the women were there and I didn't know if they were going to come and try to beat the women up and do stuff to them. We'll see. He wrote a clip.
Watch out. Hey,
I'm telling
him. Slow down. Get back. Get in there. Get in there.
This is the second time they came to campus. And they watched them walk up after they had already done what you finna see in a minute. And then they did all this, hit that lady in the head, and they don't pursue not one of these people. They don't go after the weakest one. They don't even give commands or not. They did absolutely nothing. Roll the clip. They just walking. They let them take all of our property.
I'm telling you, I agree with his ass 100% in that whole situation. Yes, they just walked up, grabbed the shit, and left. Assaulted people. Cops did absolutely nothing. So yes, I'm sorry. Defend your fucking self. All for it. But yeah, let's get back to what we were doing.
And it's almost like an umbrella standard to most of the other standards that are imposed on an enterprise security team. So I think if you had 50 heads of security across the whole critical infrastructure, even mid-size and small companies, that all agree that simplifying that to one or two frameworks would be a really good idea. Now, we use these tools called GRC tools, governance, risk, and compliance tools. So we've been able to automate away a lot of the complexity. So we've dealt with it, but it would be quite welcome if there was some simplification there.
Do you have any thoughts on how tools like artificial intelligence could be deployed to assist in reviewing and constructing a framework?
Oh, they'd be great. I mean, everyone in the room here has used ChatGPT, where you ask it a complex question, you feed this complex thing and say, explain this to me. Well, think about complex regs and asking how it might apply to an industry. AI is really good at that. And so we've gotten pretty good at dealing with you'd use some words like complex, some rest, absolutely accurate. We've dealt with that using technology, but still it'd be nice to simplify that. I think that would be, it would clean up a lot of the security infrastructure we have in place.
Mr. Blaze, Professor Blaze, your written testimony outlined a concern that I share, that lawful access mandates present risk to Americans. Both tools may be abused, both that those tools may be abused or that those lawful access mandates may be exploited by malign actors. And you talked about encryption. End-to-end encryption is not a silver bullet, but it is, as you discussed, an important countermeasure. despite years of advocacy that Congress imposed wiretap-ready mandates on Indians' encrypted communication tools, which, by the way, I really appreciate you raising that in your piece. In response to the Salt Typhoon attack, federal law enforcement agencies issued a series of public reports and statements recommending that Americans utilize encrypted voice and text communication methods. I ask for unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, that one of those, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency's mobile communications best practices, be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Blaze. Would imposing such a mandate expose those communication methods to the same risk present without encryption?
I mean, end-to-end encryption makes communication strictly more secure. It's not perfect. It's not a panacea. It still leaves us vulnerable to attacks against the endpoint. But what effective end-to-end encryption does is essentially removes attacks against the infrastructure, such as we saw in the Salt Typhoon attacks that have been made public so far, from the equation. It essentially signals encryption. We don't know that it's perfect. We don't know that there aren't hidden
I'm not talking specifically about Signal. I'll save that for another round of questions.
Sure, but for example, Signal.
Yeah.
We don't know if any of this encryption is perfect. We don't know if there's some attack that will be discovered in the future. But it's probably safe to say that the easiest way to attack an end-to-end encrypted communication is by attacking the endpoint. That it essentially becomes a waste of time to attack it through the infrastructure, and that's a significant gain.
So while we're here, Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me just real quickly, it's been publicly reported that the UK has been putting pressure on Apple to build a lawful access backdoor into encrypted iCloud backups, not unlike what you talked about in the 90s. Senator Ron Wyden and I have raised concerns about this approach with the Trump administration, specifically asking the administration to put pressure on the UK to back down or face consequences. And I ask unanimous consent that on our February 13th, 2025 letter be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
And so here's the question, Professor Blaze. What tools are at the administration's disposal to ensure that our own allies are not taking steps that jeopardize Americans' privacy?
Well, again, we should encourage the use of end-to-end encryption because we use the internet and communications for essentially everything about our economy, everything about our national security, everything about our personal privacy depends on the security of our communications infrastructure. And, so we need to promote the use of end-to-end encryption enthusiastically and vigorously. And regulations that mandate things like cryptographic backdoors are a step backwards from doing that and will make us less safe.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. And I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for being here. And obviously, I think we can all agree that the Salt Typhoon hacks were very serious, deserve a full response.
God damn it.
Clearly, China is targeting our networks, and we
Another retarded-ass
need to
point
step up
coming.
to prevent them, and of course, prevent
In a whole
worse
bunch
things
of
from happening.
signs. 'Cause you're
But
too
of course, I
stupid to know
strongly
what he's
disagree
talking
with
about.
comments that we should not be discussing other serious national security concerns. Members of Congress have the absolute right in hearings to ask questions that are of grave national security concern. And the fact that we, as the House minority and Democrats, are focused on the serious national security breaches that have happened because of Secretary Hegseth and others on the Signal fiasco, I think is the right response from us. The American people demand accountability for the Signal disclosures.
Don't worry about what
And as a
we've done.
reminder, we have not
Worry
only
about what
Defense
everybody
Secretary
else
Pete
is
Hegseth,
doing.
we have National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, the Vice President, the CIA Director, our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary, and the Director of National Intelligence, all debating foreign policy, arguing about national strategy, and sharing what is clearly war plans, even though they'd like to say that they weren't, on a signal change. So this is of absolute importance to this subcommittee and important for us to discuss it. Of course, they're doing all this while chatting with a reporter. We can all agree, hopefully our Republican colleagues included, that that's totally insane and a level of incompetence and recklessness that should never be in our government. Now, Dr. Blaze, we've seen this many times. This is, of course, one of the updates from Secretary Hegseth. Dr. Blais, here we have the Defense Secretary laying out exactly when and which planes were going to fly and when our pilots would be in danger. Now, Dr. Blais, I understand that Signal is a good commercial option to communicate. A lot of folks use it. But to communicate exact times, directives, war plans is absolutely unacceptable. Would you, I know you've said it before, but do you agree that this, from a national security perspective, should not be?
How many times have you done it, Garcia?
Sorry, I have no idea at what level that would be classified, but it's certainly sensitive national security information, and intuitively.
And do we agree that Secretary Hegseth or anyone at DOD should know this, correct?
Yes, anybody with access to classified information would also be briefed and have access to the authorized tools for handling that.
And so here we have...
But none of it's classified. It could be considered sensitive information, and even the Atlantic actually had to report, we fucking lied. None of it was classified. It was sensitive. We fucking lied to drum up this controversy. That's it. We said it was classified information because it was time sensitive. What's their justification? You're making something out of nothing because you want people to focus on your bullshit that you've drummed up and you created so they lose focus on what the fuck you've done to us. Pathetic as fuck, Garcia. And again, I need to ask, if Signal is preloaded on every government communications device, how many times have you used it?
Secretary Hegseth sharing information which exposes our soldiers to danger, even though he should know that information could actually get to our adversaries. And remember, the best cybersecurity practices in the world actually don't matter if you're also careless enough to send all of this classified information, which I believe is classified, straight to an actual reporter. So, Dr. Blais, can you remind us what would happen to an enlisted person or an officer who would leak similar information?
Well, I think, it's safe to say that if I did something like that, my access to classified information would be immediately revoked. I would probably be terminated immediately and be facing a criminal investigation.
Right. So if you're a rank and file member of the military, you certainly would receive severe punishment for a variety of different options. Yet the Secretary of Defense is still in his position, having committed a major offense, clearly breached national security protocols, and put American lives in danger. Many of us have said it before, we'll repeat.
They put American lives in danger by a guy leaking information after the fact to the American people that he was put in for what reason, we still don't know. But it's a national security concern, and it put people in danger for information to reach one person who didn't do anything with the information until after the fact. Now, whether you want to consider it an actual security breach or not, you just have to beg the question, if it's a breach of security, how many times did you same motherfuckers that are running your mouth about how bad it is, how many times have you used it, and why is it preloaded on every government communication device? Why? Why is that a thing?
Repeat it again, he should resign or he should be fired. In addition to that, Hegseth,
how many times have you used
we all
it?
know, has had
Resign?
Numerous other issues.
Be
in his
evicted from
past,
Congress.
been accused of numerous other things, was never qualified to actually do the job, and continues, in my opinion, to not live up to this enormous mistake that he, of course, and others made. Now, I want to also just point out the bombings did not solve anything. Attacks from Yemen still continue. And the whole episode revealed breathtaking incompetence. We got lucky this time that no Americans were killed, but unless things change, we're sitting on a ticking time bomb. And I just also want to note, because I think it's important, that the CIA director and DNI director, Tulsi Gabbard, who were active participants in the chat, have told Congress under oath that they don't remember basic facts about the conversations they actually had and were involved with, of course, to avoid any sort of responsibility. Personally, I think they lied to Congress and should be held accountable. Now, we also know that this isn't the only time these people have used Signal to discuss classified information or other systems. And I just want to remind us that the Wall Street Journal just reported that Walsh, quote, created and hosted multiple other sensitive national security conversations on Signal with cabinet members. And of course, now we're also learning that he's sending information through his personal Gmail account. So this is an enormous amount to investigate. We absolutely have a right to bring it up in this committee, and we need additional accountability. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing today. Thank you guys for coming. You guys are probably starting to see why it's tough for us to get anything done up in Washington, D.C. I do want to defend my colleague, Mr. Cloud. I don't believe he ever said that, the Signal chat episode was a success. I believe he was talking about the strikes against the Houthis. I also find it rich that my colleagues on the other side, who now claim to be the accountability and transparency police, said absolutely nothing, when we pulled out of Afghanistan and 13 Marines were killed, amongst other issues. So moving on to this hearing, I think it was great, Dr. Amoroso, that you talked about potholes and sinkholes. You're looking at many of these hacks that we've experienced in the past as potholes, but you seem more focused on the bigger attacks that will come in the future, and you're referring to those as sinkholes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Sir, would you look at some of the individuals that have hacked into our energy grid as a possible sinkhole scenario?
Yes.
Can you tell us what your major concerns are when it comes to infrastructure like that?
Disruption.
Yeah. Isn't it true that the former FBI director, Wray, even talked about that himself?
I'm not sure. That's a common point, though, certainly.
Mr. Steinman, do you remember that?
I believe I do, sir.
Yeah. What do you think would happen if the CCP or one of our adversaries were to take down our energy grid?
I think it would sow incredible chaos. I think it would be damaging to almost every American in the first and in the second order, given the food supply chains that we use to eat every day, the energy required to purify water, to process sewage, et cetera. And respectfully, sir, I would just offer that there have been numerous unclassified statements by executive branch senior executives to say that we do have foreign adversaries on that energy grid.
Right. Absolutely. One of the things that you guys brought up is whoever controls AI and does the best at implementing it into our cybersecurity, will obviously be in the best position. Can you guys talk to how the United States government is doing in implementing, developing AI and using it within cybersecurity?
I can offer a couple of points. I spend a lot of time on that. The first, I think everyone should recognize, again, another analogy. If you're a human being playing a well-programmed computer in chess, you realize you lose every time, right? I think everyone gets that. So just, do you think we can beat a computer at cyber? You kind of can't. And as your adversary starts to really move in that direction, you have to do that too. Now, when we think AI, in fact, for any of you, if you're thinking AI, the first word that should come to mind is data. You have to have data to train systems to learn, just like with children, they have to be exposed to experiences to learn. AI has to be exposed to data and, to some sense, experience. That's the first thing we need to do as a nation. So we have a lot of privacy concerns and a lot of issues of intellectual property and ownership and competition. And
when does that ever stop the federal government? I assume they got everything anyway.
The squabbles that we have in our country. We have to fix that. If we can't fix that, then we'll never be able to build, like I've heard the president talk about this big global shield. Well, I think that's a perfectly good metaphor for AI. We need to do something that allows us to protect against AI offense, and the only way to do that is we have to architect something that makes sense. We need to have the right access to data. We have to have the national labs involved, and large critical infrastructure has to be involved. Academia has to be involved. and our government leaders need to be working together to help us coordinate something along those lines.
Mr. Steinman, you want to take that one?
Yes, sir. I would also offer that it might be worth the committee's time to look into some of the barriers to information sharing that private sector executives and companies face. I believe it was mentioned previously around DHS's role as acting as an information clearinghouse, but there are a number of barriers around liability protection that I believe, in order to adequately address, will require congressional action. So I would just offer that up as a possible place where you all could do some work.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent that the subcommittee shall have a second round of questions for the members. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. So I was hoping to talk about Salt Typhoon more, but I just want to clarify some things about this signal chat issue. So there's really three components of it. There's the app signal. There's the individuals that are communicating on the app's cell phones, and then there's the content and the people that had access to the content. So let's talk with signal first. Mr. Blaze, the Salt Typhoon attack, would signal messages have been susceptible to the Salt Typhoon attack?
So from what we know about the Salt Typhoon attack, so far it has been limited to the infrastructure itself.
To the communication, unsecured communication on the infrastructure.
On the infrastructure.
They were basically collecting data that was going through the infrastructure, and because if it was unsecured, they would be able to access it and see what it says, but if it was secured, they would just throw it away because it's ones and zeros. Doesn't make any sense.
That's right. What Signal effectively does means attacks against the infrastructure can't reveal content.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted you to say. So Signal has actually been encouraged to be used by the Department of Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, and they actually recommended under the Biden administration for potentially highly targeted individuals to use it. So not only is it best practice to use end-to-end encrypted, it's encouraged to the point where when the CIA director took his post, they were like, you need to use Signal. You can't use anything else. So I guess, number one, Signal is secure unless the cell phone is compromised. So my question, Mr. Blaze, does it matter what app you're using if the cell phone is compromised?
Well, no, but let me just add a bit of nuance to what you said. Signal is secure in that it protects the information in transit, but it's one of the reasons it's not authorized for classified national security purposes is it lacks features designed to protect classified information, such as ensuring that the recipient has a clearance and is authorized to receive.
Correct. So, but again, Signal is secure end-to-end encryption, but again, it has to go to the right person.
That has to go to the right person. So it would be, the classified tools would make it impossible, for example, to inadvertently add a reporter.
But again, if the cell phone is compromised, it doesn't matter what app you're using because the cell phone's compromised. And in this case, our national security actors are not, have their cell phones checked, their cell phones were not compromised. Obviously, the issue now becomes the content, which was not classified. Was it best practice for a reporter to be included? No. Had that reporter told the Houthis what was going to happen, would that be really bad? Yeah, didn't happen. I can promise you that this will not happen again. National Security Advisor Waltz has indicated that this was an error, and I mean, listen, it's an error that will not be repeated. He is an incredible asset to our national security team. So again, there's just a lot of confusion around this. Signal is a secure end-to-end encrypted app.
I still want to know how it happened,
cell phones
regardless.
were not compromised. A person was added in error, and it did not have any impact on the outcome of the operation, which was a success. So, I mean, I think the biggest thing here is that I feel like my colleagues across the aisle are talking out of both sides of their mouths when they're concerned about this signal chat that had no adverse impact on national security and did not involve classified information, and I can promise you it won't happen again. When we didn't have any hearings on Joe Biden having classified information that he actually had no right to have in his garage from his time in the Senate. Hillary Clinton's, classified email private server for days, and Joe Biden used a fake email account to correspond with his son's business associates. So I guess all of these things, we're here to talk about Salt Typhoon and what we can do to, as Dr. Amoroso pointed out, avoid the sinkhole. We've got potholes for days. The sinkhole is coming, and we need to be working to make sure that we are ready, and I would say that we certainly are not right now. So I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle to make sure that our country's critical infrastructure is secure, and we got a lot of work to do. With that, I yield back, and I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Could I get unanimous consent first to enter into the record a couple articles? One, Chinese hackers are said to have targeted phones used by Trump and Vance. This was October 25th, 2024. I believe that's New York Times.
Without objection, so ordered.
And then the second one was Pentagon warned staffers against using Signal before White House chat league. I believe this was Washington Post on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blaze, have you seen any evidence that the personal devices of the people who are using Signal were compromised or not compromised?
I've seen no evidence one way or the other.
Yeah, so we don't actually know if their phones were compromised or not, but we do know from the articles I just sent into the record that certainly the vice president was already a target. And certainly if I were looking to target someone, I would look at our national security advisors. I just have to say that I'm glad I haven't heard from the administration much about this being an error, but I'm glad I'm hearing it from some. But what I really want to hear from the administration is that they made a mistake, that they're going to fix it, and here are the steps they're going to take to make corrective actions in fixing what was a serious, serious blunder and serious leak of national security intelligence. And that's my problem with this, is that even if you say that mistakes happen, there are no steps right now in fixing this as far as I know. And there's no one admitting that they made a mistake. And there's nobody telling us what corrective actions are actually being taken, how prevalent this issue was. I entered into the record earlier about how previous administrations were hesitant to use Signal for this very reason that our witnesses are telling us today. One witness said that Signal could actually be hacked, even though it is encrypted end-to-end, because we now have quantum computing. That's a really good point. And then Mr. Blaze, Dr. Blaze has also mentioned that these systems are vulnerable, even setting aside Signal itself. And we have 13,000 secure facilities across the country, and we have staff for every one of these national security experts who are there for the very purpose of making sure that they can communicate anywhere and anytime around the world, troop movements and other sensitive classified information. And so it's not like we haven't given the administration the resources to communicate securely. It's just they decided not to. And in doing so, I think they've broken at least 6 laws in regards to security as well as transparency. And I think this is a big problem that the administration has broken these laws and not admitted any sort of fault or mistake. And the response has been to just toss this aside as ho-hum or chicken little, I think was said earlier. I think there needs to be more attention paid to what happened, how prevalent it is, and what the administration is actually going to do about it. And so this is relevant because today's hearing is about compromising our telecommunications
I may not be able to do the last
infrastructure. But, you know, if you did a poll, I think we have a study of all the chief information security officers. I think 80% said that human risk was the #1 problem in securing cybersecurity and telecom information. And I'd actually ask you, Mr. Blaze, would you agree with that characterization that human error might be the #1 concern when it comes to telecom risks?
That's probably true, although I'd quibble a little bit with how we define human error. A lot of human error is inevitable because of poor design choices for the systems that we use.
But I guess what I would really like is to just have an investigation into what happened. And one of the things I'd like to share with my colleagues is that we've actually asked for an investigation. I think there are only Democrats on the letter to the administration right now, but I know some senators on the Republican side have actually openly asked for some sort of investigation. But at least we can get to the bottom of what happened, how prevalent this is, what we can do to fix it so that it never happens again. I hear that that's a shared goal, and I'd like to see us work together in doing that. And so instead of trying to sort of brush this aside as something that isn't a big deal, let's admit that it was a big deal, and let's try to take steps to fix it and not just try to cover this up. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McGuire, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for coming here today. During the attack, Salt Typhoon maintained undetected access for up to 18 months. This incident is described as one of the most severe telecom hacks in U.S. history. Despite existing public-private partnerships to prevent cyber attacks, it seems as though there are still significant information sharing gaps. Mr. Steinman, are there any federal laws or regulatory red tape that prevents or hampers information sharing about hacks between government agencies and the telecommunications industry?
Thank you, Congressman. I would, of course, defer to Mr. Amoroso's experience being the former Chief Information Security Officer of AT&T around specific granular challenges with information sharing, but I would like to emphasize the point that you made, which is that whether it's questions of liability at the corporate or the individual level,
we can't
questions
worry about
of
that,
insurance, insurance policies. We saw that in the NotPetya cyber attack where and in the Colonial Pipeline attack, where we had issues of who would pick up the tab when there was a business interruption process as a result of a cyber attack, that it really is a deep nested issue.
That's a question for Dr.
Yes, sir.
Amoroso. The 2023 National Cybersecurity Strategy emphasizes preventing the abuse of U.S.-based infrastructure, but it largely omits deterrence. Dr. Amoroso, in your view, why was deterrence overlooked, and how critical do you think it is to incorporate it into the strategy?
Yeah, it'd come up earlier, this question of deterrence. I mean, certainly it helps. I mean, I'm an operator,
That
so
dude
I
looks
wouldn't
an
be the
awfully
person
lot
doing the deterrence,
like
but
Pete
if someone's
Buttigieg.
doing it, it's going to help. Your
Pete
point
Buttigieg.
about information sharing is an important one. You know, back in '96, I remember sitting in this building when we first started talking about it. It was a PDD 63. It was the first sort of ISAC stuff. We were very hopeful that information sharing would solve a lot of problems. It kind of hasn't. I wish it had, and I wish I could tell you that just improving the communications will make things better, but I've kind of given up on that. I think it's time now to build a new barn, you know what I mean? Like, I think the one we have has been patched so many times, and it's so rickety that you and I are standing looking at it going, you know what? Time to build a new barn.
Well, we all know the definition of insanity. And, you know, China believes that everything can be used as a weapon, and it should be used as a weapon. So how would you propose, Dr. Amoroso, the U.S. increase the cost on China to deter their cyber operations, especially when they seem to act with impunity under the current framework?
Yeah, I understand. I obviously, deterrence can be done in any number of ways. Not really my area of specialization. You can do it with diplomacy. You can do it with non-cyber. But I think the best deterrence of all is to have the best defense on the planet. You know, if they can't break in, then there's no discussion.
Yeah, it seems like we're in a reactive position rather than a proactive position on that.
If they can't break in, then there's no discussion. Okay, then physical documents must be kept in a secured, locked out area by biometric scanning. And even then, biometrics is still kind of iffy. Huh. Okay. Like, you're dumb. You're dumb as shit. Because anything electronic can be used as a doorway both ways.
I would agree. I think that's where we are now. I think you and I would agree on that. But I'd like to get around that. I think there's active defense.
Any electronics
that's
with an
different than
outside
deterrence,
source
you
of
know?
communication.
Sure. So Congress and President Trump established the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency in 2018 to protect critical infrastructure and guard against cybersecurity threats. Under the Biden administration, CISA diverted resources to collude with social media companies to surveil and censor American citizens. Would you agree with that?
I don't know anything about that. The others might know something, but I don't
Mr.
know
Simon?
that much.
Yeah, that's my understanding, sir.
And how about Mr. Blaze? Would you agree with that statement?
I have no idea how the resources were allocated.
Sure. Well, thank God we got President Trump back in the White House to fix the broken agency and restore it to its congressionally directed mission. But I would ask you, if you wanted to become a subject matter expert in cybersecurity for the purposes of help in the Trump administration, and I guess I'll start with Mr. Steinman, where would you go? What would you do to become a subject matter expert so you could better help make decisions in Congress to help President Trump's America First agenda and protect us from China and other adversaries?
There's great resources available at the SANS Institute. That's a place where I point a lot of aspiring young cybersecurity professionals. There are classes taught by my two fellow panelists at Georgetown and NYU. I'm sure they'd love to have you as well. Thank you.
Dr. Amoroso.
Ditto. There's a lot of good resources.
Absolutely, and I'll point out many of my students are here in the gallery.
Awesome. And tell me where they're students.
Georgetown.
With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Chairman. And one of the big concerns I have is, of course, we need to secure ourselves against China, harden our infrastructure, do everything we can to stand against what they're trying to do. But we are a free society as well. So I'm always mindful that keeping the American people safe is one of our top priorities, but keeping them free is actually our top priority as members of Congress and of the government. And so, and then we're in the context of, as we move to AI, as you point out, Mr. Amoroso, the challenges are going to get monumental.
Jennifer, thank you for the $10 donut. Thank you for showing this today. Twice. Well, I appreciate that. Sorry.
When it comes to cybersecurity, and then AI is dependent and developed on big data sets, which the CCP has no qualms about stealing, hacking, invading personal privacy of their own people
My
and our
bag
people.
just popped bigger than shit.
In
I'm
order
getting
to
old.
create these huge data sets. And so as we put together solution sets, I'm curious about how to keep that balance as we move forward of protecting the American people. Mr. Blaze, you even talked about the back doors in some of that have been required in some of our telecom infrastructure, which is of a concern to me as well. I wanted to throw that out there and just see what your thoughts were. I guess we'll start with you, Mr. Amoroso, if you want to follow up.
Sure. I mean, I'll give you an example. So everyone in the room here either uses Microsoft or Google for email, right? Pretty much. And I'm guessing everybody in the room here would say that doing email is the worst 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 hours of your day.
Better not be calling me
So
old.
if you had a piece of AI that did your email for you and you trusted it and it worked and it gave you a little list at the end of the day, the things that it needed to check in with you, then phishing goes away. Like the phishing risk, there's other attacks that emerge, malware in your AI agent. But the point is that as we upgrade our infrastructure and we do it intelligently, we can make some of these attacks go away. It's one example. There's a lot of things like that. But to do that would require a concerted sort of coordinated effort with the email providers, with privacy groups, with government, and so on and so forth. That's kind of what I'm talking about. But you can diminish the intensity of these attacks by using technology intelligently.
Mr. Blaze, do you want to speak to the issue of the backdoors?
Yeah.
And
Certainly. So, I mean, so more broadly, we are, right now fighting a battle in which the attacker, the offense side, has the advantage because the systems that we have to defend are incredibly complex. New vulnerabilities are found, every week. And the implications of attacks are so far-reaching we can't even analyze what the consequences of some of these threats will be fully. And we will probably be at a disadvantage on defense for a while. It's one of the fundamental problems of computer science that we don't know how to build bug-free software. And as complexity increases, the number of bugs and vulnerabilities also increases along with that. And that is a problem.
A bug is different than a mandated backdoor.
That's right. And so adding mandated backdoors into the equation essentially, preloads the bugs. We don't even have to find them. We know they're there already. So, we will never be able to make our defenses perfect with the way we're doing things now. It's a problem I would love to solve. But we can absolutely do better than we're currently doing.
Mr. Simon, I wanted to ask you, you talked about us not being on
He
a
asked
wartime
you
footing
how.
when it came to our cyber infrastructure development. One of the disadvantages, when we point to our history, for example, with the Soviet Union versus the CCP, I've always said at least the Soviet Union was honest with us. The CCP has pretended to be our friend while they've planned for world domination and certainly our demise, and used every avenue, including cyber, to be on a war footing against us, while we, especially in the previous administration, would refuse to acknowledge that as a nation. What does that look like using your experience and knowledge base?
Yes, Congressman, I think that's right. I think the Chinese Communist Party and their military intelligence apparatus are already in a footing that we would describe as a wartime footing. They believe that that's the posture that they should have 24/7. And they use language to try and communicate to us that they are not in that footing, and they use that language deliberately to deceive us and to make us think, oh, everything's okay, we can just sort of be friends. They do this while hacking us blatantly, while then denying when they get confronted. And so I believe that it's time for us to take a much more aggressive posture. That's what we did when I was in the White House during the last Trump administration. And I believe that it's the smart thing to do now.
Thank you, Mike. Time's up on you, Mike.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again to the witnesses for being here. I just have a couple of specific questions and then a comment or two and then back to questions. So the first question is, do we know there were more than 1 million people who essentially victimized in the cyber attack that has consumed us today, well, should have consumed us today? Do we know if each one of those victims, because I would say they're all victims, were they each and every one notified that they were a victim? Do we know? Mr. Steinman, do you know?
I don't know, Congressman, and I think it's a great question.
Dr. Amoroso or Dr. Blaze?
I've spent a lifetime with these kinds of large-scale attacks, and almost always the answer to that question would be no.
And I agree with Dr. Amoroso.
Yeah, I always wonder with my own paranoia, if I'm in that group somewhere, But in any event, and that leads me to some specific questions with regard to states and working with the feds. So you've all kind of alluded to this. There needs to be cooperation, there needs to be communication, needs to be some kind of mutual communication about what needs to be done. How have the states themselves responded, or how are they being treated in this? Is there? Let me back up. is there any kind of working collaboration that really exists today? Mr. Steinman.
Thank you, Congressman. I would point to some of the bright spots in America's cybersecurity apparatus as the National Guard elements that do cybersecurity. They've done a lot of activity both at home and abroad where they will train with victims of some of the most latest attacks.
Is this a broad, what I'm trying to find out, is there a broad coalition, a collaboration that's going on? I mean, or is it a pocket here, siloed here, siloed here?
I've seen it state by state with the state partnership program of National Guard cyber elements.
Okay.
I do believe that is coordinated to some degree at the Pentagon, but you'd have to dig into that.
Okay. Any other comments from Dr. Amaral?
I coach a lot of the security leads at the state level, and it's the full range. You know, there's multi-state, different groups, multi-state ISACs and so on, coordinating this and that, councils, groups. But they also compete. You know, they want to be the top state, you know, to do cyber. But the one thing they all say in common is we have no resources, we need more people. I think I've never met a state that says, gosh, we're good. So they do need more resources.
Yeah. Oh, I would just point out that, you know, the resources of states are very much at a disadvantage compared with the national resources that we have of the federal government. You know, effectively, we don't ask the state police to repel foreign military invasions. And, you know, in a lot of cybersecurity issues, that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, you know,
If the military fails, state police is the next in line for that. What the fuck are you talking about? After them comes the citizens. You dumb bastard, you don't expect the state police to repel an invasion? As that's going on, I expect the state police and the citizenry to stand right next to the military to repel that invasion, you dumb motherfucker. What?
I'm thinking of places like Arizona, which has one of the largest nuclear facilities in the country, in Palo Verde, and I'm really interested. I've talked to them, and they're actively trying to protect that structure. The state is, but I'm not sure whether the resources are there and whether the personnel is adequately there. And now I'm just going to make a quick comment here.
Bill Barr
I have to do this, and I'm sorry because I wanted to get to some very specific issues, but this comment has to be made. When you keep 30,000 classified emails on a private server in a private home, you might have a bit of a security problem. And that's what happened with Hillary Clinton and bupkis, silence, quietude from the left.
Yeah.
Dr. Blaze, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I am going to put you on the spot because they asked you a question. I'm going to ask you a question to follow up. So
and it was
it's
bigger
not
than
meant
this.
to be an attack at all. But with regard to CISA and the individuals that have been riffed at CISA, I assume you don't have any personal knowledge of any of those persons, any of their qualifications, any of their performance capacity, any of their skills, their training, et cetera. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Yeah. So that's what we mean when we say this gets politicized. What they don't know, we don't know. But what we really wanted to find out today is what happened, how do we prevent it, how do we work together to stop it? And I feel like we've been derailed just a little bit here today, and that's unfortunate because both sides profess and want to get to the bottom of this because it is a national security issue and will, in fact, impact us actually for generations to come. So we've got to get ahead of it like right now. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, since my colleagues came in here and politicized this event today, I want to ask the chairman, did you forget to invite the Democrats to this event today?
I did not, no, sir.
That's interesting because as I look down, I see a bunch of empty seats. And for those that came in here and talked today, you'll note that they asked you very few questions about cybersecurity, how to prevent and stop it. They spent most of their time talking about a signal chat. And after their comments, I hope you all noticed that they got up and left. They didn't really care what you had to say. Did you guys notice that? Okay, good. I'm glad you did. Now, back to the hearing. Because a lot of us are laymen on this topic, a lot of us wonder, how hard is it once you identify a cyber threat that has embedded itself within your infrastructure systems to either block them, kick them out, et cetera? Dr. Amoroso?
Yeah, I get, someone that Matt Blaze and I remember, Ken Thompson, wrote a paper in 1983 where he taught all of us basically how you do what you just said and make it essentially disappear. Like it's not completely gone, but it's mostly gone. And we all kind of freaked out at the time, and here we are 40 years later, and we're talking about it. But you should kind of accept that if somebody's really good at dropping malware into your infrastructure, you're probably not going to find it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, do you think AI will really help us with that?
I think you have to change the game. It'd be like, it's a terrible analogy, and I apologize, but if I could drive a truck bomb into your home and blow the whole place up, how do you stop that? You don't put a fence. What you do is you break your home up into a lot of different pieces. Suppose your home was 1,000 concrete blocks. What do you blow up? And you'd say, well, I can't live in a house like that, and that's true, but computing works that way. We call it virtualization and cloud and so on. So we have to change the game, not sort of solve that older problem, because you're not going to solve that problem.
When you guys, we've spent a lot of time talking about the CCP in China today because they do have a very robust cybersecurity offensive capability. But obviously, there's other countries out there as well that are hacking into U.S. infrastructure like Iran, North Korea, Russia, et cetera. When you guys look at the amount of resources that those countries throw into cyber attacking, and then you look at what we're spending on that as well, how does that measure out, Mr. Steinman?
I think it's a great question, Congressman, and it's one that I would encourage a significant amount of attention from the committee on, which is, what are we paying for? Billions of dollars have flowed to the various cyber elements of the Department of Defense and elsewhere, and what is that producing? I will say it does produce a lot of good people that are very talented, but when we think about capability, I just think there's probably a lot of room for investigation there and thinking about how can we use those dollars effectively and efficiently. I would also just like to touch on something that you seem to raise, which is that, and the panelists have raised, which is that we have lots of attackers coming at our critical infrastructure. And what I would say is by taking a more aggressive posture to go back at those attackers, we throw sand in their gears. We force them to spend time and effort to defend against our counterattacks. And those could be ones that are managed at the national level, or they could be the prickly landing point inside the company that those cyber actors are going after. And so I would just offer that there is a lot of opportunity to interrupt and delay and deny and obfuscate when we think about offense.
I want to talk real quick, Dr. Amoroso. I know you come from the corporate world, the private sector. When you look at the amount of resources that the corporate and private sector is throwing at countering cybersecurity attacks as opposed to the federal government, can you give us some sort of comparison and understanding the differences between what the corporate and private America is doing and what the federal government is doing?
There's a difference between size and quality, right? I mean, you can throw a bunch of resources. If you're doing it wrong, then you could double that and it won't make any difference. So I think both in corporate and in government, we need to improve both. We need to optimize. Like in some cases, we don't spend enough time. Think cryptocurrency. That's a place where we should be spending more time. Like North Korea, I think they fund the whole country by stealing cryptocurrency. So there's an area where we've done a very poor job globally protecting ourselves. But in other areas we referenced earlier, like compliance, I mean, we have so many resources chasing framework after framework after framework that when you count those resources to your question, You could double it, it would have no impact. So we have to rethink the size and quality. It's an optimization question as opposed to, do we have enough? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I yield back.
All right, I got to do it. Yeah, we're talking about cinnamon rolls in the chat. This shit right here is what I hear every single time I see. Oh, wait. I just copied the wrong thing. Fuck. Let me go back to it. Every time I see or hear the word cinnamon, this right here is what runs through my mind. Well, the cinnamon roll.
Will you tell me what that is? Look at the collar on that coat. What does that look like? That stain. I don't know. Cinnamon roll. Cinnamon roll? The cinnamon, the roll of the cinnamon? That looks like jizz. Yeah. Eastern European jizz. That looks like some fuckhead shot his load on a $12,000 calfskin jacket. The twist is it's my $12,000 calfskin jacket. So you got the semen, okay? You've got the human ejaculate that's been allowed to soak in for like 7 hours, all right? Work its way into the fabric fucking fibers.
You like, I send out.
To what? Incinerate? Hugo. There isn't a fucking laundry detergent or dry cleaning product known to man that will get that clean. Some shit, suffice it to say, just don't wash out.
Do you want me apology?
Only if you really truly mean it.
I'm very sorry.
That shit gets me every time. The cinnamon, the roll of the cinnamon. It looks like a jizz.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today.
I hear that
Salt
every
typhoon
fucking
is
time.
an important thing for us to learn from, and I guess we got to talk about Signal a bunch too. Luckily, Signal chats are immune to Salt Typhoon, as Mr. Blaze pointed out. With that, I now yield to Ranking Member Subramanian for closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before I go to my closing, I want to address a couple of things. One, someone mentioned that they didn't know who the CISA employees were, what their qualifications were. They actually, many of them live in my district, and so I can tell you from hearing from a few of them, they're actually, many of them were fired because they were probationary employees and who are actually very highly qualified in the work they're doing and actually had very good performance records. And we had actually, in the past 2 administrations, including the first Trump administration, been begging tech talent to come to CISA and come to the federal government, and then we fired them all. And so we're actually, a judge actually said that was illegal, and so they're currently on administrative
Every time I
leave.
hear cinnamon
But
or read it.
it's a big risk to our country when we are chasing away tech talent in our federal government. And so that's what really concerns me. And second, I still
even
think
more fucked
we
up
need to have an
is every time I
investigation
see
into
a
what
cinnamon
happened with
roll,
these signal chat. A judge
it
actually
does
said
look
that
like
that was
jizz.
illegal.
I don't know why
they're
that
currently
happened.
on administrative leave, but it's a big risk to our country when we are chasing away tech talent in our federal government. And so that's what really concerns
Since
me.
2006,
And,
I haven't eaten a cinnamon
second,
roll.
I still think we need to have an investigation into what happened with these signal chats. If we want to fix the errors, if we want to make sure that
And
this
that's not a
mistake
joke.
doesn't happen again, we need to know first what happened, second, what corrective actions are taken. Third, if this wasn't classified information, we should actually be able to have a secure briefing where we can get the communications from CENTCOM to the SecDef on exactly what they were saying and whether that was classified or not, and what he shared, whether that was classified or not. We can do that in a secure briefing room. But in either case, we need to get to the bottom of what happened, and that doesn't need to be partisan. But somehow it's become partisan. That's disappointing. I want to end by just sharing, again, constituent stories.
It's become partisan because instead of figuring out what the fuck happened, y'all scream, rant, and rave, get this motherfucker out of office. Every single one of you are completely fucking insane. You can't even do your jobs. You're so bad at every damn thing. Instead of figuring out what happened, you immediately tried to use it as a reason to eliminate your opponents. So who politicized it? That's a good question, isn't it there, Supermanian? Better question is, why the fuck are you in office when you do that kind of shit? Instead of figuring out what happened and taking care of it and then bringing it light to the American people, the first thing you did is screamed, they leaked classified information. Put them in prison. Shut the fuck up. Shut your goddamn faggot ass fucking cockholster.
About this signal incident, because this really does hit home for many of the veterans and military families that live in my district. One constituent said that they've worked in national security for 18 years. I've held the highest security clearance for 18 years. And for 18 years, I've lived a life most people will never understand. My promise to defend this nation doesn't stop when I clock out. It permeates every single aspect of my life. It affects who I marry, who I live with, who I date, who I'm friends with, who I speak to. I would be sitting in jail right now if I had done something as brazen, thoughtless, and dangerous as what J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, and Mike Waltz, among others, did today.
Again, who's politicizing it right now? Who's politicizing it, Supermanium? Never mind the fact that you were calling for people to go to prison before anything ever came out, before anything was like, hey, this actually did happen. You were saying they need to go to prison right the fuck now. But you're appalled at the fact that it's being politicized while you continue to politicize it. Beavis knows that qualification actually goes for you. I reject Shovelface having Beavis nose as a backup because you have more of a Beavis nose than anybody I've ever seen with this freeze frame right here. Jesus fucking Christ, why are your nostrils so far up your fucking face? It's disturbing. Let's politicize your nostrils being that size instead of sitting here trying to call for the imprisonment of somebody who probably didn't even do anything wrong. Or did it to catch a leaker or fuck somebody up, like maybe even anybody in the Trump administration. However the fuck that happened, how about we figure that shit out before you try to politicize it and call for the imprisonment of somebody simply because you yourself want to politicize it. Shut the fuck up, dude. Just stop talking. You're a fucking disgrace to this country and to the human race as a whole.
Second, whose son is in the military,
What up,
said
Keister Boney?
that our nation's top defense official shared sensitive troop movements over a commercial social media platform without verifying who was on the other end is not only reckless, it is terrifying. Our service members and their families deserve leaders who treat their safety with the gravity it demands. This breach not only endangers lives, but erodes the trust of those who serve and support our military. My son has sworn to defend this country. I expect the same level of responsibility, integrity from those in charge. I yield back.
I'm appalled that it's politicized, but let me read a statement by somebody who says they would already be in prison for doing something like that because they're in the military.
Thank you. I guess we're going to start with Signal. I think it's important to realize that President Trump said Waltz messed up. So accountability has been acknowledged and a mistake was made. Waltz has, again, said it was an error himself. I think what's important is that no harm resulted from this mistake, and I can promise you that it will not happen again. So I appreciate that my colleagues across the aisle want to continue talking about Signal, but I think what's important is that our administration is leading in the global community and is holding our adversaries accountable and keeping us safe. As to the CISA employees that have lost their jobs, we have $36 trillion in debt. We're running a $1.8 trillion deficit. We have to right-size the fiscal ship in order to address any of the challenges that lie ahead. And while it is unfortunate that all of the probationary employees across all of the government were let go, we cannot continue forward on the trajectory we are. We just can't afford it. We can't afford it. So we're having to make these decisions in order to make sure that we have the American dream for generations to come. Lastly, but certainly not least, Salt Typhoon, why we're here. So we've had a good conversation about the exposure. Obviously, the Chinese were able to use outdated infrastructure to gather enormous amounts of unsecured data, and they focused it largely on Washington, D.C. because it's our state government and because they're able to learn what we're planning, learn from the communications between our government officials. And I realized that my colleague from Arizona was asking the question of, was his data collected? If he's communicating on the phone or through unsecured text, I guarantee it was. So, you know, and they probably were able to figure out that he was a member of Congress, and we need to use Signal, which is funny. We need to use Signal because it is more secure. I also want to talk about what I think Dr. Amoroso mentioned, that we got to have good defense. And I agree with him. I think that we need to do a much better job, and we can do that. We got to invest. I think the bigger thing, I actually, on Liberation Day, as President Trump talks about tariffs for right-sizing our competitiveness in the global economy, I think that we have the opportunity to use tariffs in cybersecurity by holding our adversaries accountable. If you breach critical infrastructure, if a foreign adversary or even a foreign actor that is in a country that's not enforcing the rule of law, if they breach a business in the United States, if they breach the U.S. government, if they breach critical infrastructure, we can say, all right, this is why we believe it's the Chinese. This is the attribution. We're going to hold you accountable by using tariffs to extract revenge of some kind, to create a deterrent threat to make sure that this doesn't happen again. In the case of the Colonial Pipeline attack, we could give the resources to whatever country is struggling to enforce the rule of law. In the case of 9/11, harboring al-Qaeda was enough for us to physically invade. So it's not unreasonable if a terrorist or a foreign state is going to cause immense damage and threaten our national security that we just use tariffs to hold them accountable, to extract economic pain. These are the conversations we're going to be having going forward. And I think that we need to both invest in a good defense and also go on offense and make sure that we're able to use every tool in our toolbox to hold both nation-state actors and non-state actors accountable. That's the future. And again, I just really want to thank the witnesses for being here today. This was a very productive conversation. And with that, I'll close. Without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned. Thank you.
I still think the signal leak was intentional, considering what was said, or rather not said, to catch them all. I'm going to believe that more than it was a fucking accident, because that would mean you are totally incompetent. Either that, or it was brought in to actually have that information go out to make Orange Man and his administration look bad. 100%. I do not believe it was an accident. I believe it was intentional. And it's fucking weird that it goes to the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic instead of some bigger company, unless it was meant to catch somebody doing something. I think somebody like the New York Times or LA Times or even Washington Post would be a bigger reach than The Atlantic. It's a little bit weird that that dude was the one that was actually chosen if it wasn't intentional. But, ladies and gentlemen, screw the last one. I don't care. I'll listen to it on my own time because I want to stand up. I want to move around. We've been at this for 6 hours. I want to spend a little bit of time bothering the wife. Before I go, I'm going to leave you with this, because every time I do these, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I feel like doing at the end of it.
Son of a gum-chewing funk monster! Why the fruit does all this funny stuff happen to me? Forget my life! Always surrounded by miserable, failing clods, like this whole world just likes to bend me over and find me in the Alps! Like I'm some sort of schlock receptacle. Well, as far as I care, these miserable cows can have a fancy barbecue with a goddamn pig!
Every single one of you, have a good night. If you don't follow me when I go live on the Stupids Play, if you don't want to see some gameplay, listen to some Expanse, see how everything's going in that kind of universe, because that's actually a good show. I will see you all probably tomorrow. More than likely, if me and Rhonda can get together, we'll probably be talking about the Luna situation and hearing what she has to say about it, if she's willing to sit down and talk. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, you all have a good night. We'll see you again very soon.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little business here.
That's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay. I just visit, have no shame. I admit it. Looking on me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.